Happy draft day, everybody. What's going on? The NFL draft is in 30 minutes. Joining us, we've got everyone joining. It's going to be a running show. We're going to be here all night long. Please be sure to like, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff. Joining me today is my man, Mark. He is at Mark Henry Jr. _. He's the host of the Tough Cover podcast. He's frequently on the Daily Dose. Mark, what's up, man?
As we get closer, I'm getting more nervous, not more excited, but hopefully it pans out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then we got my co-host of the Suit Up Geeks podcast. He is a proud member of the Geekly Goods website. Go check them out, geeklygood.com. What's up, Mo? What's going on?
How you doing, sir? My high blood pressure is really high right now. Representing the West Coast, Bay Area, California native. I love my boys, but I am really worried about what's going to take place in less than an hour or so. So let's fingers crossed they don't do anything stupid.
Yeah, we're going to have people trickling in here, in and out all night long. It's going to be a blast. Leo says, what up, Dives? Low. Bot to Gamer says, fly, Eagles, fly. If you guys are an Eagles fan, let us know what your expectations are. If you're not an Eagles fan, let's hear from you. What do you want to see from your team? What do you want to see from your squad? Me and Mark are Eagles fans. I think you nailed it, Mark. Like, I was like super excited when we were doing our mock today, and then we joined Daily Dose. Now I'm just like, I am shitting the bed. Like, I am so nervous. I don't even know what to expect. I don't know what to expect. I really, truly, after like the Denver Broncos, the Carolina Panthers, the New York Giants, there could be a lot of potential breaking hearts, because I literally just I did a mock draft and all the top playmakers were gone by pick 8. And then Justin Fields went 9. It was not a good thing. So Mark, let's lead off with you. What are your expectations for the Eagles tonight?
Disappointment. But it all just, like you said, it all depends on those couple teams before the Eagles and what they're going to do. It's going to be really interesting to see. I love that we're watching. I have ESPN on, but it's like the red carpet thing. We didn't get this last year with everyone in the Zooms. You got like the fun suits and stuff like that. Gregory Rousseau looks like an absolute monster. But I'm expecting either, if they get that top 3 guys that we've been talking about, the Alabama guys, I'm going to be excited. If they don't, I'm probably going to be let down, and that's where I'm at. And I probably expect to not get one of those 3 guys.
All right, let's throw it to the other coast, the West Coast, the worst coast. He is Loretto.
Oh.
Shots fired. Loretto, lots been going on here with the Niners today. A lot of Aaron Rodgers talk. That's like kind of the trend going on here on the news. What's your take on this, and what do you expect today from the Niners?
So funny enough, we were talking on Twitter, and you added me the Adam Schefter thing or the other guy who reported the Aaron Rodgers thing. I thought it was a joke. I called baloney. I was like, that's a bunch of baloney. Get it out of here. But apparently Adam Schefter said it, so it's got to be real. Apparently we called the Packers about Rodgers, and I'll say this. I was a big fan of Rodgers at Cal when he played with Deshaun Jackson, Marshawn Lynch, and Cal was relevant. That was 15 years ago. They haven't been relevant since. But, or whatever, almost 20 years ago. God, I can't count. But, knowing we picked Alex Smith, that is what it is. And I love Alex Smith, but it wasn't what I wanted. Who knows? Maybe Rodgers would have took us to a ship. Maybe he wouldn't. But right now, at 38 years old, pushing 40, I don't know if I would sell our future to quote unquote buy a championship, a la like getting a Tom Brady at that age. But look, the Bucs won. So what can I what does that even like? My opinion, what does that mean when Tom Brady goes out and wins championships? And who's to say we buy Rodgers and we can't win one? Because the thing with the Niners is our team is ready to play. We were competitive with a litany of injuries last year and second, third string quarterbacks, and we were winning a couple, fighting a couple, and knowing we can add a playmaker like Aaron Rodgers or one of the elite electric guys in this draft, it's really exciting, but it's also terrifying because apparently Kyle Shanahan's in love with McCorkle Jones, unless it's a smokescreen. So I really hope he makes the right move here. And honestly, I'm nervous. I don't know what we're gonna do, and it's driving me nuts. So,
Well, what is your take? Are you okay with Mac Jones there at 3? And what would be your response?
So I have two things here. Number one, he probably would have been there at 12. Number two, if we're going to trade 3 first-round picks, we better be picking a generational guy. You don't trade 3 first rounds for Jimmy 2.0. You don't trade 3 first rounds for Kirk Cousins. Maybe he's Matty Ice, but that's a gamble that I do not want to play. You trade 3 first-round picks for the next Deshaun Watson, the next Mahomes, the next Josh Allen even, and that's who Trey Lance is getting compared to. And if it's Lance, great. I'll live with it. Let Jimmy start. Let Lance learn because he doesn't have a lot of experience right now. But you don't trade 3 first-round picks for another guy that probably will do just as good as Nick Mullins or CJ Beathard. So I'm really like hoping Kyle doesn't shit the bed here, but I've seen worse things. His draft record's not that great right now. So,
all right, I'm going to throw it to you, Mark. Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to return to Green Bay. Should the Eagles have any interest?
No, absolutely not. Oh my God. I didn't know where you were going with that. I thought you were going to ask about the Niners. The Niners should. I think, like you said, the Niners are the best. I think if Aaron Rodgers went to San Fran, that's the best fit for Aaron Rodgers right now. If you're looking at like trying to go somewhere to compete right away, and I think that you guys would probably be the betting favorites to win the Super Bowl if you add Aaron Rodgers to that roster. I think that roster's nasty as it is. Like you said, they succeeded last year despite a lot of injuries. And I just think Aaron Rodgers to San Fran makes so much more sense than him getting traded anywhere else. But if I'm Green Bay, I'm saying, like, go host Jeopardy. Like, we're not trading you. Like, you're going to end up coming back. Like, it's not the whole thing. Like, he has some gripes for sure. But to be fair, like, he does have Devontae Adams and Aaron Jones. Like, if he's the best QB in the world, he should be, like, fine with a top 10 running back and a top 5 receiver.
For sure. All right, now we got the man, the myth, the legend, the host of many shows. I can't even count anymore. The host of the Daily Dose, the host of Faithful Fanatics, and upcoming new show, I believe, on Sunday with my man Scotty. What's up, Dylan?
What's going on, man? Yeah, Turf Talk will be. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's going on? There's some background noise going on.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me fix that. My my AC is like right above it. So
someone's singing the national anthem.
Oh, that's not me.
That's me. My bad.
Come on,
I didn't realize I had the volume on.
Come on. Oh, but yeah, man, Turf Talk will debut this Sunday, sometime Sunday night. And I believe, okay, don't get too excited if it can't happen, but we might be joined by the great Rob Motti
Nice.
for the first show, for the first episode of Turf Talk. But yeah, I'm excited.
Mark just got done talking about why the Eagles should trade for Aaron Rodgers. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, right.
I'm just kidding.
None
Dylan,
whatsoever.
Seriously, what are your expectations for tonight?
Dude, when I tell you I'm numb, like I'm just numb. Like we did an hour and 10-minute show earlier, and then I went on and did like another 50-minute show right after. And when Gint said it best, my like expectations and my like confidence literally went down, like over the course of those shows. I'm less and less confident.
Yeah.
What number is Justin Fields going to wear?
Yeah. This is kind of like, I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't even think it's going to be available. I think Justin Fields is clearly going to go before the Eagles pick.
I don't know about that, man.
I want to know what everyone's thoughts are. If Justin Fields, guys, if you're watching, please be sure to comment. If Justin Fields is there at number 12, should the Eagles hesitate at taking him at number 12? Mark, any thoughts?
Yeah, it's not even part of my thought process. I wouldn't even think about it. It would the only part of my thought process it would be to try to move down if the Devonta Smith, Jalen Waddle, Patrick Surtain tier isn't there and there is Fields there. It should just, make the pick more valuable to just move down a couple spots to New England or another team like that. But yeah, I understand. He would probably be the best player on my board. I'm sure we'll pull up the Google Doc when the draft gets going. But I'm sure he'd be the best player available on my board if that's how thing plays out. But you can't get tripped up with value in this type of situation. We have so many problems. You can't cause another problem with Fields and Hurts. You just can't do it. It also would completely kill the value of Hurts in a trade. You just cannot make that pick. You go and make an offensive lineman pick, or you take if you guys like J.C. Horn, or if I like Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, or some people like Parsons. I'd rather any of those picks than taking a quarterback, and I have all of them ranked below Fields, but it wouldn't even be a part of my thought process.
What about you, Dylan? And we'll throw it to Low.
First of all, I said months ago, if the Eagles select another quarterback, I'm going to put my head through the wall. And my thing with that, this roster is so bad. There's so many holes. We talked about it for so long. If they take another quarterback in the first round, I know Hurts was in the second round last year, but you get my point. When you should be accumulating guys that can play day one, second round, first round, stuff like that, and you just keep selecting quarterbacks, we're just going around in a circle at this point. So now you don't have anyone coming in to produce this year out of pick one. And then who knows? But I said earlier, Dives, I want to get your thoughts on this. What the Eagles are going to select a quarterback over this weekend. What round are the Eagles going to select a quarterback?
I don't even think they are, to be fair. I don't think they are, because I think they invested so much money in Joe Flacco as the backup. I don't think Howie Numbnuts cares.
I think your co-host on the Faithful Fanatics hit the guy I would want in like the 6th or 7th round. Sam Ehlinger out of Texas. I like that.
If we're talking about a 6th or 7th rounder,
that's what I'm saying.
Fine. But I mean, I don't even think that's on the table until that area. All right, I want to hear Lowe's thoughts on the Eagles potentially getting another quarterback. This is the quarterback factory, Lowe, in case you didn't know.
Time out. I do have one quick thing to say. Sure. Last time he was on the pod with us, good things happened because the Eagles won in the Bay. So maybe something good will happen tonight.
Oh, man. That was a stressful night. I'm not going to lie. I almost put my head through a wall that night. Oh, my Lord. But, from an outsider's perspective, I'm not sold on Hurts as your guys' future guy. But at the same time, I think he has enough talent to put if I were the coaching staff, if I were the leadership of the Eagles, put some support in the guy. Like, put your faith in him. Flacco's the backup. Hurts is your guy. Build around him. Maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed, you guys get a Devontae Smith or a Chase. Probably won't be there, but you're right. Like Dylan was saying, you guys got to build for the future, and it's a full stop. You take a quarterback in the first, so hopefully, you guys don't muck that up. I would like to see you guys go on the defensive side personally. I think there's a lot of issues there, and we'll see what happens, man.
Wouldn't that be the most ironic thing of all time? Like, if the Eagles are on the clock at number 12 and they just traded Carson Wentz and they're trying to rebuild, they're in a transition mode, and they got Justin Fields there who might have not been there at 6, and he's sitting there at 12, and you've got this Howie who thinks his shit doesn't stink, and he has number 12 Justin Fields right there. That would be the most hilarious, ironic situation, just in terms of just pure chaos for like 10 minutes straight for all Eagles fans across the Delaware nation. It would be the most unbelievable situation imaginable. So, and you got to think though. You look back at Donovan McNabb with Andy Reid. I believe that was his first year. He got his quarterback.
I didn't know Donovan had a brother, Dante.
What I said, Donovan, right?
You said Dante.
All right, Donovan McNabb, and then you have Andy Reid. You now have Justin Fields, and you have Nick Sirianni. Like, there's definitely some weird ass parallels there.
Hey, Dodge, you want to hear something a tidbit that Mike Small threw to me on last week's Spitballing?
What's that?
Somehow we got into Eagles draft at the very end of the show, and he told me whoever one of his guests is coming up or who he's had on. Was in Eagles management when they selected Donovan McNabb. And if the Eagles did not take Donovan McNabb, or if he was gone, they were drafting Torrey Holt.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting. All right. I didn't know that. All right. Also joining us now is the man, Mr. post-game show with our Sixers content. He is Justin. Follow him on Twitter at @JM_Persichetti. What's up, Justin?
What is going on, everybody? Listen, I've been stressing out all day. I'm not gonna lie. I've been.
It was a common trend.
Here's my thing: is like, I have really lowered my expectations a lot, probably since like 3 years ago. When it comes to the draft, I've like really tapered back my expectations, and just so like let's think about this. 3 years ago, when was it that we drafted JJ Arcega-Whiteside, where DK Metcalf was still on the board?
Yeah.
Miles Sanders pick, didn't mind that at all. Completely cool with that pick. But then fast forward to next year, to last year, and we pick Jalen Reagor when Jefferson's on the board. So I'm like, okay. And mind you, this Dylan, I was watching your show earlier, and that's why I was like, all right, I had to convince myself of this pick. I'm like, okay, Jalen Reagor was supposed to be one of the best wide receivers coming out of the draft, like the year before. He was kind of like the year before's Jamar Chase in a way, but then basically, I don't remember, TCU got a bunch of young quarterbacks that came in, and he played like shit, basically. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna convince myself of this. Hopefully he's good. But then we pick Jalen Hurts, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? What are we doing? I don't understand. All right, whatever. Let's move on. So since all of that, I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what to expect. I don't know if Howie's gonna pick a wide receiver, a corner, if we're gonna pick Mika person. Is it Micah or Mika?
Mika.
I've heard.
I don't know if we're gonna pick. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do. So coming into this draft, I have zero expectation. I got nothing. I'm just saying, I'm like, okay. Hopefully, it's either Surtain, Waddle, Smith. I would even be okay with oh my goodness, like one of the good tackles. But like I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I'm just like, just make it a good player. We need good players. Just put a good player on our team. That's what I need.
All right, go ahead, Lo.
As an outsider, like I know you guys are all Philly fans, obviously. Is Jalen Reagor a lost cause? Is there any redeemable qualities there?
I think Jalen Reagor is gonna. I honestly think a big part of why Jalen Reagor didn't show up last year. One, he wasn't on the field that much. He got injured a lot. Two, we had no offensive line, and the only way they were really using him last year was just as a guy running down the field, and didn't even have time to get the ball down him at the time. Carson didn't trust half of his receiving core, so he wouldn't even give him chances down the field unless you were, oh my God, who was the Hightower, I think it was, that he couldn't track a ball to save his life.
Yeah.
But like that, to me at least, that's what I saw. I saw a lot of not much of opportunity for Jalen Reagor last year in the offense, partially because of the offensive line, partially because of Wentz, partially because of injury. So to me, I just write off last year when it comes to him, and I'm just excited to see what Sirianni brings to the offense and see how he implements him with a healthy line, a new quarterback, and a new system.
He plays rock, paper, scissors, shoot with them every day to see if he lines up in the slot or outside.
Mark.
Just to provide the opposite viewpoint on Jalen Reagor. I'm not.
As you can see, we're all smiles here.
Yeah, I am not as optimistic on Jalen Reagor. So just one thing real quick. You compared Jalen Reagor to Jamar Chase there. I think that's the first time that's ever been done. But I had Jalen Reagor, wide receiver 12 on my board last year, and someone I had out of the top 60. And Jamar Chase is the top 5 talent in this draft. So I just don't think it's fair to compare. But I no matter what you think on Reagor, I think even if Reagor is as good of a player as the optimists think he's going to be, I think wide receiver would still be a need. Travis Fulgham had 3 weeks or 4 weeks of success. Greg Ward, I have his jersey hanging behind me, but he should be a depth bench receiver. So I am not as big on Reagor as short. I'm not saying he's a lost cause, but I wasn't high on him going into the draft. I had him very low, and I don't think he did anything last year to change that opinion.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, I should say quick that, like, I'm not saying that he is Jamar Chase at all. That's not at all what I'm trying to say. What I just mean is Jamar Chase, the year he didn't, like, he played obviously really well the year before this year, and that's Jalen Reagor also played really well the year before he was drafted, year before he entered the draft. And that's kind of what I was trying to compare it to there. Not saying Jalen Reagor was a top 5 talent, not saying Jalen Reagor is going to be Jamar Chase. Want to make that clear.
Hey, Dodge, where's Langy at?
Where's what?
Where's Langy at?
He's coming. For the sake of the draft talk, let's like that's a whole other podcast. Let's move on to, predictions. We're literally less than 10 minutes away from the start of the draft. Let's start with Loretto. Who do the Niners take there in the first round? What is your best guess?
What jersey you got on, man?
Oh, my man's a Niners fan.
No, I know. I'm saying because that looks like a Jimmy G jersey to me.
Yeah.
And
if things go south, this might be the last time I wear this thing. I really hope Kyle doesn't do what I think he's going to do. I hope it's a smokescreen. I heard he really, really likes Lance, and supposedly Fields is at the bottom of the pecking order, supposedly. But if that's not the case, I mean, Fields played in championship games, arguably outplayed Trevor Lawrence in that epic, that supposedly epic battle that was more of a lopsided victory for him. He played against much better competition. That's one of the toughest divisions in college, if not the toughest division in college. I don't see why you trade 3 first-rounders for a McCorkle. I really hope Kyle picks Fields. I think maybe he's just trying to throw everybody off, and he does the right thing and picks Fields. But I'm going to be honest, I can't really tell you what they're going to do because I have no idea, if I'm being honest. I'm terrified.
From everything that the rumors are, they're apparently going with Lance. That's from what I've seen.
Okay.
And you know what? I wouldn't hate that because I don't think he would have been there at 12, but McCorkle would have been. So please don't give up 3 first rounds for McCorkle.
Yeah, I think if personally 49ers fan for me, I would be okay with Trey Lance. I think Trey Lance has a lot of upside. If I'm not gonna lie, to me, I would probably make fun of the 49ers GM. And actually, as an Eagles fan, I can't even make fun of a GM. But remember when Daniel Jones got picked 7th in the draft? To me, it would be kind of a similar situation. It's like you moved up in the draft to pick, or you're high in the draft and pick the guy that you probably could have gotten in the teens, basically. So
yeah, no, exactly. And honestly, if we keep Jimmy, Trey Lance can sit and develop because he doesn't have that much experience. So I think that would be the perfect scenario for Trey Lance if he comes to us and Jimmy could still, Jimmy can still play, but worse things have happened. So let's see what happens.
All right, let's throw it to Justin. Draft hasn't started yet. Gun to your head, pop quiz, hot shot. Who do the Eagles end up with tonight?
Dude, oh man. Can I say who I would want them to end up with? Because if I'm so honest with you, I don't know. Like, there's so many different ways this draft could go today. I'm like, I have no idea. I would say what I want is probably Surtain. If I had to pick anybody, I think he has the most upside, and he's probably the best guy at that position. Oh God, what's up, Rob? What's up, Rob?
Buddy,
what are you eating? Cup of noodles?
Oh my
no, listen. I got home. Listen to this day, right? First real estate closing in the books today.
Yeah.
All right. I come home with some Yogo. I got a little froyo here. So my daughter's made it for me.
Nice.
So I got cotton candy froyo, some cake batter cookie bites, and some Sour Patch Kids. It's the
Rob.
weirdest tasting thing I've ever had.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't lie. How's it taste?
I mean, I'm housing it right now because honestly, everything tastes better than what's about to happen 2.5 months from now. When the Eagles draft Kwity Paye at 12, and we're all sitting here ready to murder somebody.
Hey, Rob, they got you on that elf diet, bro.
Yeah. That's just for real. They do.
Sour Patch Kids.
I'm waiting for the maple syrup to come down the port on top.
Once the syrup come.
Yeah, Rob's ready to run through a freaking wall. Justin, I'm sorry, we missed you.
Did you go Surtain?
Yeah,
I said I think Surtain. I think is who I would like. That's like my ideal at the spot if we can get him. I love him. I think he has a really good shot at being a number 1 corner at some point, and I also think he's probably the least fuck upable pick right there. Mind you, you obviously have. I like Jalen Waddle. I like Devontae Smith. I think it really depends who falls there. But ideally, who I would want if he's there, Patrick Surtain.
Least fuckable. Least All right.
That would be something Justin would say.
Rob,
This is a kid-friendly show, man.
Jesus. My
All right.
bad. My bad.
All right, Rob, we'll throw it to you. What are your expectations tonight? And before we get started, we're 4 minutes away. Let's real quick. Let's get Dylan and Mark's thoughts. Who the Eagles are going to pick? Rob, go real fast.
I have a feeling they're going to draft a defensive lineman. I really do.
Oh
I
my
think,
God!
especially when you heard the reports today that they're not going to draft the best position, but the player. I have a big fear you're going to hear a defensive end be drafted in the first round. That's not what I want. It's just my fear.
I'm going to have to remove myself. I will throw everything on this fucking coffee table. It'll be going up.
Hey, kid-friendly podcast. Watch your mouth.
Not tonight. Not tonight.
Not tonight.
Dylan, who's your guess?
Part of me agrees with Rob, but I'm gonna say J.C. Horn, and I'm walking away feeling,
Yeah.
and I don't want to feel, I want to be happy. I want to, for once in the last year, feel good about something the Eagles did. And J.C. Horn, if he's the last one available, if Waddle, Smith, Surtain are all gone, I get it, but I'm not going to be like, yes.
So here's my question real quick, Dylan.
Hold on. Let's get Mark's real quick thoughts on who the Eagles are going to pick. Then we'll get to this. It's worth a few minutes away. Mark,
I forgot we're only a few minutes away.
Yeah, it's hard to predict what Howie's going to do, obviously. I think, like Dodge has been saying for a while, I think if they move up, I think that'll be Surtain. And I think moving up to 9 with Denver is something that really could happen right above Dallas. I think Denver, if you look at – assuming Denver is not taking a quarterback, which might be a dumb assumption. We don't know who's taking a quarterback after the top 3 really. But assuming they're not taking a quarterback, the types of players Denver would be looking at could easily be had in a trade back to 12 or 15, wherever Denver wants to move back. So I really expect Denver to move back, and I think the Eagles could give them a call and take Surtain. Realistically, I agree with Dylan. I think it'll probably be J.C. Horn, and I'll be really meh about it.
I'm going to go. You just
Real quick.
go all the words. Yeah, go ahead, Dylan.
Boy, I got to hop off, but are you guys going to be on here all night?
Yeah.
I'm going to start drinking soon.
Yeah.
I will be back. I'll be jumping in and out.
Sounds good. I'm going to just follow that. Mark just stole all the words out of my mouth. It is 100% Patrick Surtain. When they traded back, I think that was the guy they circled on their draft board. I think moving from 12 and then moving up to 9 is not going to cost them. And then taking him at 6 would have been a little bit of a high reach there. So I think Patrick Surtain is 100% the Eagles draft target. My best guess is Patrick Surtain will be in midnight green by the end of the night. And I'm hoping actually for a trade up here in the back of the first round as well, because I really, really, really like a lot of the talents there. Now I'm really excited because I think there's going to be a lot of reaches. Now we got my man, the myth, the legend. He is Shane at @halfandhalf_TPL. Shane, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, man.
Awesome.
Real quick, expectations and who is the Eagles pick before we're a minute out before it gets rolling on. What is your prediction?
I think they take J.C. Horn.
Okay. All right, that was pretty simple.
I don't know. Interesting drama to watch unfold with the whole Denver and Aaron Rodgers thing, because if Rodgers gets moved to Denver before Denver comes up on the clock, it's going to ripple effect across the whole draft. It opens up a lot of different options. So that's something really interesting to keep our eyes on as we get closer to the Broncos pick here.
All right, last question before we get started. We'll start off with Mark. Do the Eagles trade up, stay put, or trade back? Mark.
Yeah, I think they're all in play. I hate to be that guy, but I really think they're all in play. I really don't. It really is going to turn out how the board turns out. I don't think it's going to be really based in anything other than that, which is why I didn't love moving back from 6 to 12, because it took the power out of our hands. But it could be a great trade if people last there. So it's risky, but we're playing Russian roulette here, hoping that people last to 12, hoping that the Dallas Cowboys and the New York Giants don't take people we want. So that's why I do think moving to 9 with Denver is really possible. But it could be moved back if the guys aren't there that we want.
Justin.
I do think there's a good shot we move up.
Damn, she was a dime.
I like I said, I think it really depends on the quarterback picks. I think it's really going to depend on where the quarterbacks fall. If there's trades with trades from Garoppolo or trades with Aaron Rodgers, like if there's trades, that's going to make a lot of things change. Say whether the Patriots all of a sudden want to run up there and grab somebody. So you really don't know. It's tough.
Awesome. What about you, Rob?
I think the most likely thing if they don't stay put is a trade back. But in my opinion, sitting at 12, there should be one person that you could take there to make a difference, whether it be a corner or look. I know the debate about Devontae Smith, and you guys might have had it before I hopped on, but damn it, I've been saying this for how many years now? I want a receiver who has done it on the biggest stage of college football. I'm not worried about the size right now. I'm tired of worrying about all the just draft a stud tonight. Draft someone that we could all sit here and say, yes, you got an impact player who, barring any unforeseen things, is going to make an impact in 2021. I know that this season's a watch. That is what you need to do. You want to get this fan base back. The first 2 rounds need to be 2 impact studs this year. There's no room for error or for thinking you're the smartest guy in the room.
No. On one end, it's like one step closer to the end of Howie Roseman, which is something. Any final thoughts here before we get rolling, Loretto? Any final thoughts on the Niners draft? Anything?
Oh, man, I'm just along for the ride at this point. But, if we get the right guy for the future, huzzah, but stranger things have happened. You know what I mean? We might Alex Smith this thing, so.
All right, I'm going to roll our promo here, and then we'll get the draft started. Hey, what's up, guys? MLB baseball is in full swing. The NBA and NHL playoffs are right around the corner, and the NFL season is mere moments away. While we here at the Painted Lines are devoted to bringing you top-notch content from all the major sports, we are excited to also now give you the opportunity to cash in on all that content and knowledge. If you follow the link below, you will have the opportunity to sign up with BetRivers, an online sportsbook, and get an instant new user deposit match of up to $250. That's free money that you can use and try to turn into more free money. Let's go. Don't sit there and waste all that money. Turn every basket into an otherwise meaningless Cavs-Timberwolves matchup in on a random Wednesday in March. That makes it all the more exciting. For betting tips and advice, be sure to check out written content from our top prognosticator, Money Max, on our website at thepaintedlines.com, or check out the Tough Cover podcast right here on the Painted Lines YouTube channel. You've seen the commercials all over TV and radio, but now is the time. Sign up today with BetRivers using the link below and start cashing in on your love for sports. Using the link below will automatically inform BetRivers that TPL sent you, and you'll get that new user deposit match of up to $250. Don't miss out on this opportunity for some free money, baby. BetRivers! All right, let's go, guys. Draft is officially open. Guys, it is past 8 o'clock. With that being said, I'm going to throw it to my man, Shane. I'm going to step out for a second, but I will be back in and out all freaking night. Later, guys.
See ya. All right. So, anybody got any guesses what's going on pick number 1?
Yeah. I think Kwity Paye goes number 1.
So for me, I mean, the draft's going to be boring for the first 25 minutes. We just got to get to pick number 3. That's where it's going to start to get interesting. I know Eagles fans, at least, should really be pulling for Mac Jones to go off the board at 3, because it's going to open up a whole world of guys trading up for quarterbacks, which is just going to push guys down the board for the Eagles. I don't think it's going to happen. I think that's a smoke screen. I think Trey Lance is the guy, but I'm definitely crossing my fingers for Mac Jones.
No, I agree. I also think it's a smokescreen. And I mean, it came out earlier today that Trey Lance is pretty much the guy. Even Mel Kiper was saying it after Mel originally said in his mock draft that Mac Jones was probably going to be picked there. He then said he kind of took it back, saying he's not going to change his mock draft, but he's hearing that Trey Lance is probably going to be third. So I was telling Lowe that as well.
Yeah, I bet on Trey Lance to be the number 3 pick at plus 275, and I checked back later and it was down to like minus 140. So I guess I locked that in at the right time.
Nice, definitely.
But I wish I put more than $2 on it. So I'm rolling big tonight.
Hey, if you guys are right, man, Kyle is not going to lose his fan base because he'll lose his fan base trading all those picks from McCorkle. So.
Yeah.
So I have a question for everybody on here. Eagles specific question. If say we stay at the 12th pick, if at 12 you have a receiver there, and you say you have Devontae Smith or Jalen Waddle there at 12, and then say J.C. Horn's there as well.
I'm taking the receiver 100 times out of 100 times, and I know that I'm going to be disagreed with, but I cannot continue to be told with this front office, well, just wait till the later rounds, because they don't do a good job. I don't trust it. I want to see a guy from Alabama or LSU or one of these big schools come in and be a receiver on the Eagles. I mean, it's ridiculous to me that the Eagles have not drafted someone from Alabama in like 10 years?
I mean, didn't we just draft Jalen Hurts?
He transferred to Oklahoma.
Exactly, he was an Oklahoma player. All right. And the last one they drafted was who? Freddie Milans or whatever the hell his name was back in the day. I mean, that is the definition of insanity. Why are you not drafting from the best programs in college football? It makes the most pro-ready programs in college football. It makes no sense, which means they'll draft Mac Jones just to pick someone from Alabama and shut me up.
If they and I like, honestly, that's my other thing is like, if they do draft a quarterback at 12, like say for some reason one of the top guys it drops a lot. Like, what are your thoughts there? What if Justin Fields or Trey Lance or hell, what if they draft Mac Jones? Like, they're not going to draft Mac Jones, but what if they did?
I'm going to tell you right now, they do something where it is a clear we're smarter than everybody in the room move. We've joked about me becoming a Colts fan. I might have to be out. You can't do it again. You cannot do it again. And I don't care. People want to continue to sit here and tell me, oh, well, Justin Jefferson would have never been that good here. I don't care. He's better than Jalen Reagor. He's going to be better than Jalen Reagor. Why do we have to get into this? Well, it wouldn't have been. No, he's a better football player. Just draft good damn football players.
For me, if in your situation where Waddle, Smith, and Horn are all there, I'm taking Waddle because he's my number 1 receiver in the draft. And then I'd go Surtain and then Smith. I'm lower on Smith than a lot of people. I mean, I'd take him. He's kind of my worst option. If he's my 12th guy, if my top 11 all went off the board.
That's a hell of a worst option, though.
Yeah, it's a pretty damn good worst option.
No, I mean, like when I rank like the 12 guys I want, because you're guaranteed to get one, Smith is 12. So like if I take Smith, I'm fine with that. But I'm not fine with that if Waddle's on the board, because Waddle's my guy.
I agree. My whole thing is if you get the 12 and Smith is the only one out of that 5 or 6 guys that we've kind of had the Eagles looking at, and you trade back because you don't think you have someone, that is just stupid. That is just dumb.
I was going to throw this up just for reference, and I'm sure Shane's going to reference this because this is a Google Doc Shane made that I've been obsessed with over the last couple of days. It has everyone's measurements, and we put a couple different experts' rankings in there. I can zoom in a little bit if we want to. But to reference Justin's question, if Smith or Waddle are there and if J.C. Horn's there, I have J.C. Horn 17 overall. I have Devonta Smith 3 overall and Jalen Waddle 4 overall. And that's only behind Trevor Lawrence and Kyle Pitts. So I absolutely, and it's not just because I think wide receiver is the bigger need, which I do, but it's because I think Devonta Smith and Jalen Waddle are far better prospects than J.C. Horn or either of the quarterbacks. If you want to talk about Patrick Surtain, that's a completely different discussion. And if you take any of Smith, Waddle, or Surtain, even if there's two there, you can't be criticized because all three are such great prospects, in my opinion. But if you take someone other than those three and one of them are on the board, I think that is just being the smartest guy in the room. I've agreed with pretty much everything Rob's been saying.
I thought this draft was supposed to start at 8. Why am I watching?
Yeah, Kings of Leon.
That's what always
They
happens with
gotta
the
get the money. Gotta get.
They're trying to spice things up. Some people get bored of the talking heads, right?
Mark, I
someone's
blew
gonna have
that
a
up a
damn
little bit,
aneurysm
so it'll
with all
show
the
it's a
words.
little better.
That looks way better, yeah. And there's a couple other tabs in here. I know Dives has his Eagles rankings in here. They're not quite as pretty and color coded as mine are, but and then you also have where we're. I'm joking. We're gonna be putting the selections in here to keep track of what's going on the board. Obviously, I showed you the main board. This is the Draft Network rankings. It has all the measurables that you could want on there for the guys who at least took part and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm sure we'll be using this throughout the draft. And I can't believe that we have to sit through Kings of Leon. What's the last song Kings of Leon had? It was like I don't even know. It was like 2010. Like, I don't know.
I feel like I only know that one song that everybody knows. I don't even know what it's called.
Yeah, I feel like I was in high school when it came out.
And those of you that are in the chat, keep the comments coming. We'll throw your comments up on screen. We'll answer your questions. I want to make this as interactive as we possibly can. So if they'll ever get the bands off the stage and start the actual NFL draft.
Oh, here they're coming onto the stage now. See, I'm going to be honest. Listen, putting it out there right now. Are you guys putting stuff like when stuff comes on Twitter? Are you going to say it? Because if you are, I'm not going to be on here when the draft is starting. Or at least
I like to ignore Twitter during the draft.
So do I. Does anybody going to spoil things?
I will be on Twitter.
I
will be on Twitter, but I won't spoil anything.
I mean, I'm on YouTube TV as well, so I'm probably behind many of you as it is.
See,
Same.
I'm streaming as well.
So where are we at right now? Goodell's talking right now for you guys.
I
as well.
still see the band on stage, but I don't care.
Goodell's talking.
Be introduced to Brownie fans. First,
Yeah, Goodell announced Juice and
I'm lined up with
Kozar.
whoever I just heard.
I saw Bernie.
I just have
Marcus Landry's fist
Hey, so
bumping.
Rob, I think I'm linked with you. I'm on YouTube TV as well.
Okay.
I don't care about spoiler stuff. I mean, I won't do it, but we don't have to worry about syncing mine up. It doesn't matter to me. I don't even have the audio on. I just have it up so I could kind of see where we were at.
That doesn't.
The draft is. I'm sorry.
And to answer Geekly Good's question, yes, we were talking about Kings of Leon, but we don't know what their hit song is called.
I don't listen to music. I just watch film for the draft. So.
Yeah.
Damn, man. I'm like. See, here's the thing. I imagine if we were at the 6th pick. I mean, mind you, I'm kind of glad we're not at the 6th pick, which obviously, like, you want to be as high in the draft as you can because you want to get good players. But I do think where we're at, you could still get really good value, and we got another pick for next year now, and we're not going to be good this year, so I'm not upset about it. But imagine if we did have the 6th pick, like, easily you could get basically whoever you wanted at the wide receiver spot, or Patrick Surtain, or even maybe Kyle Pitts. So, like, imagine.
So last year at 8:16, I tweeted, funny, I thought they said the draft started at 8. I'm thinking I should tweet that again right now just for, like, the deja vu of it all.
I think it's a good idea.
I was going to say, what the hell are we watching right now? What is happening?
The last time I watched something that took place in Cleveland, I tore the city of Cleveland apart when the Eagles were playing there earlier this year. And I had a few too many beverages. And they were, like, ripping us. And I went off on the city of Cleveland.
I was there for that. I remember this happening.
Yeah, it was kind of ugly. So if anyone out there in Cleveland is watching us, I still feel the same way about your disgusting city. Where is it raining? Because it normally rains there all the time.
It looks pretty ugly.
Yeah.
It looks like they're in
Dives,
England.
Dives, I'm pretty sure is still watching, but man, he's posting some real good food on Twitter right now.
I was gonna say, Dives is killing me with his food post.
This
Richard on YouTube says the
roast
Jags are
pork-
on the clock.
Does anyone else hope that they don't milk this fucking clock? We know who they're gonna fucking pick,
Yes,
right? So
it's the worst thing in the world.
like, just
So-
put it out there. Like,
Yeah, so the Jags, I mean, as soon as the Jags got the number 1 pick, everybody knew it was Trevor Lawrence. I'm guessing the clock still runs down below 5 minutes before they make the pick.
Trevor Lawrence has been the 20.
They're probably gonna get in some commercials real quick, and then they'll be like announce it or whatever.
So let's talk about the Jags real quick. So I mean, obviously, we know they need a quarterback. We know they're going Lawrence at 1. They've also sitting there with pick 25 in the first round. They've got 2 early second-round picks, and they've got a new coach, a new old coach in Urban Meyer. So obviously, it's way too early to try to predict 25. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think they're gonna try to take a lineman or a weapon for Lawrence? You think they go to the defensive side of the ball? What do you think Urban Meyer wants to do here, besides sign Tim Tebow to be a tight end?
Yeah,
I think they and the Jets both are in a spot with so many picks that they can just go best player available. I mean, obviously they have a ton of needs, both teams. So when you have so many picks like that in the first and second round, you can kind of go best player available.
Yeah.
Richard says, why isn't the NFL streaming this live on YouTube? What is this, 1995?
I gotta say, I wouldn't be surprised if both of the big running backs are still floating around the 25. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jacksonville take a run at a back right now. Whether it be Harris, Travis Etienne. I don't know how to say his last name. Yeah, that one too. Yeah, that one.
I'm hoping they don't take him because I bet on him to go after pick 30. So let's stick with Najee Harris.
Okay.
I was going to say Etienne would make a lot of sense for the Jags there. He's a pass catching kind of guy. He's got the speed to really break things open for him. And then I think he's got who else is he throwing to? Marvin Jones, LaVisca Chenault.
Yeah,
LaVisca's
and
there.
DJ Shark.
Baby
DJ
Shark.
and yeah, I mean they don't have the worst wide receiver. They could definitely use somebody there, but they do have Shark. They have LaVisca, Marvin Jones. Philip Dorsett is no good, but I mean they could use an upgrade there. But Shark and Chenault's not a bad little duo there.
And Robinson's underrated. He busts on the scene last year, taking all the carries. So
yeah.
So I think an Etienne makes sense because he can at least take those pass catching chops away from Robinson, give him a breather. So
would be really interesting to see Etienne and Lawrence end up together again after the years at Clemson too.
Matt says we've known this pick for 3 years. How is it not in yet? We're with
guy.
We
the one guy
with you.
In the comments here, Richard said, "Anyone a Ravens fan?" I'm an Eagles fan, but Lamar Jackson's my favorite player in the NFL. So I'm hoping the Ravens take a wide receiver at 27 or 31.
So
if you're in the comments, drop and tell us who your team. If you're in the comments, drop it a line and let us know who your team is and pepper us with questions. We'll take them on and we're primarily an Eagles website, but hey, we'll talk about everybody when it comes to the NFL draft.
And Richard, I went to school with Towson, which is about 15 minutes outside of Baltimore, and it was around the time that Terrell Owens was screwing over Baltimore to come to Philly, but they really had a great time trying to rub things in my face. So I became a real big hater of Baltimore fans in the 4 years I was down there, and I don't know if I've ever been able to gain it back. So, Richard, appreciate it. I can't be with you, my man.
All right, Geekly Good says predictions for the first 3 picks. Let's go around the horn here. Mark, start us off. Who's the first 3 picks?
Well, I think we can all agree that it's going to be Lawrence and Wilson. That's kind of written in stone. But so it's really just about who San Fran's taken. The betting odds have all moved to Trey Lance. Everything's going towards Trey Lance. It looks like the reports. Like I've said, I hope it's Mac Jones just for comedy's sake and just for the terms of the Eagles. I do think Justin Fields will have more of a market of teams moving up because he's actually a good quarterback other than Mac Jones. So I obviously hope Mac Jones goes. I think it'll be Trey Lance.
All right. What do you think, Justin? Justin, you might be muted. I can't hear you.
I was indeed muted. I think it's definitely going to be Trevor Lawrence, obviously, Zach Wilson, and then Trey Lance because of all the rumors I've been seeing this morning. So,
all right, Rob, who do you think's going 3?
Yeah, I mean 3. I'm going to go a little different. I wanted, could it be the biggest smoke screen ever? All we hear is Mac Jones, Trey Lance, and Kyle Shanahan comes out and says, I'm going to go with Justin Fields. So I'm going to just for the sake of argument and being different, I'm going to say it was all an ultimate smoke screen, and Justin Fields is the pick at 3.
All right. I can't answer that question because I can't even guarantee that any of us are going to be alive at pick 3. So now I put my money on Fields, or excuse me, not on Field. I put my money on Lance. I took it more because I thought there was a shot and it was plus 275, but it swung. But I really do think that's where they're going to go. I'd take Fields. I think they're going to take Lance, but either one of those guys is fine. They just can't take Mac Jones.
Can someone please explain to me why this pick is not in yet? There's 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on this clock.
Oh, I got 340
Mine says
left.
550.
I have 410.
I'm at 338. Still no pick.
Are you serious?
Jack Lester says, what would it take to land Aaron Rodgers in a draft night trade? I have
Jack,
no
are you
idea.
Are you an Eagles fan? Because if you are, you don't want Aaron Rodgers on this team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is for the Eagles or just an in general question. I would imagine that anything's going to start with a pair of first-round picks, unless you're talking about Denver, which is a top 10 pick. But honestly, I don't know. Teams lose a lot of leverage when a guy says, I want out. And you saw Orlando Brown go for pick 31, and the Chiefs got a second-round pick back out of it, which is much less than I would have ever imagined that Orlando Brown would go for. So that's a good question, and I honestly don't know.
I want to know when Trevor Lawrence's, wife, right? Didn't they just get married?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I know they're engaged. I don't know if they're married.
I think they just got married because Jacksonville sent them like $20,000 in gifts. Like the Jags, not the fans.
Jesus Christ.
And then he turned around and donated a bunch of money to Jacksonville charities. So it's going to be hilarious if this was a troll job and they take Justin Fields.
I just think Jacksonville should probably be just as excited that they get to see Mrs. Lawrence every week as they are to see Trevor Lawrence because she is mildly attractive. Mildly attractive. Why? I can't say that.
Mildly.
Very nice looking female. That's all. Good for you, Trevor, because you're not a great looking dude. Just go say it.
I was going to say, wouldn't it be fun if the Jets just threw everyone for a loop and took Justin Fields? I think that would just throw everything.
That would be dude. I honestly think you may see somebody trade up. I really do. Are the Giants at the 4th pick?
No, the Falcons.
Falcons are 4.
Okay, then I honestly think 4 would be probably Trey Lance or Justin or Zach Wilson, right there. If that were to happen,
it's been pretty rock solid reported that it's Kyle Pitts. Maybe
I know. I'm just saying if a quarterback like that were to fall, if something were to fall further.
Well, yeah, they were kind of saying that when Mac Jones was the assumed 3rd pick with Fields and Lance on the board. That report came out yesterday. So it looks pretty rock solid that Atlanta's taking Pitts. New England contacted them to try to move up from 15 to 4. And apparently we're told, get out of here. We want Kyle Pitts. So that is just the report from yesterday. Things might have changed with, the Aaron Rodgers reports. Maybe San Fran makes a different pick than we expect. And maybe that's for Green Bay. Who knows? But I think probably not. I think San Fran's probably making their pick for them.
If we're doing hypotheticals just for the sake of the fun of the debate, let's just say New York threw us for a loop and took Fields, right? Personally, I'd take Zach over Lance. So I think that would be a dream come true for me. I like Zach's intangibles. He reminds me a lot of a young Aaron Rodgers. His ability outside of the pocket and his really awkward, unconventional throws, but he's really spot on with it. And I know he doesn't have a lot of experience either. But if we're going to have this guy sit, I would take Zach over Lance. They're both pretty decent in my opinion. But
He reminds me a lot of Mitchell Trubisky and Johnny Manziel. So I'm on the other end of the spectrum. I have Wilson 26 overall. He's definitely not someone I'd consider taking second. So I really think they should look at Fields or Lance. I'm really high on Fields or Lance, really low on Wilson and Jones. So that's just my opinion, but it's pretty set in stone that they're taking Zach Wilson. Tom McShay is like best friends with Joe Douglas, and he said it was rock solid like a month and a half ago. So it seems like the top four pretty much have no drama involved, but I think it'll be, assuming nothing crazy happens, I think it's going to be Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, and then Pitts.
Yo, Goodell.
They were literally on ESPN talking about how he's already mastered the Jags playbook, but the pick's not even in yet.
It's in now. It was just made.
Yeah, he's on the podium for me.
Yeah, me too.
And shouts out to Mrs. Lawrence.
Yes, shout out to Mrs. Lawrence. The party's very entertaining to me because indoors I don't see a single mask. So way to follow protocols down there.
I was about to say Jacksonville is maskless, I think, or at least almost there.
Getting rid of the first guy on my board here.
I think he might be sponsored by Gatorade.
I'll tell you what, I think this Trevor Lawrence guy could be a pretty good player, huh?
Yeah, he might be okay.
So
he's got 4 Gatorade bottles sitting next to him, and one of his family members is sitting behind them with a Gatorade hat on.
Oh yeah.
So Richard says on YouTube,
Burrow was playing fine until he tore his knee, guys. What's going on here?
Says Lawrence will live up to the number 1 pick, just like Burrow. And
that's a judgment.
He's not gonna. Everybody's saying he's Andrew Luck. He's a generational prospect. Like, I do think he's been overhyped. Like, he is not perfect. There's holes in his game, just like there is any guy coming from college. And so, people that are going to expect him to come in and throw for 4,500 yards and 35 touchdowns and 7 interceptions, like, that's not going to happen. Like, he's not going to have that type of a season. It's going to be interesting to see the offense they build, because he ran the ball a lot at Clemson. A lot of his passes were behind the line of scrimmage. He's not a guy that stretched the field vertically a lot. And I don't know if Jacksonville has the weapons to pull off that kind of an attack. So I do think there's going to be an acclimation period. I expect him to be a good quarterback, but I do think people have gone a little far with the hyperbole of best prospect ever.
I think he's the best prospect ever. So I'm on the other end of that. I don't think he's got a single weakness in his game. I think he's the perfect college quarterback prospect. He's the most successful college quarterback of all time. He's the most for 3 years, he's been the assumed number 1 pick of this draft, and at no point did anyone even challenge him. I think he is, in my lifetime, by far, not even close, the best college quarterback prospect of all time. You compare him and Andrew Luck, they had similar stats. Trevor Lawrence never lost a regular season game. Like, it's not even a question for me. The guy can run, and you're saying, like, they had a lot of design plays in that offense. I don't think that's a negative. I think that's a positive that he has the ability to escape in the pocket. He's obviously not going to be doing a lot of design runs in the NFL. I think, if anything, that's an absolute positive that he has mobility. I think he's untouchable as a prospect. I don't think we'll be seeing anyone like him for the next decade.
So we go to the Jets on the clock now. And again, everybody knows as soon as – they were going to go quarterback anyways, but Darnold is gone. They're going to go quarterback here. Everybody expects the pick to be Zach Wilson. And they're sitting here just like the Jags. They've got another pick in the 20s. And so they've got the opportunity to get a quarterback and get a piece to go along with him. Going to be interesting to see how they do that, what they decide to go here.
Yeah,
Philly RB says that Trevor Lawrence will be exposed in his book.
Listen, I don't know if I'll call him the best prospect of my lifetime, but he's a damn good prospect. And I don't think, to say that he's going to be exposed, I don't know what you saw in college to say that he's going to be exposed. Will there be a learning curve? Sure, probably. And the Jaguars stink. So, yes, there's going to be a learning curve. But it's not going to be because they're exposing Trevor Lawrence. I think Trevor Lawrence is a damn good football player.
Rufus says, am I assuming no one likes the Chris Sims call of Wilson being better than Lawrence? For me, Wilson's QB4 in the class for me. I would rank him Lawrence, Fields, Lance, Wilson, Jones. And so I disagree with his take completely. And I think there's a little bit of clickbait involved in that personally, but
yeah, I have the same rankings.
Well, Chris Sims is clickbait. I mean, he's got what, Justin Fields at 31?
32.
yeah.
32, yeah. So I mean,
Right. I'll say that I firmly believe Justin Fields is closer to Trevor Lawrence than any of the other quarterbacks are to Justin Fields. Like Lawrence is QB1 in the class. Fields is 2 for me, and it's not even close.
I think Fields and Lance are dead even for me. I have Fields 7 overall and Lance 8 overall, and I think there's a football field of difference between Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields, and I love Justin Fields, but I think Fields and Trey Lance are the type of prospects that come around every year or two, in my opinion. But I like both of them a lot. I think they both have really high upside. Fields is more of a step in right away and play kind of guy. Trey Lance is the kind of guy who I think can turn into a Josh Allen prospect long term. But that's not to say Justin Fields doesn't have high upside. I absolutely think he does. I like both of them a lot, but I definitely think Trey Lance is about dead even with Justin Fields.
That's part of why I think Fields is the pick at 3. I think the hesitancy to commit to moving Jimmy Garoppolo, the initial comments that Jimmy Garoppolo is their starter, even when they traded up, they said that, makes me really think that they're looking at taking Lance and realizing, hey, he's not going to be ready to play week 1. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Lance is the pick, and I wouldn't be surprised if Jimmy G is the week 1 starter for the 49ers this year.
Agreed, for sure.
On a scale of 1 to 10, based on his morbid comments, how done do you think Kyle Shanahan is with answering questions about pick number 3?
Is 10
That was
the
the
highest?
weirdest
'Cause
conference
he's
of all time.
I love Shanahan. I think he's the man.
I mean, nobody wants to tip what they're going to do in the draft. And so when you make that big move up to number 3, you're going to get asked lots of questions. You're eventually going to get caught in the lies and the smoke screen because you're overanalyzing. I think he's just he wants to coach football. He doesn't want to hold press conferences.
But I mean, like, seriously, that was like the weirdest thing he could have said.
Yeah. I can't even guarantee any of us will be alive on Sunday. I went on Twitter afterwards and people were quote tweeting that about like Kyle Shanahan's going to murder Jimmy G. Wacko Flacco. I like that. Can we make that the official nickname for Joe Flacco?
Yes.
Waka Flacco Flame.
Philly RB says Fields will be better. Fact. So will Trey Lance. Both better than Lawrence in my book. We shall see. We shall see.
Yeah, and that's what I was just going to say, Shane. Hey, good opinion. Don't call it fact. Nothing tonight will be fact. No matter what we do, no matter how pissed off you see this row of people get at the Eagles, nothing is fact until we get on the field in September.
I bring this up every year, but in 2016, when the Eagles traded up and drafted Carson Wentz, I was pounding the table to trade back and take a quarterback by the name of Paxton Lynch. So I like to think that I've come a long ways and learned a lot in terms of scouting, particularly the quarterback position. But there's so much guesswork, and there's so much in landing in the right spot. I mean, is Sam Darnold a terrible quarterback? Maybe. But would Patrick Mahomes have been any good in New York with Adam Gase calling his plays? Absolutely not. And so much goes into scheme fit too, which is what it really starts to matter. Once you get past those top 3-4 guys, it's really all about scheme fit. Who's in a good situation to succeed? And so that's the most important thing.
So Zach Wilson is the pick at number 2 to the New York Jets, as we expected. So we take him off the board. Had to go a little bit deeper in my big board in tier 7 than Trevor Lawrence at number 1 overall. Yeah, that's like I think we're supposed to be grading these picks a little bit, but it's an F for me. I maybe a D. Like I see the upside. I understand like Zach Wilson compared to Mac Jones. So I talked about this for a while. Zach Wilson going 2 as opposed to the idea of Mac Jones going 3. Zach Wilson does have upside. I completely understand the upside. I just think that the downside is kind of being not really paid attention to, and I think it's tremendously possible that he reaches that downside. I think there is a lot of Trubisky in his game, but Mac Jones, I just don't see that upside in. So I'll give it a D+ or a D, because if San Fran takes Mac Jones, I have to leave room for an F.
What do you got, Justin?
I was gonna say Howie must be really upset right now because this is the guy he reportedly wanted to trade up and get. So he's probably very unhappy.
That's true.
That is his man Joe Douglas. His man Joe Douglas was the one who got him.
I have never grown to hate somebody in a 6-month period more than I have grown to hate Howie Roseman over the last 6 months of my life. It's the truest statement I've ever had.
Lo, how are you feeling right now? Are you stressed?
Man, I'm shaking in my boots, guys. I just really, really, really hope they make the right choice here. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If they pick McCorkle, they're gonna lose half the fan base. And Kyle, he's not in the hot seat now, but if McCorkle doesn't succeed, he's gonna be in the hot seat next season. And I'll say this: let's just say McCorkle's ceiling is Matty Ice. Let's just say hypothetically, his ceiling is Matty Ice. Would you guys trade 3 first-round picks for Matty Ice?
No.
I love that you're insistent on calling him McCorkle. I like it. So let's talk a little bit about Zach Wilson. So, I mean, Zach Wilson, he's a good fit for that wide zone offense that we expect the Jets to continue to run. He's got really good arm talent. He had one of the highest deep ball passing grades, according to PFF last year. But he got the nickname Mormon Manziel for a reason, right? Like, he likes to play outside of structure. He likes to run around. He likes to take those deep shots. And I think one of the biggest weaknesses in his game is that he tries to make the splash play all the time. And, you know, Eagles fans, we got a taste of that last year with Carson Wentz, who always had to try to make the big play, and it often flamed out. But Zach Wilson has a tendency to ignore making plays in time, in rhythm, on time, ignoring those short intermediate areas of the field because he wants to hit the home run every play. And I don't know that the Jets have the offensive line for that, and I don't know that they have the playmakers for that. So it's going to be interesting to see that coaching staff try to dial him back a little bit and get him to just play inside a structure. Is everybody else muted, or did I lose audio?
No, I was muted.
Okay.
I was
Like, man, you made a lot of good points. I'm just nervous.
So here we go. The 49ers are on the clock. They have full draft capital this year, and then they have no first-round pick for the next 2 years. So this is a franchise-defining pick. If you're Kyle Shanahan, this pick defines whether you get to stay as the head coach, because if you take a quarterback here and he flames out, I mean, obviously it's different. You take a quarterback and he gets injured, that's one thing. But if you make the selection of Mac Jones right here, and Justin Fields, Trey Lance become stars, Mac Jones really struggles, Kyle Shanahan's definitely going to be on that hot seat. And so
I think you just scared the shit out of Lowe right now. I think you just
that's exactly
the
my
franchise-altering decision type thing. I think you just scared him a lot.
And you know, not to beat a dead horse, guys, because I mentioned this before the draft started, but if you get a shot at a Deshaun Watson, or in this era of QB, if you get a shot at Deshaun Watson or a shot at Lamar Jackson, I think you take that shot. That's why you trade those picks. You don't trade those picks for a McCorkle. I'm sorry.
Philly RB says the Jets made the biggest mistake of their life, will ultimately pay with their life for not taking Fields. I don't disagree. I would have taken Fields as well.
By the way, Trevor Lawrence over-under on passing yards is 4,200 already.
I would smash the under.
I'd smash the over. They're going to throw the hell out of the ball.
Who's the last rookie quarterback to throw for over 4,000 yards?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, real quick. They just showed Justin Fields, and his family does not look very excited. So I'm gonna assume he is not the pick right now.
Yeah,
there's 2 minutes left. Yeah. There's 2 minutes left on the clock, and Justin Fields was just shown with his family in like the living room, basically, and it did not, unless it was an earlier shown thing and it wasn't live. He did not look very excited.
It's been well reported that he's not even in the running.
The pick is in for the 49ers. All it says is pick is in. I don't know what the pick is.
I don't have that yet. I'm at 154 right now. Yeah, well, I'm praying for you, brother.
I feel confident putting in the QB part. We'll see who the actual pick is.
It's got to be Lance for sure. There's no way.
See here, I'm not looking at the chat because the chat's gonna ruin it for me.
Rufus
I'm
Rogers
literally-
says Wilson just went from the Utah media to a New York press conference. Deer in the headlights coming up. That's hilarious.
So listen, don't
Can't be
put
any
up
worse than Adam
Nick
Gase,
is
though.
I just full screened the stream so I can't see the comments. So don't put up the comments if they say it.
Okay, we'll let
Go to
Justin
pick it.
announce the pick. Justin can announce the pick since he doesn't want it spoiled here.
Oh, I have a job. Oh. Lo, I'm so excited for you and so nervous for you at the same time right now. He's muted. He's like, Jesus Christ.
We're gonna tell from his reaction before you see it, I feel like.
And look, none of us are laughing at him because we're going to be that way in about an hour and a half.
Oh,
When
definitely.
the Eagles are on the board, and we have no idea what the hell's going to happen.
You think that's an hour and a half away? Jesus.
So a little
I
bit.
think-
So when the 49ers traded up, they said Jimmy G's still their
God damn it, I
starter.
looked at my phone.
Fuck.
Well,
You
who is
idiot.
it?
I don't even know yet.
I'm not
Oh.
saying it yet. I'm not saying. Don't look at your phone. Don't. It's been
Okay.
it's been put on your phone. Don't look at it. I know who it is. I'll wait sometime though because it's not on my TV yet. God
So-
damn it! Why did I look at my phone?
So this week they traded up, and then they talked about how they
Praise
moved
the
up to take a
football
starter.
gods. Let's go.
It's not on my screen. Okay. The 49ers with the 3rd overall pick have selected quarterback North Dakota State, Trey Lance.
I just won $5. Let's go.
Hell yeah. And can I just say, a lot of people want to say this and that about Jimmy. Oh, he lost the Super Bowl for us. Sure, maybe he did, but he can win us some games. Trey can sit back, hold the clipboard like Rodgers did for Favre. Mahomes did it for Alex Smith. Let the kid learn. Don't throw him to the wolves, or don't feed him to the wolves, I should say. I like it. I like his upside. If we can just coach him up, let him learn the playbook, I'm excited. And I can wear this jersey for one more year.
So
I'm
Trey
excited
Lance,
for you, man.
he's got that rare combination of arm talent and athleticism that you don't see a whole lot. Natural thrower, really good throwing motion, right? They designed runs for him a lot. He's worked pistol, gun, under center. He's the ultimate design run weapon. He can throw the ball. The biggest question marks with him is he was a 1-year starter in high school in a wing T offense, and then he started 1 year at the FCS level. And so he doesn't have a lot of reps, and his downfield accuracy was one of the lowest in the entire class. And so I think he's got a sky-high ceiling, but I do think that he is one of the riskier projections in the draft just because of the lack of tape on him. So I do think Richard says in the chat they don't need him to play this year, hopefully. And I mean, I don't think you want to take him and sit him the whole year, but I would not be surprised if he is not their week 1 starter.
Yeah, real quick, something funny. Our man Austin Krell, our beat reporter for the 76ers, also Eagles fan. He tweeted out best quarterback to come out of North Dakota State University. Mind you, if you don't already know, Carson Wentz also came out of North Dakota State. So that is the joke there.
Sounds like some sour grapes.
It does sound a little bit sour.
Trey Lance is probably a better prospect than Wentz was if you look at their stats that they put up while at North Dakota State. I know Trey only played 1 season, but I'm pretty sure that 1 season was better than any of the seasons Carson Wentz had at North Dakota State, and they obviously both won championships because North Dakota State's a wagon in Division II. But I love Trey Lance. I think he's a guy who has that Mahomes upside that everyone has assigned to Zach Wilson. But really, I think he's Josh Allen part 2. Which the drop from Mahomes to Josh Allen is pretty big. But I think if San Fran's told that they're getting the Josh Allen level player here at number 3, they're throwing a party. And I think that's what they're getting. I think it's a perfect situation to sit behind Jimmy G and see what Jimmy G can do this year. If he gets hurt, bring in Trey Lance and see what he can do. Or I think it's a perfect pick for the San Fran 49ers. I think it's an A+. I don't think you could have done the process better with keeping everyone completely in the dark and then making the right pick.
Although to be fair, who did they need to keep in the dark? Everyone knew
I
what
agree.
1 and 2 was. But it is the way of the draft. I get it.
It's just I liked it. It kept it entertaining. Maybe Shanahan's like, you know what, the draft needs better ratings. We'll keep it interesting.
So now listen, this is the first pick where it could actually, and mind you, it's been obviously very reported, like you said,
Yeah.
that Kyle Pitts is probably going to be taken here. But this is the first pick where they could take a quarterback. They could. It's very possible. Like, this is where it could get interesting.
So
I don't think it's all that possible.
the Falcons, I thought they were in the quarterback game until they restructured Matt Ryan's deal. He's basically locked in for 2 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think they want to trade back, but I'm not sure that they're going to be able to do that, because if you're a team that wants to trade up for a quarterback, I mean, for one, it hurts that Trey Lance went off the board instead of Mac Jones, because there's only one top 4 quarterback left now. But he goes off the board, but then you're looking at the Bengals at 5, who they never trade back. The Dolphins traded up to 6, so they're not going to trade back. And so if you want to move up to get a quarterback, would you rather trade up to 4 or trade up to 7? Because 7 is going to be a lot cheaper. And so if they're forced to stand there and pick, I think it could go a lot of ways. I mean, Kyle Pitts makes sense because they don't have a good tight end weapon. Offensive tackle would make sense because Arthur Smith has done really well with lesser tight ends. And they really need corner help too, but I think it's too high to take a corner at this point. So my guess here would be that Pitts is going to be the pick, and they're not going to be able to trade back. But I could see Sewell or Slater coming off the board here.
So real quick, Mark. Justin Fields, where do you think he goes right now? Where do you think he's going as of right now?
I think he's fallen. I think New England, but I think that they might.
Really? You think he's going to fall that far?
No, I think they might move up to 9, but I do think the quarterback market's dwindling. I mean, you just take a look, and I mean, the Detroit Lions, are they set with Goff? Do they want to go best player available, or do they want to go quarterback? You look at the Carolina Panthers, they just traded for Sam Darnold. Do they want to go with another quarterback? The Denver Broncos, they have Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater in-house. The Giants should take a quarterback, but they're obviously not. The Vikings, maybe they're interested in taking a quarterback for the future. Maybe Kirk Cousins is not long for Minnesota. But then that's the next spot where they definitely need a quarterback at 15 with New England. The football team, Washington at 19 and Chicago at 20, could all be teams that could all move up. So that's really – I think those 3 teams are probably competing on the phones right now trying to move up. But I don't think that it's much of a guess to say Kyle Pitts is going here. It's been super reported. And Atlanta usually tips their picks pretty hard. I don't think that they're doing it because of any scheme reason or because of any tight end reason or any hole or any depth, anything on their depth chart. I think it's just that Kyle Pitts is a generational talent. And I think that Atlanta is making the right pick, even if it's not, they have a lot of pass catchers. They have a great offense, but Kyle Pitts is just a talent that you absolutely cannot pass up on.
The pick is in, by the way.
Marky Mark in the chat saying, "What's up, guys?" EAGLES. We love Mark. He's always in the chat dropping comments. What do you have, Lo?
I actually got to run. I got some family stuff to take care of, but I just want to say I'm happy you guys didn't see me die on air. Sincerest shouts out to the Painted Lines. You guys are all great. I've had nothing but wonderful interactions with you guys. Dives, Coyle, Dylan, you guys are all awesome, and it was nice to meet you guys, man. Thanks for having me.
Hey, man, I enjoy watching your I enjoy watching Suit Up Geeks. So keep that up, man.
Hey, appreciate that, man. You know, honestly, I'm not sure who watches, but I'm so grateful for anybody that gives a damn. So, hey, thank you guys.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
Oh, yeah, by the way, good luck, because I know you guys are going to be just as nervous as me in a few picks here. So.
Yeah, for sure.
True.
All right, guys.
See ya.
The pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons. It's tight end Kyle Pitts, who becomes the highest drafted tight end in the history of the NFL draft. And in my opinion, and I've been saying this since October 10th, 2020, as I sent in the chat, he was the greatest college football tight end of all time. And I think that makes him the best tight end prospect of all time in a time where tight ends have become more important. You see the way that guys like Travis Kelce, Darren Waller, George Kittle, these top tight ends in the league are used. And Kyle Pitts is very similar to Travis Kelce and Darren Waller. He's going to be an absolute stud for Atlanta. He would have been a stud wherever he went. Kyle Pitts is, in my opinion, the greatest tight end prospect of all time, and that is why he just made history as the highest drafted tight end in the history of the NFL.
I mean, when you're a 6'5" tight end that weighs 245 pounds and runs a 4.4 40, that's special. I think his raw athletic score, which is kind of a metric, if you're not familiar with it, that just condenses all the combine stuff into one score between 0 and 10. His raw athletic score was a 9.66. And so he's uber athletic. Arguably, if you
My number
evaluate him
10
with the
guy is
receivers, even against them, he's got the best release package in the class. Great hands. He's got good yak ability. He can block. He's going to be able to do it all, and he's a great pick for them. Definitely where they should have gone if they weren't going to take a quarterback and weren't able to trade back.
So this is where the draft gets interesting right here. This is where it starts to be interesting, and I really think it comes down to Penei Sewell or Jamar Chase at 5 for Cincinnati. But that top 4 was pretty much written in ink, and the only team that really made a mistake is the Jets. I think the Falcons got the perfect player here. Maybe if it's not the perfect fit, maybe someone on the defense would have fit better. Maybe some people think they should have taken their franchise QB, but Kyle Pitts is a franchise player, regardless of if it's at the quarterback position. He's someone you want to build around for the next 10 years, and he's someone who I think is going to be just a top 5 player at this position for a long time.
So now the question –
Kyle Pitts is ridiculous, man. Sorry.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
I love him.
No, I was gonna say Kyle Pitts. Honestly, I didn't know much about him until Shane, Mark, and Dibe started telling me more about him coming out. I did not know much about him. As soon as I started watching tape on him, I was like, oh my god, can the Eagles get him at 6 before they trade it back? And so to me, I think he's gonna be a beast. Because the only issue is, a guy at that size who's that explosive, can run like that, can jump like that. That's when you worry about possible injuries at that kind of a position. But barring injuries, I think that guy could be amazing.
Yeah, and
he's the Saquon Barkley at the tight end position for me. When Saquon Barkley came out of the draft, everyone's like, "Oh my God, this guy is ridiculous! Ridiculous size, ridiculous speed. Like ever had total package at the position." That's who Kyle Pitts is for me.
Yeah, but the only thing I'll say about that is I don't think anyone was saying Saquon Barkley was the best running back of all time. And maybe that's just more speaking to the position of tight end being more important nowadays. But Kyle Pitts is truly a unicorn at his position. I don't think that there's not many times where you can say that the best prospect of all time is in a class. And Saquon was an incredible prospect at running back, but Kyle Pitts is just on another planet for me. For me, I can't remember, let alone tight end. I should even going farther than that. I can't remember the last receiver who I graded as highly than Kyle Pitts. I'd have to really do some deep diving into my old rankings, but I can't remember a receiver that I had number 2 overall on my big board the way I have Kyle Pitts number 2 overall.
The only thing I'll say about that is the running back position is historically so much different than the tight end position. So it's hard to sit there and be like, oh, this is the best prospect we've ever seen, because the tight end position has changed so much in the past, like realistically past 15 years. It's been completely different than it ever was. And so I think it's hard because running back has been that marquee position since really NFL became a thing. So it's hard to say Saquon could be the best prospect ever at the position when the position's been at running back's been so good for so long in comparison to tight end, where now it's completely different.
So the question now, the Bengals are on the clock, and we've known for a long time that this is either going to be Jamar Chase or Penei Sewell.
If it's not Penei Sewell, I'll be surprised.
You can make arguments either way. It's hard to look at your quarterback who tore his ACL while getting sacked 3 times a game and not take Sewell. But at the same time, offensive tackle is more important than wide receiver, but it's a deep offensive tackle class. And so they might chase the shiny object in Jamar Chase, especially if it's what Joe Burrow wants. And they can probably get a plug-and-play starter like a Liam Eichenberg or in that early second round with pick 38 that they could slide in to start right away. And so, you could go either direction here. I personally would take Sewell, and it wouldn't be that hard of a decision for me. But I'm not sure which way they're going to go.
I was going to say, here's my thing with that is it's a lot harder to find that marquee tight tackle or offensive lineman. It's hard to find that guy who's going to be a beast for you for 10 years than it is to find a guy at wide receiver if you have a good quarterback. If you have a top quarterback, you can have some mediocre wide receiver play and still be good, in my opinion. I think the offensive line is so much more important than the receiver position at this point.
The funny thing about that pick, though, we say that they need to protect Joe Burrow, but Joe Burrow might be the one pressuring them to take Jamar Chase, who's definitely his buddy. But I think they should go Penei Sewell, but I think it's starting to seem like they're going to go Jamar Chase. I bet Jamar Chase over 5.5, so I'm really hoping he doesn't go here, and I'd make some money. But I bet that about a week ago, and since then it seems all the rumors have went towards Chase going 5. So I'm really hoping this is Penei Sewell.
Richard says if the Bengals don't. Richard says if the Bengals don't take O-line, then trade down. Historically, the Bengals have never traded down, so they're definitely not going to do that.
I'm going to tell you right now. I've been saying this since the Eagles. If the Bengals do not take Jamar Chase here, and the 6th pick of the draft comes up, and Jamar Chase is still on the board, I don't believe there's anything Howie Roseman could do to make me not hate him even more today. So he better, for the love of God, hope that Jamar Chase is picked right now. So help me God,
It's going to be a tackle, bro. I really do.
Quill has something.
I'm just saying, if he does not get selected right now, we're gonna have to turn this camera off, so it's a murder is not filmed.
Listen, the pick is in.
Someone here is dying.
Man,
someone here is dying.
I will tell. Do you want me to say?
Diver will not.
Turns out the new season of Dexter is happening right now during the NFL draft. Get out the body bags. Here we are.
Listen, I'm so scared. I'm so scared to look at Twitter right now. I'm so scared to look at Twitter.
Please be Sewell.
Don't. No one say anything. Don't look at the comments. I want to see
I thought
it.
you said it. I thought you said you knew. Well, since you don't know, Rufus said, "What's the shot the Bengals take Slater?" I honestly think he'll end up being better. I'd say next to none. It's been all Chase, all Sewell. I don't think Slater goes here. But if Sewell doesn't go, I think the Slater could go first, and I hope he does because I bet that.
If Sewell isn't the first tackle off the board, I'll be surprised. He's been rated above and beyond everybody else. As what I've seen at least.
I don't think Slater will be the first offensive line off the board, but it was plus 450. So for that, I thought I'd give it a shot.
Oh no, I mean, listen, betting's betting. Oh, who just joined? Was that Dives? Oh no, Brian. What the hell? We got the CEO joining us over here. What up, bro?
Oh, not much. You guys are gonna have to catch me up though. I just got off of a work call, so I just wanted to jump in here and see what's happening. I see the picks.
There it is, right there.
There it is. Lawrence Wilson, Lance Pitts, and the Bengals pick is in, but Justin won't let us talk about it.
No, because we don't know it yet. It's probably on Twitter, but I don't want to know it yet.
Justin wants to live in 1996.
It's in on TV now.
Oh, he's walking up for me.
Oh, really?
Oh, it's already been announced over here.
All right, you can say it. If it's already been announced, go ahead.
Well, I don't have to steal Howie Roseman today.
Oh, all right.
Did they take Jamar?
Yes.
Jamar.
So this could actually So this could actually be good for the Eagles, in my opinion.
Howie's a genius. He knew all along.
Oh man.
Build a statue.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So there goes Mark's bet.
Yeah, it was not a great one. I made it a week ago. I should have held off entirely until today. I like the ones I made today a lot more than the ones I made trying to guess a week ago. Got some stunner shades on Jamar Chase.
Yeah, so they go Jamar Chase, and so now I'm upset because Justin Fields was my guy all along, and he's here at 6. But I'm not going to be bitter on stream. I'll save it for
listen,
Twitter
you're
later.
not Howie Roseman, so you didn't get to make that decision, all right?
I know.
It's
So
on,
let's
it's on
talk-
the name tag for you right there.
So let's talk about Jamar Chase and his fit with the Bengals. Obviously, he's played with Joe Burrow before. Joe Burrow gets his guy, a guy that he's going to be comfortable throwing the ball to. You got to think that they're going to be looking at offensive tackle in that early second. Chase, his specialty is contested catch. He's a great downfield hand fighter. He is an efficient route runner. He's not the best yak guy. He's not, super athletic, but he's a really good route runner. He's that alpha mentality. And, he's going to do really well with Joe Burrow. Give Burrow a great weapon on the outside, especially now that A.J. Green's gone.
Yeah. and Shane, you said it. Their next pick has to be to protect Joe Burrow. It's got to be an offensive tackle. It's got to be somebody that makes sure Joe Burrow stays upright long enough to get the ball to a Jamar Chase.
Right. And there's a lot. I mean, and there's a lot of those guys in this draft. It is a deep offensive tackle class. You've got probably at least four first-round tackles in Sewell, Slater, Darisaw, and Jenkins. Eichenberg maybe gets into the back end of the first round. Samuel Cosme, both of those would be great picks for them early in the second round, kind of plug-and-play guys. So I think – I mean, either way, if they went offensive tackle here, there was going to be a receiver in the early second and vice versa because it's deep at both of those positions. So
the Dolphins pick is in already. Real quick, the Dolphins pick is in already.
Oh, yeah, shoot.
I'm curious. How far does Sewell fall now?
I think he could go here. So the Dolphins traded Flowers yesterday, I think.
Yes.
He was their left guard last year, so they have an increased need on the offensive line right now. Wide receiver is also a need because, they need to give somebody to Tua, but I think you could maybe see him here. You could see Slater here. I would imagine that they moved up thinking Pitts, Sewell, or Chase. One of the three will be there. So I would be surprised if it's not Sewell.
Yeah, I'll be curious if they decide to go Jalen Waddle, right? Say they decide to go Tua and Jalen. But then you start to wonder, we know the talent there from Sewell, but where does he go at that point? I mean, does he? And then you have to ask yourself this, right? And I know I don't want it just because I'm a pain in the ass. I know that, but what if Sewell fell all the way down to 12? Do the Eagles have to? Are they obligated?
Yeah, you take him. Sewell and Slater are both very much in play at 12 for the Eagles.
Yeah, depending who's on the board. For Miami here, too, I think Waddle and Smith are both 100% in play. They spent a week and a half with Devonta Smith at the Senior Bowl. The reports were today that they love Jalen Waddle and that the decision really came down to the Alabama receivers. But trading the offensive linemen, I really do think Sewell and Slater have a chance to go. I see your hand, Justin. What's up?
Yeah, I was gonna say, and if the Eagles were to take a tackle, I don't think I think fan base, it's not the sexy pick that people want in the wide receiver or the corner, but that still is a really good pick with the amount of injuries we've had on the offensive line, with the Jordan Mailata being your left tackle, your starting left tackle probably going into this year, and you don't really know what you have in. I'm literally forgetting his name at the moment, but we drafted him a year ago. Oh my goodness,
who are you talking about?
The lineman who tore his bicep. Dillard, yes.
2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Okay.
But
here's
you don't know what you have in some of your linemen, and you're getting old at spots as well. So I do think that would make sense.
Fair, but let me play devil's advocate.
Mm-hmm.
I came on today and said I need day one impact from my first round pick, and I know that Sewell can be that.
Yeah.
However, this would seem more like a depth pick than instant plug them in, Patrick Surtain, something along those lines. And that's where my frustration – I would like – look, I know the guy is going to be unbelievable, but I will say there's – like to me, and Shane, I think we said this a couple weeks ago, your best coach at building up players and making them into really good players is your offensive line coach. You can get offensive linemen later in this draft. I don't know if you could get a Patrick Surtain later in this draft. You know what I mean?
So let me ask this then. For the people who have, like, I know Shane, Mark have both looked at this a lot. Is Sewell that guy that you would say is that top talent that you would take that rather than taking a Surtain if he's on the board?
Yes, if Sewell's there, I'm taking him.
So I have Sewell below Surtain. I have them in the same tier. I have Sewell 9 overall and Surtain 6 overall. I would take Smith, Waddle, or Surtain over Sewell. But if they're all gone, I would love to take Sewell.
Gotcha.
They're all in.
No, because I understand your point, Rob, completely, and it makes sense. I don't disagree with you, but I do sit there and think that it's not just a depth pick because of how much better he is than the guy you have at that position, if that makes sense.
I mean, he's the day one starter.
Yeah.
I know Eagles fans are bullish on Andre Dillard, and Andre Dillard's got a great story. He
Holy
played better than
shit.
expected last year, but development's not linear, and that doesn't mean he's going to continue to do that. And so if you can be sure that he's going to be your swing tackle and you get Sewell for the next 10 years, I'm all about it.
Yo,
What just happened,
Waddle to
Justin?
the Dolphins.
Baby Waddle.
Jalen Waddle to the Dolphins.
Yeah, it's not at all a surprise. That was where reports were leaning today. It seemed like it's a great pick, and
But
we're not going to get a
around
receiver.
things. That moves around things a lot because that means the I think you just said it, but that to me means the Eagles don't get a wideout.
No, I still fully believe
think
that.
Devontae Smith's there at 12.
Maybe
I think
you could be right.
I think if
Because
the
you have
Eagles don't
listen.
take Smith at 12, he can fall all the way into the teens, like 16, 17.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, Carolina could be looking offensive tackle. The Giants
Absolutely.
could be looking offensive tackle.
Mhm.
And then you got cornerback teams. You got Dallas. You have Carolina. I'm very curious what Detroit's doing. Detroit ran up to. Did they go Sewell? Did they pick a left tackle to try and start building there? I mean, they got their pick in fast as hell. Their pick's in already.
Oh, it's in. I really thought this would end up getting traded.
Yeah. As
So
someone
now, or is it what you just said, Justin? Is Devontae Smith their guy?
That's what I'm saying. It's like I'm very curious. I'm very, very curious to see what's going to happen.
I'm going to tell you, I feel like this is a climatic point in this draft. I think a lot because here's a team that could go in so many different directions. And once they do, you're talking about a domino effect from there. Like if they take Devontae Smith, the Eagles better trade their asses up if they want a corner because J.C. Horton and Surtain are going to go.
Yeah, I came in wanting Smith, Waddle, or Surtain because I thought those were the three realistic guys because taking Pitts and Chase off the board. And one is gone, and we're not even at 7. So not a great sign for me for the rest of my night. Looks like I'll be pretty upset at 12, I imagine.
So did somebody say that Detroit's pick was in?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It hasn't announced yet, though, because I really thought that if Justin Fields or Trey Lance was here, they would be trading back. Somebody would be moving up. And so that kind of surprises me if they make the pick.
Is it possible that they make the pick and then trade it away?
That usually doesn't happen in the NFL as
that's
often.
more of an NBA thing.
Yeah.
And I know Eli Manning did that, and that's the last time I remember. That doesn't mean it's the last time it's happened.
That was a very different situation as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could just be like I kind of have been saying the last couple of days. Everyone expected all these trade ups for a quarterback. Who are they trading up above? Who is taking a quarterback? Who are people nervous that they're going to take their guy?
Yeah,
So,
The Eagles.
I think Denver. So here's my conspiracy theory with Denver. Okay, because what you just said, who's taking one? The Panthers have Darnold. The Broncos just traded for Teddy Bridgewater. So where do you have to get a quarterback? Well, if you're Denver and you want a quarterback, you've got two options. You can trade up to make sure you got one, or you can light a 6th-round pick on fire to go get Teddy Bridgewater. And then you don't have to trade up because everybody's like, hey, they already got their quarterback. I would not be surprised at all if that was a big brain move from Denver just to keep people from jumping then. Hey, they're not going to take a quarterback. They just traded. Well, it was a 6th-round pick. Who cares? You would light that on fire in a heartbeat for a quarterback.
If that's the case, that's amazing.
Is it possible a wideout goes to the Lions right here?
It is because that's their biggest need right now. They lost their top 2 receivers last year, but it would surprise me if they go Devontae Smith right here instead of looking at Sewell or Slater, whichever one they like, because they do need offensive tackle, and those guys are both pretty consensus rated higher.
And your head coach, your head coach is one of those, grit in the dirt type of guys now. I mean, he screams someone who would love to draft an offensive tackle right here.
Just real quick on your point. I lost my thought there. On my bad.
Let's hop over to the chat real quick. Rufus says if Sewell's there at 12 and Howie doesn't take him, I'm the next Rob trying to murder. So We'll call that in if Sewell is there at 12. We don't take him, and Howie goes missing. We got to remember that. Somebody clip that for me.
Yeah, I remember.
Can you put up the big board real quick?
Yeah, I can.
Yes.
But your point about the Denver, I can put up mine, and then I can also put up the Draft Network one. Your point about Denver, that's a lot of faith in the Denver Broncos front office. That is a lot of faith in a front office that has not done a lot of smart things. So I don't know if they're playing chess while we're playing checkers.
So this big board right here is sorted by the Draft Network's consensus big board. And so right now, Sewell is the top prospect, followed by Fields, Farley, which obviously they don't evaluate the medical part because their big philosophy is they're not in a position to know, so they're just evaluating off of talent. I'd be shocked if Farley goes in the top 20, but just on talent, he's up there. Then Parsons, Pace, Slater, Christian Darrisaw.
I'm about to get the Detroit pick here. Goodell's walking up the podium.
I do not like the Draft Network's big board, personally, but I think having Baron Browning as the 19th overall player really raised my eyebrows.
Philly RB says if Patriots get Fields, they're winning the championship.
Okay. There it is.
I would love the fit for Justin Fields and the Patriots.
Rob, what is it? I haven't seen it. What is it?
Penei Sewell goes to the Detroit Lions.
That makes sense.
It does make sense. I tell you what.
This really could be. It's really going to be a corner or wideout for us, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, what are the Eagles now? 5 picks away?
Yeah, everyone that would have been someone that we'd be interested in is gone. Like there hasn't been one pick that's went in the Eagles' direction, I think, in my opinion.
So it's really going to be Devontae Smith or.
Well, and listen, I think the Panthers could go corner, but I also think the Panthers could go. They could go Slater.
Mm-hmm.
They could go
I agree.
Slater.
I think they will go Slater.
You know, I think Matt Rule is going to want to protect Sam Darnold, right? I mean, it's just another one of those things. You got these young quarterbacks. You've given away assets to get this guy. You want to protect them, and I think I think that would be a smart pick for them. If they go corner, though, if they go Surtain, Jesus, I have no idea what the hell is going to happen. I really.
So the Panthers currently do not have a starting tackle signed for 2022.
Yeah. So
and the ones they have for 2021 are not good. So I'm looking at the Panthers. They're looking at Slater here, in my opinion. They could also be trying to trade back because that quarterback's still on the board. They would love I guess they don't really care too much, but they would love to trade back. This corner could also be a need for them, like you mentioned, Surtain, but it still feels a little high for me, especially when you've got Slater on the board for him here.
Yeah, I think that they should take Surtain personally. I think you say value be damned or team need be damned. I don't think that if I was just using my board, I don't think that they take a receiver. Then Patrick Surtain is the highest overall player that I have. I do think Justin Fields would be an interesting pick. I'm not a huge Sam Darnold guy, but I imagine if you have the faith to go get Sam Darnold, you shouldn't really want to go and then they use the second and a fourth basically to go get Sam Darnold. They shouldn't then use a first to go get another quarterback. I understand that you have to find a future quarterback, but that does seem like a bit of an overreaction to me. But McShay has pointed out that is very possible, and that the GM, I guess the new GM of Carolina, was in the Seattle front office when they signed Matt Flynn and then drafted Russell Wilson. So McShay has said that Carolina is in play for a quarterback here at 8.
Carolina is now at 1.5 minutes left on the clock, and the pick's not in. They're
trying to trade back.
They're fielding some calls right now. They're definitely fielding some calls right now.
They're definitely DMs right now. It's got two.
So while they field calls, let's talk about Slater. So, Slater, he's got a lot of experience. He started 37 games at Northwestern, 30 of them in a row. He's played both right and left tackle. So he could play either side of the line for him. I mean, obviously you kind of want your better guy at left tackle, but really I don't think that matters as much anymore in the NFL. He doesn't really have that ideal tackle length, though. And so he could be a guy you draft to be an offensive tackle, and he's just okay there. And you have to move him into guard where he really excels. And so I think he is position fluid. I think there's the potential he could play either tackle spot or either guard spot. It just really kind of depends. But yeah, I would imagine that right
Panthers
now
made a pick. The Panthers did make a pick. The pick is in. We don't know who it is yet, but the pick is in.
I'm not sure what they do when there's a trade. I mean, I'm sure we'll see it soon. But it could be a pick is in graphic because Goodell does usually come out and announce that there's a trade, and then there's another 5 minutes. I'm pretty sure. But if they were to have made a trade, I'm not sure I'm not sure what they would do.
It says everything points to the Eagles trading back now, right? I don't know. I think it really depends on how the board falls still. I feel pretty confident. If the Panthers pick, I feel pretty confident it's Slater. I think that quarterback goes off the board at 9, whether it be the Broncos taking him or moving back with the Patriots, football team, or the Bears. Cowboys probably take a corner. Giants, I think, are going to take a linebacker or an edge rusher. And so I do believe there'll be a corner or Devontae Smith there for the Eagles. So I don't know that they necessarily trade back unless the next few picks just go a little crazy.
I may be irrationally excited if the Eagles get Devontae Smith.
Me too.
Like I said, I know all the concerns, but I would probably be irrationally excited if the Eagles did that.
I'm here literally just for Devontae Smith to be on the board at 12 and then not take it. And just be here for Rob's reaction.
Yeah, my wife had an interesting dream last night. And she had a dream that I was down here. I was watching the draft. She knew that I was podcasting. And all of a sudden, she came downstairs into our living room, and I was just running around naked. And I'm thinking that that's got to be –
I will remove you from this stream.
Like I have to think that the only reason I would be doing that is something that truly excited me happened. So maybe it was a premonition. We'll see.
Who right here. So based on how it's going so far, what pick pisses you off at this point? Like if they were to pick, so right now with how the board's falling, it's looking like Devontae Smith may be there. It's looking like you may have what?
Sorry. Interesting pick at 8. Oh, interesting pick.
I agree, Mark.
Do we want to know? Do we want to know?
You got cornerback J.C. Horn out of South Carolina.
What?
Wow,
bro! Wait, no, hold on. So that means the Cowboys are definitely going Surtain, correct?
Yeah,
most likely, yeah.
Could mean that.
So that means so that means there is a good shot that you're either getting Devontae Smith or
we're moving up right here to 9. Let's do it.
Or wait, hold on. Can we just take in the fact that there is a chance that Justin Fields may be on the Eagles in about a few picks?
Oh my God!
Justin Fields is at 12, and we take him. I will attempt to do a backflip right here, and I can't do a backflip, and I'm going to have to go to the ER afterwards.
I think I'll be done with the stream for the night if we take Justin Fields. I can pretty much promise that. I would be absolutely furious. There's a reason all these teams are passing on him too.
So the Broncos on the clock now. I mean, this is a prime trade back spot.
Yeah,
but
if the Eagles want Surtain, this is it.
But it's also a prime spot for the Broncos to stand and take their quarterback. So it's going to be interesting. If they want Justin Fields, they're going to take him, and you're not going to trade off the pick.
Let me ask you this, Shane. Wouldn't it make sense to them to trade to the Eagles, right? Knowing the Eagles will probably be coming up to get Surtain, they go back to 12. Dallas and the Giants aren't taking your quarterback. You still get him at 12, and you pick up an asset.
Dude, and you've got the Cowboys who have to take a corner, and you've got the Giants who never trade. So you could do that, but to me, I mean, if Fields is your guy, I don't want to try to get too cute with it. You managed to get the guy that you want from the beginning, and you didn't have to trade up for him. I don't think you try to get too cute with that.
I think this is a crazy
certainly within the realm of possibility.
I am shocked. I
don't think
that
so.
JC Horn. I am shocked that JC Horn was just taking it there. I am shocked.
I think if the Eagles wanted a quarterback, they wouldn't have moved back from 6. They would not have moved back in the draft to take a quarterback. I do not think that's what's going on. And it was also plus 3,000, I believe, before the draft for Justin Fields to end up on the Eagles. Vegas isn't in the business of giving away free money. If there was any quarterback intel to Philadelphia, I think that those odds would have been a lot different. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe I'm completely wrong. If I am, like I said, I'll probably leave the stream. But I would be absolutely shocked, floored, aghast, appalled. It would be asinine to take Justin Fields, no matter what everyone thinks the value is or who's there. It is just the smartest guy in the room when you clearly are not the smartest guy in the room. There's a reason all these teams that have bigger QB needs than we do are passing up on him. And I like the kid, but it would be absolutely unacceptable in my opinion.
Dude, I
couldn't disagree with that more. If Justin Fields, Justin Fields is there, Justin Fields is QB2 in the class. If he's there, if you can get him at 12, you do it. And the fact that Jalen Hurts is on this roster means nothing. I mean, clearly he was a second round pick. If you took a quarterback at 53 last year, you didn't do it because you expected him to be your franchise guy. You did it because you expected him to be a backup that was cost controlled, and he can still be that.
The only thing I'll say to you, Shane, is
your
that
franchise quarterback move is to move back from 6 to 12.
That's
I
what I
don't
was
think
about to say,
that's
too.
I need a franchise quarterback.
Too.
That's the exact opposite.
Well, no, I don't disagree, but he becomes an opportunity target at that point.
I don't want opportunities. I think that's so idiotic. I think moving down to 12, saying we're moving back from 6 to 12, and saying that obviously takes us out of the QB prospects out of that at that point, unless they fall, which obviously says something about them. But I just cannot even fathom that quarterback is even being considered here. Not because of Jalen Hurts. This team has so many holes, and we don't know if Jalen Hurts is good or bad. I think we have no idea. And I think that taking a quarterback when we have so many holes in this roster and there's so many blue chip players, I think that especially after moving back from 6 to 12, it would be an unfathomable pick to make. And it's a pick that would prove that Howie knows he's not getting fired no matter what. And I think
pointing out that it is a fact that Tom Brady fell and he got passed on by a lot of teams.
I'm not
Lamar
saying
Jackson fell. Patrick Mahomes fell.
So real quick, Rob, is the pick in yet on your screen?
No, it's about 2:35 on the clock.
They're shopping this pick too, for sure.
When I played this out in my head, I mean, I expected the 4 quarterbacks to be gone, and I really thought Micah Parsons was going to be the pick for the Broncos here. Vance Joseph loves athletic linebackers. Parsons is a very versatile player, and so I really thought that I kind of had him pigeonholed into Denver here. But with a quarterback on the board, I really think that the Broncos are going to take this quarterback or they're going to trade back.
So let's play it out where they don't take Fields. Fields is there at 12. I'm kind of in between where I'm not like, oh, they have to take him or it's asinine to take him. So let's say, what about at that point, trading back? Because there's teams that want a quarterback. And that makes a pretty clear trade back situation in that case, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, if he's there at 12 and you can trade back for him, I like it. I do wonder though, if a team doesn't trade up to 9 to take him, I wonder if one would trade up to 12. Although you do get, I mean, if Denver's trying to trade back, they're not going to take one, and you expect the Cowboys and the Giants not to as well. So the Eagles could become a trade back spot. You're right. That's a good point.
Mm-hmm. Denver is at about 1:20 still with the clock ticking.
I think if Denver sticks here and just takes a non-quarterback or they trade out or whatever happens, let's say the Eagles move up for 9 or something for a corner or something. If Denver doesn't take a quarterback here, it really becomes New England, Washington, Chicago. And those are the 3 teams. And that's what I said at the beginning. I think it really starts to become an arms race with those 3 teams needing a QB.
Let me ask you, is anyone surprised that there has not been one trade in the top 10?
No,
yes.
I'm not very surprised.
I expected a QB trade up at some point, but
I mocked it right here at 9 in my mock draft for the Patriots to move up to 9. But even when I said it, I thought it was also very likely that Denver just sticks here and takes Micah Parsons, and that New England gets their guy at 15.
Justin Fields is not standing.
The Broncos pick is in.
So
the Broncos pick is in.
So QB is a big need. Teddy Bridgewater doesn't really move the needle. We talked about my conspiracy theory. They could use O-line help. They could use a corner, but they added Darby and Kyle Fuller in free agency, so that might not be on the table for them. I really kind of feel like if they stand here, they're either taking a quarterback or they're taking Parsons.
I think they're going Parsons just based off what I just saw about. They just showed Justin Fields at his house. Just based off him not standing and being excited, I think they're probably going Parsons.
I wouldn't count Surtain out either.
I'll be quiet because
I didn't get it yet.
it's ruined for me already.
I must be a little behind. I was caught up earlier.
I don't care about spoilers, but
Yeah, neither do I.
Others might. I think Justin cares about him until the Eagles.
I'm fine with the first person. Yeah, I'm fine with the first person that sees it announcing it personally.
I'm not even watching it. I'm just talking here. So
it's your boy, not Howie Roseman.
Is it Parsons?
No, the one that you want for the Eagles.
Oh, Fields. They took Fields.
They took Fields.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
That's not what I say.
So my conspiracy
That's not
theory
what I'm
pans
seeing.
out.
Oh wait, no, it changed.
It's Patrick Surtain.
Yep, I see that now too. It changed.
How are you going to do that to us?
That's what I thought was going to happen too. Oh my God, we are so screwed. Howie Roseman is a goddamn idiot. Trading back from 6 to 12, and then every single player you want goes 4 through 9. That is unbelievable.
Devontae Smith is still on the board, okay?
Yeah, and there's no way they're taking him. There's no way they're taking him. This is unbelievable. I'm so sick of this, man.
All right.
Every
so
year,
Patrick
I can't be
Surtain
happy.
comes off the board. There is a little bit of poetic justice in the Broncos doing to the Cowboys what the Cowboys did to us last year with CeeDee Lamb. So I'd love to see that shot of Jerry Jones right now.
Well, let me ask you, where do they go now?
Just came off the board. That's a good question.
Micah Parsons?
Slater?
Let me pull up the graphic for him. So I didn't even make many notes on Dallas other than they have to take a cornerback. And so
now they're not going to.
I think Slater would have to be the top prospect.
I think Slater's likely the pick here. He'd be their offensive line has taken a beating over the years.
I'll tell you right now.
Could they go pay?
Tell you right now. If Dallas takes another wide receiver and ruins my life for the second straight year, I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna lose my absolute shit.
So
do you think is it possible the Cowboys take pay?
Yes, I would say Slater or an edge. Now, when it comes to edges, they might prefer Jalen Phillips. They might prefer Kwity Paye. I'm not really sure on that one.
I think the Giants are going to take Devontae Smith, by the way.
Yeah, well, Joe Judge, the report is that Joe Judge loves him. Joe Judge coached him at Alabama. He said he's an absolute gamer, and he says he's the best college receiver in terms of work ethic that he's ever seen.
So basically, we're going to have nothing left at 12 out of all the hopes.
I have heard that they like Parsons and Slater as well, though.
So if we're skipping ahead to talk about the Giants, there are two prospects that Joe Judge went to see in person for their pro days, and it's Micah Parsons and Jalen Phillips. So I would imagine that one of those two guys is going to be the pick for the Giants.
He doesn't really need to go see Devonta Smith's pro day. He coached them for like 2 years.
Philly RB says Cowboys getting Smith. They can't draft Smith. They've got Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup.
I am freaking out.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
This is not good. Everything's going bad.
Yep.
You guys
like
all
we
need to
shouldn't
chill
have moved
out.
back a month ago.
There's no
like we should have
way.
waited till the draft.
There's no way Devontae lasts until the Eagles here at 12. No way. He's going to the Giants, 100%.
I hope so. That means Justin Fields is there.
Oh my
Dude,
God!
if we take
Another
Justin Fields,
CD
I'm gonna
Lamb.
lose my shit.
Hey, I'll take the Patriots' first round pick next year to move back to 15.
Yo, is Tony Bradley available in this draft?
Oh boy.
Give me TB11.
Yo.
Tony Bradley, baby.
Yo.
Yeah.
If Howie selects Kwity Paye at number 12 because that's all there is and no one's trading, we're going to have big problems.
I quit.
Put Rob on suicide watch.
Yeah, I don't want Brandon Graham 2.0. I
I'm
know
selling
Brandon
it.
Factory.
Anybody interested? If this happens, I'm selling them.
Oh my
Let me know.
This is all bad.
Rodgers
Dallas
to
is
Philly.
likely to trade out of number 10. Adam Schefter.
What
That
happened?
makes sense. That
Dallas
makes
is
sense
likely to
too.
trade out of number 10. Justin Fields?
Yeah,
With
so they're going to trade back to either 15 or 20.
15,
They're not going to
19,
trade
or
with
20.
Yeah, they're not going to trade with the football team and give him a quarterback in division.
Eh,
It'd either be
they
with
give him a better offer. If they give him a better offer, I think that they'll probably do whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think people are as afraid of Justin Fields as you seem to be with him on the board at 10 here. I have him QB2 too, by the way. I have him 7 overall. I like the guy, but I really do. I think he's gonna have a really bright future.
Bro, what if the Eagles traded back because they're like, no one's gonna take Mac Jones
to 10?
No. What if the Eagles traded back to 12 and then pick Mac Jones?
Yeah, I might jump off a bridge. I don't know if you want to put. Yeah, Mac Jones. I've talked a lot of smack about Justin Fields. I have Fields 7 overall. I have Mac Jones 27 overall. So that's a huge. That'd be even. I can eventually talk myself into Fields. I can't. I will not be talking myself into Mac Jones.
Hold on. I just accidentally looked at the comments and I saw an oh my god. What?
Yeah, Philly moved up.
Philly moved
1
up
and
with
3rd round
Dallas.
pick. Philly moved up to the 10th pick.
For what?
Are they trying to get Devonta over New York? Come on. Do it.
What is it for, though?
It has to be Devonta. It has to be Devonta.
Are we sure? Dives, are we sure?
Justin Fields, here we go.
Dives, are you sure?
It has to be.
No, we said that a couple years ago, and it was Brandon Graham over.
Quarterback machine factory.
I don't believe nothing. If they
it was 84. It wasn't even 70. It wasn't even 70 overall. It was 84 overall.
What's the trade?
What is it for?
12 and 84 for 10.
Wait, we moved up. Wait, I can't hear you. What's the trade?
12 and 84 for 10.
Love it.
That's done.
I don't love it if it's not for
Devontae
Devontae.
is
It better be for Devontae.
Let's freaking go.
Devontae's not talking to anybody on the phone, Dives.
According to the draft,
he's standing there looking at me like a jackass.
Do it, Howie. Just do it, Howie.
according to the draft value chart, the Eagles overpaid by a high 4th round pick.
I don't care. I don't care. The way this draft was going, you have to make that trade. Everything was going back. The way this draft was going, the Eagles were favoring trade back. You make this trade 10 times out of 10.
It depends on who it's for.
Devontae.
We can say that till we're blue in the face.
Suicide watch.
Howie's an idiot.
If it's Devontae, I'm out.
It better be Devontae.
Watch
Oh my
it.
God, they traded up for Quiddy Pay.
I looked at my boy here and I was like, trade right now.
Well, and you never think that Cowboys would trade with Eagles, but the fact that they know we're going for wide receiver, of course they're going to do it because they're not going to get their guy.
Or they're going to take Quiddy Pay and piss us all the hell off.
Do the right thing, Howie.
For the rest of the night.
With Sean Slater. They traded up for an offensive tackle. Watch.
Rob, you got a bad echo going right now.
Because I'm yelling.
Yo, watch us pick Justin Fields right here.
Yo! Devontae Smith coming.
Why are they showing Sean Slater? Why are they showing Micah Parsons?
If they take Parsons, I'll be irate.
It could be Slater. It's got to be Smith or Slater. It's got to be Smith or Slater.
Yeah.
I might have to mute everything because I don't know what I'm going to do.
I'm pretty shocked. I'm pretty shocked that we just traded with Dallas. I'm not gonna lie.
Like I said, I don't think that matters all that much.
Well, that's why I do think it is a wide receiver. If it's got to be wide receiver or quarterback, in my opinion.
I think it's got to be Slater.
Let's go!
Jesus Christ!
Why have they not put the pick in?
I really thought
Maybe they're trying to
sell it. They traded up for it. Now they're going to sell it again.
Yeah, we trade down to 15 with the Patriots now and get a first-round pick.
Sell it to New England for Justin Fields.
Warren Sharp said the Eagles got the better deal in the trade with the Cowboys by gaining 31.7 draft value and losing 24.2.
Here we go.
Mark, do you see the pick?
Hold on, Dad.
I'm muting. I'll be right back.
What?
Mark, do you see the pick yet?
No.
Don't say anything.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm not saying anything.
Why are we on the clock?
Oh my
How
God!
are we still on the clock?
Just for reference, everyone, Devonta Smith is my number 3 overall player. Who I wanted at 6. I just shit on Howie Roseman 10 minutes ago. If they traded to get to Devonta Smith at 10, I will take back everything I said. Build the stout. Include the calculator.
The pick is in on the screen for me.
Be Devonta.
Just be good. That's all I want. Just don't be fucking Pay or don't be Justin Fields. Be what I need you to be. That's what I need. Come on.
I wish Modell's was still a chain store. I'd go get the jersey immediately.
I'm muting all of you right now. I'm muting all of you. I can't hear you. I'm muting you guys.
Here we go.
And then I'm muting myself.
Lori and Hallie are fist bumping. Oh no.
Come on, Birds! Come on, Birds! Devontae!
By the way, we totally never ended up switching
Come
streams.
on, Devontae!
So while we're waiting, so essentially the Eagles traded back from 6 to 12 and got a
Giants
first
are
round
trading
pick.
11. Let's go! Let's go!
Yes!
Devonta fucking Smith! Let's go!
There's a
my
freaking
God.
God, baby!
Thank the Lord!
Holy shit, yes!
Howie finally did it.
Thank you!
Take your hats off for me, man. Hats off to Howie.
Let's go! Woo! Let's go! By the way,
He did
we're
the
on
right damn thing.
Oh my God! This is the first time in 10 years I'm happy in the first round.
All right! Devontae Smith, let's go.
Bruce, that was the guy from St.
That's
Louis
right.
Rams.
We were just talking about it earlier.
All right. I guess let's roll. My goodness, Devontae Smith is the route technician of this draft. He can do it deep. He can do it intermediate. He can do it short range. You get him the ball. His after the catch numbers are outrageous. Just a pitch perfect fit for the Philadelphia Eagles. We got him. We got him. He is in Philadelphia. It's a great selection here. Just super happy. Super happy. Just really truly fits that X wide receiver that the Eagles truly need. And I'm just really ecstatic that the Eagles have a route runner here in Philadelphia that can beat man at the line of scrimmage and get open, beat his man and get space. The Eagles don't have a wide receiver like that. They don't have a slant guy that can just boom 20 yards. Look at that highlight. This is a great selection for the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm ecstatic. How would you guys grade this selection?
A+++++++.
Yeah.
Devonta Smith had 7 drops. Just a quick little stat for you guys. I know he was the third receiver taken. Devonta Smith had 7 drops in 314 targets. Jamar Chase had 10 drops in 163 targets. Jalen Waddle had 7 drops in 131 targets. Devonta Smith is the most sure-handed receiver in this draft, the receiver with the highest upside in this draft, and the best route runner in this draft. I could not be happier. I have him 3 overall. The only players I have him behind are Trevor Lawrence and Kyle Pitts, guys who I think are generational and the best at their position of all time. In terms of a college prospect, I love Devonta Smith. I couldn't be happier. Also, Chicago Bears moved up from 20 to 11, by the way.
What was that for? I thought they wanted wide receiver.
Listen to me.
Justin Fields to the Bears. Anybody?
Yeah. But listen, I just want to get my 2 cents in here on Devontae Smith.
Real quick. There's so much echo going on right now.
Stop echoing. Am I good?
I'm on headphones.
Am I any better? All right. This is all I want to say. Devontae Smith is the first receiver the Eagles have drafted in the first round that doesn't have the bad hands thing. Okay? He's got tremendous hands. He runs tremendous routes. And here's what I love the most about him. Everyone said they love J.C. Horn because of the chip on the kid's shoulder. Well, if there's anybody who has a chip on their shoulder, it's Devontae Smith, who has watched multiple receivers go ahead of him, has been told the entire draft season that he's just too small to succeed in this league. And all I see is a guy that is going to be primed to make a difference. And guess what? Eagles fans, we have a day one impact player on this offense for the first time in a long time. And that's something we all should be happy about.
I have an official apology to make. In fact, we all have an official apology to make.
No.
You ready?
I'm not apologizing to Howie Roseman.
No.
Okay.
The Eagles and the Cowboys traded with each other. The Eagles took a player from Alabama, and the Giants just traded down in the draft. We all need to apologize to Kyle Shanahan because the world is absolutely going to end before Sunday.
I was going to say, that's the Giants' first trade down ever.
Gettleman doesn't trade down.
No.
I mean, it's probably like where are the Giants picking now?
20. So the Giants just traded with the Bears. I don't know what the actual trade was, but you can book it right now that the Bears are going to take Justin Fields. They're going to get their quarterback finally. I don't
Mac
know
Jones? What if they draft Mac Jones right here?
No way.
What if they did?
It is the Bears.
Justin Fields is not sitting on the couch right now.
Guys, I just want to say real quick, this is getting sentimental real quick. I love the NFL draft. It's my favorite thing of the year. Every single year, the Eagles let me down and take guys that I don't want. I had Jalen Reagor, wide receiver 12 last year. So for them to take the top guy available on my board, it feels like I feel like I'm in a dream right now. Like I am finally happy with a draft of a team that I support. This feels like Maxey from 9 months ago. He was the top player available on my board for the Sixers. I am so happy that the Eagles finally made me happy in an NFL draft. I'm so used to being let down. This is incredible for me.
Did the stream go down
Dibes.
on YouTube? Because it's still saying we're live on you from what I can see.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand.
When stream went down on YouTube?
That's what somebody said.
It says live on my end.
But we still
Let me
have
go check.
16. We still have 15 viewers on YouTube, and the number keeps changing. So I'm not sure.
I'm
pulling it up to
right
see if it works for me. Yeah, it says stream unavailable.
Should we start the second one?
Hold on, I'm looking at it. No, it's good for me.
Oh, now it's working. It popped up now. When I stayed there, it popped up.
It's fine for me.
I called Roger Goodell. He said it's all good. We can do what we want.
So I'm just going to say this one time, and then we'll move on to the Bears pick. The Eagles absolutely and unequivocally should have taken Justin Fields. And I'll move on. I'm not going to keep coming back to it on draft night.
I'm going to go get a drink. I'm too happy to.
I'm not going to keep coming back to it all at draft night, but you can come back to this in 2 or 3 years. You can clip this and pull it back out, and the statement's still going to be true. Because next year, we're going to give up 2 or 3 first-round picks to move up and get QB1, and we could have had him right here for the cost of 1 third-round pick. But now that I ran everybody off the stream, that's a Devontae Smith fan. He's immediately going to come in. He's going to be the wide receiver 1 for the Eagles next year. The most sure thing we've got at wide receiver. Hopefully Jalen Reagor pulls it out. And if you look at the initial trade back, we picked up a first-round pick and swapped a 5th for a 4th, and then we gave a 3rd to move back up. So if you look at all of that together, we essentially traded from 6 to 10, and we picked up a 1st and a 4th-round pick for the cost of a 3rd and a 5th. So the overall trade value is great. Not bad trade value there for the Eagles, certainly. And we're still going to have 2 picks tomorrow, a 2nd and a 3rd, and plenty to move around with on day 3.
Yeah. Yeah. And listen, you have 37 and you have 70 tomorrow, as you said. You can look into some of that second tier corner backs and the defensive backs there. You could take a look at, I guess some of those linebackers maybe at some point. There's a lot that can still be done tomorrow because, listen, I'm all about day 3 of the draft, right? Catching those diamonds in the rough. But what I really wanted to see from the Eagles out of this draft was, the first 2 days getting guys that can make an impact immediately. Job well done on night 1. Now on night 2 tomorrow, you got to do it again.
So you have, Greg Newsome's likely going to go. I don't know where the league's going to be at on Caleb Farley. I've heard that teams like the Saints like him and the Colts like him, but I could totally see him sliding into the 3rd. But you've got to assume Greg Newsome's going to be gone. You're probably looking at guys like Eric Stokes, Asante Samuel Jr., maybe if you wait until the 3rd round, you look at an Elijah Molden. So there's some guys there. But if you want to get a day 1 starter at outside quarterback, it's going to have to be pick 37. And I had the Eagles as kind of a trade-up candidate to trade back into the late end of the 1st. Giving up that extra 3rd round pick, though, I'm not sure if that'll still be in play, although maybe it will, because it wouldn't be a lot to move up from 37 to 31 or 32. And rumors have been strong that the Ravens want to move out of 31 to pile up some more picks. So that's something to keep an eye on. The draft is not over for the Eagles on night 1. There's still definitely a possibility that they could look to move back into the round, the 1st round here.
Absolutely. I will say giving up 84 makes it just like a little less likely than if we would have stuck at 12, but it shouldn't change too much. It's not just corner that I think they can move up for. It could be an edge rusher. It could be Kwity Paye, who everyone thought we were taking at 12. I think that it could be a lot of different positions. It could be Owusu Koromoa if he falls. It could be Parsons if he falls. I think that there's a ton of players. Trevon Morig. I think there's a ton of players that absolutely the Eagles should keep their eye on. But I do think it's more than likely they stick at 37 or move back from 37. But there's definitely some guys I'd love to move up for. Elijah Vera-Tucker, if he were to fall, if they thought the line was in need, there's plenty of picks to be made if they want to move back in.
Have the Bears really not made this pick yet?
I have it in.
No, they did.
Okay, Justin Fields.
Yeah, Justin Fields is already picked.
Okay. I'm not going to be depressed. I won't even talk about Field the whole bunch. So let's look at the Cowboys. What did they give up? I didn't ever see that.
A first, a 4th, and a 5th. Like this year's 1st, next year's 1st, and a 4th and a 5th round pick, I believe. I don't know when the 4th and the 5th are. If it's this year or next year. Yeah, that's completely worth it. Completely worth it.
So the Cowboys are back on the clock now at 12. I definitely assume that Rashawn Slater is going to be the pick here for them. Although, again, you get into the edge conversation, they could look at Kwity Paye, Jordan Phillips. If I was the Cowboys, I would definitely be taking Rashawn Slater right here. I think it's too early for Greg Newsome, and it's too risky for Caleb Farley at this point. So that's what I think they're probably going to do. What do you guys think? Where do the Cowboys look here?
Yeah, I think Slater's got to be the pick. I do think they should look at edge rusher. Obviously, I'm higher on Russo than most. I know a lot of people are really high on Phillips. Some people are really high on Kwity Paye. I do think those picks are in play for Dallas, but I would say it would be a borderline shock if they didn't go with Rashawn Slater. And let me just say, I talked a lot of smack. I thought that trade was amazing for the Eagles. If they move back 2 picks and get Slater, who we thought they were taking at 10 anyway, it'd be an excellent trade for Dallas as well.
And it would really stink. Look, I mean, hindsight's 20/20, and you give up a 3rd to get your guy, and that's not bad value. But if you look back at it now, if the Cowboys take Slater or an edge rusher and the Giants trade out so the Bears can come get Fields, you could have got Smith at 12 as well.
Here's the thing.
Maybe the Giants are going to take him too, so you never know.
Exactly.
That's what I think that the Eagles felt they had it on good authority that the Giants had a good chance at taking Smith, and they felt like, listen, if this is who we want, we have got to go up and get him now. We cannot risk being left no Slater, no Smith, and sitting on the board at 12 going, now what? Listen, I'm telling you right now, I think the Eagles understood that when they traded back from 6, if they did not get one of the 4 or 5 guys that most around the NFL and that their fans were talking about, that this was going to end up being an epic disaster for them. And I do think they felt a little pressure today. I really do. I believe they felt a little pressure. I do believe after the way things broke down last year, maybe there is a little more letting the scouts have a say. Because Devontae Smith isn't an analytics pick. It goes against their analytics, right? So to me, that means Andy Weidel might have actually had more of a say in things. And that scout team maybe had more of a say. Listen, Howie is still an idiot. And you'll never get me to change my opinion on that. But good for him that he finally made the easy, no-brainer selection when it was standing there staring him right in the face.
I think that the biggest thing you can get out of this pick is that the Eagles just selected the Heisman Trophy winner, the leader in, I believe he have the most yards ever in a season for Alabama.
Yep.
Like there's just
broke a ton of records, an absolute ton.
Yeah, there's just you can't necessarily feel bad about the pick. Like you can't.
Even if
you're a
the
guy
Giants,
who wanted Justin Fields.
Yeah, even if the Giants weren't going to take Devonta Smith, I know that every pick's valuable. 84 is a small price to pay to get a wide receiver 1 on this team, and I don't think we have a top 2 wide receiver. So I think that's a move you have to make.
No Rashawn Slater for the Cowboys.
Whoa, what'd they do? I'm not on my phone. You can announce it. I think
Micah Parsons.
Oh, I don't love that pick. I got to be honest. I do not love that pick.
Well, I think here's a team that had terrible linebacker play, had injury issues with Leighton Vander Esch last year. And
Sean Lee's gone now.
Sean Lee's gone, and the kid from Notre Dame was just god awful for them last year. I think that they maybe look, this could be one of those stretching it for something they felt was a need. Instead of that offensive line help that could have been huge for a Dak Prescott, which I think really should have been the pick, they're going to go to a mean, aggressive linebacker and see what happens.
Yeah, so for me, the thing that Dallas' biggest problem last year seemed to be pass defense, and linebacker is a need, but Micah Parsons only played 64 snaps of pass coverage in his time at Penn State. So I just think that's a little bit of a weird fit in terms of what they need to add to that defense. Obviously, cornerback was a huge need. Horn and Surtain both being off the board kind of took that off the board for Dallas, but I think offensive line was still a huge need. Maybe Rashawn Slater is a little closer to the Christian Darrisaw's, Elijah Vera Tucker in the NFL GM's minds, and not as close to Penei Sewell, which was I feel like people generally thought Slater. Maybe Dobbs or Shane can tell me what he thinks about this, but I think most people thought it was more of a top 2 at O-line, and then there was a drop off, less so than a top 1 and then a drop off.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Sewell was always the easy number 1, but there was a lot of smoke around Slater potentially being the first guy to come off the board. So that is a little surprising to me that you see Slater falling as far. As far as Parsons to the Cowboys, I mean, he played defensive end in high school, and then he was an edge rusher at Penn State before he moved to off-ball linebacker. And like Mark said, he hasn't played a lot in coverage. He's real raw in coverage. And so it's a little interesting pick to me for a Cowboys team that really needs their linebackers to be able to drop into coverage. But maybe they're gonna use him, move him around a little bit more, and let him rush the passer more than you would think too, because edge was on that list of things they need. So maybe they view him as that kind of a stand up outside linebacker that they can use to get after the quarterback as well. And if that's the case, that pick can make quite a bit of sense for him.
Yeah, that actually makes a ton of sense. I didn't think about him as an edge in my head, but he absolutely can be, and maybe that's how Dallas views him. But I'm obviously high on Owusu-Koramoah. Just showing my rankings real quick. I took Parsons off the board, but Owusu-Koramoah is my top available player after Russo. So if they were going to go linebacker, I would have really liked to see them go Owusu-Koramoah, who was an excellent slot coverage guy last year for Notre Dame. I think that would have been a better pick personally, or I probably would have went Slater. But yeah, I'm always happy to see Dallas make decisions I wouldn't make, I guess.
So we're sitting here with the Chargers on the clock now. Obviously, they found their quarterback last year in Justin Herbert. They made some moves on the O-line and free agency, so they gave themselves options not to be forced into offensive line. But with Slater, again, in free fall, I'm going to stop predicting him to everybody at some point.
Yeah.
But with Slater in free fall, it makes a lot of sense to me. Their pass rush was pretty bad last year. It could also be a place you see an edge rusher come off the board. And wide receiver is pretty shallow after Keenan Allen for them, but I feel like it's too early for the Rashad Bateman, the Terrence Marshalls. And so my guess would be that we're going to look at an edge or offensive tackle here for the Chargers at 13.
Yeah, I think Rashad Slater. I think Slater's the pick here. All right, you got the quarterback now. You got to protect them. We've been talking about it all night. It's been the common theme. You want to protect these quarterbacks. And Slater being here, I think the Chargers are very excited about this opportunity to get a guy like Rashawn Slater.
Yeah, so just one thing. I do know that the Chargers, I have heard they are really high on Darisaw. So I'm not sure they may view him as the number 2 line prospect. I've seen leading up that they think his size is just hard to pass on. I know that they were really high on him at 13, but I think it was assumed Slater would be gone. So who knows who they have between Slater and Darisaw. I'd be surprised if it wasn't an O-lineman, though, personally.
Quamar Hicks says, can we draft a medical staff to keep players on the field? That's interesting. The Eagles have completely changed medical staffs, 2 times since the Super Bowl season, and the injuries just keep piling up. And so at a certain point, obviously we're overly reliant on veteran players, and that's going to take a toll. But at a certain point, there's just bad luck involved with the Eagles' injuries too. And you got to hope that 2021, 2022, we kind of get a regression to the mean and stop being one of the most injured teams in football.
Yeah, so
Marky Mark says Burrow and Chase LSU connection, Hurts and Devontae Smith Bama connection.
And Tua and Waddle. Waddle as well.
So what Alabama player can we draft in the second round?
Najee.
We either have to draft an Alabama player or a guy named Jalen.
Hey man, Jalen Darden's coming later in the draft, so
he's later. So
on Jalen Darden.
We could go Landon Dickerson, interior offensive lineman, Christian Barmore, interior defensive line. We can go Mac Jones. I'm just kidding. Don't
Leatherwood.
hate me on Twitter. Alex Leatherwood, Najee Harris. What about the Jalens? What Jalens do we have in this draft? Jalen Mayfield.
Oh, that's true.
We could go Jalen Mayfield. Jalen Darden. It's harder on those because they're all spelled differently. They're harder to find. Jalen Phillips, edge out of Miami. So there's some Jalens and there's some Alabama options. So there's something to keep an eye on out there. So if you are watching in the chat, keep dropping the comments. We'll throw them up on the screen. Happy to answer any questions that you have, except questions about how my marriage is doing during draft season. So we're gonna save that for therapy and not put that out here. But no, I'm just kidding. So I'm interested to see what the rest of the division does now, especially. Obviously I watch things with an eye towards the NFC East. And so we've got the football team at 19 and you've got the Giants at 20. I'm kind of interested to see how it falls for them.
So you have to think Mac Jones is looking at New England and Washington and hoping he doesn't free fall here, because it could get ugly for Mac Jones if he gets past 19.
I don't think Mac Jones gets past New England. Now that Micah Parsons is off the board, that was my only thought, was that they would go linebacker. I think Bill Belichick's going to love a guy like Mac Jones, and I think he's going to think that he could build with him.
Well, the last time Bill Belichick worked with a white quarterback that had no athleticism, I think it worked out pretty well.
Who, Jimmy Garoppolo?
Hey, you know what's funny?
I'm joking.
Listen, you know what's funny? So, and I'm going to add to this. So Marky Mark says Burrow and Chase LSU connection. Hurts and Devontae, Bama connection. Tua and Jalen Waddle, Bama connection.
That's true.
I said that. Yeah, all three got their
They
college
all
QB.
get back to their quarterbacks in college. That's pretty interesting. You don't see that often.
It's cool.
So Kumar Hicks asks, when are we going to get linebackers? So here's the linebacker list. We've got Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah, Baron Browning, Zaven Collins. I would expect JOK and Collins to both go first round.
Yeah.
Jamin Davis, there's been a lot of buzz around him. I don't know. Jabril Cox, I think you're really looking at, now that you went receiver, I thought linebacker was in play in the second round if they went corner in the first. Now that they went receiver in the first, I feel like it has to be a corner or a safety in the second round. And so I think you're looking to the third round for guys like Jabril Cox, Chaz Surratt, Pete Werner maybe. Later you could look at a guy like who's the Alabama kid? Dylan Moses. Moses 2 years ago looked like a first-round pick. And then he tore his
about him.
What? Do what?
I wanted to ask you guys about him because I felt like early in even this draft season, a lot of people had him as an early second-round pick, and he's kind of fallen back. What is it? What happened with Dylan Moses to make him fall back like that?
So he looked like a first-round pick 2 years ago, and then he tore his ACL. And so he came into this year with that same hype, and he just did not look like the same player athletically. And so maybe he wasn't back to 100%, or maybe, the ACL took that athleticism. It's hard to know, but he did not put that athleticism on tape. And so he's kind of free falling. He could be a tremendous value in a third or fourth round if he's able to be a year healthier and kind of get that back. Or, he could just be one of those guys that it's a bad break and it just kind of costs him his career. It's hard to know.
I'm telling you, go ahead, Mark.
I was just going to say, I think that I could be confusing this with someone else. I think that there's some off the field concerns with him as well. I don't think that he's interviewed well in the draft process. I've heard some negative stuff like that teams have taken him off their board completely due to injury or due to off the field stuff. Rashawn Slater to the Chargers at 13 is the pick, offensive tackle out of Northwestern. So we can stop knocking him to everybody, Shane.
All right. I called this one. I've called it 7 times, but I called this one.
That's a good pick for the Chargers. Protect Justin Herbert at all costs.
So we've got
to make.
We've got a comment here that says, I love Smith at 12, but getting a stud tackle is invaluable. Smith was actually at 10. But yeah, you could go either way. The Eagles have a more pressing need at receiver than tackle, but tackle is the more premium position. And so you kind of get into a needs versus a best player available sort of thing. And every team walks that line a little bit differently.
Listen, I think the Eagles did exactly what they needed to do in this first round this year. And listen, we've said it. It's not often we sit here in the first round of an NFL draft and say, I think the Eagles did really well for themselves. But that's what we're saying, and I firmly believe that. I know this, and look, it's Philadelphia. People were going to find something wrong with this pick, no matter what, right? They were. Any of us were. If it was an offensive lineman, I was going to find something wrong with it. So I get it, but I'm just so stoked that they did what they did, and now what I'd like to see tomorrow, I'd like to see a corner, and I'd like to see a linebacker. In the second and third rounds. And I know that, look, they could go interior offensive line, and I wouldn't be angry about it, because I think that where it may not be a need right this minute, it's going to be a need really soon. So I get that. Maybe they go interior defensive line. I agree with you. Say a Christian Barmore is still on the board at 37. That guy's a first-round talent. I think you have to seriously consider that when you have Fletcher Cox, Javon Hargraves, but then behind that, it gets
whoa, the New York Jets moving up in the draft to Minnesota.
Oh, okay. Let me change graphics here.
This isn't great for me. So I have Elijah Vera Tucker under 16.5 as my best bet today. I was kind of hoping that one of the Chargers or the Vikings would take Vera Tucker here at 13 or 14. Slater Felling really hurt in my opinion, for that bet. So I would say that bet's going to be a loser if Minnesota trades out of 14 here. I can't imagine the Jets are trading up for an O-lineman, and I don't think New England or Arizona will be taking an O-lineman. So I do not think that bet will be cashing.
Marky Mark says pay to the Vikings is my guess. That could be in play, but they're going to have to wait now. And then we got another comment from the return of the prodigal that says, I'm good with the pick, but with hindsight, seeing Sewell fall to 6th, I'm thinking that maybe staying put might have been the better option. I really like Sewell, but it's hard to ignore that first-round pick that you got trading back. So, I mean, essentially you got a first-round pick next year and a 4th-round pick this year for the cost of a 3rd and a 5th this year. And I think that's really good value for that move back. So I would have liked Sewell at 6. I would have been fine with that, but I would much rather that first-rounder next year.
Smith was the best player on the board overall for me at 6 overall. So clearly I am very happy with Smith, no matter, even if we had to give up the 3rd-round pick. I absolutely love Devonta Smith. I have him 3rd overall. And we got him at 10 and only had to give up the 3rd. So.
Do we know what the Jets gave up for this in this trade?
I didn't see it yet.
I'm assuming they gave up 23.
Yeah, for sure. Well, they do have 34. I guess if they did like something crazy, but I can't imagine they didn't give up 23.
Well, I'm switching them on the picks, and I can fix it if we need to. So the Jets, they've already filled quarterback. They've got needs at corner, edge, running back, wide receiver. It'd be hard to believe they traded up for a wide receiver in this spot. It would be hard to believe they traded up for a running back in this spot because they were already 1 pick ahead of the Steelers, who were likely to be the first running back team. So I have to wonder if they're moving up for a corner like Caleb Farley or Greg Newsome, or if they're looking to take the first edge off the board here. And, I mean, offensive line could also be a look here. They gave up the 9th most sacks per game last year. Their center, Connor McGovern, and Dan Feeney, they both tied for the lead in pressures allowed by centers last year. So it's not good when the 2 guys you have competing for the job were the 2 worst centers in the league last year. Alex Lewis, their offensive guard's a bad run blocker. Greg Van Roten is a bad pass. I got that flipped as a bad run blocker. Lewis is a bad pass blocker. So you could maybe still see Elijah Vera Tucker come off the board here. That could be something they traded up here to kind of shore up that interior offensive line, and it would certainly help out Mark's bet here. So we'll pull for that.
Yeah, I would love to see that, but I feel like the Jets. I don't know. I don't know what they'd be moving up for here. I really don't. I'm not even going to make a guess.
I'll be back.
Tucker feels like the value pick for me because I don't think you move up for a running back, wide receiver, or corner here. But so the return of the prodigal says Sewell is a Pro Bowl tackle, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think it ultimately just comes down to that value for trading back. If they stood at 6, I mean, they might have taken Jalen Waddle. I don't think Smith would have been their pick at 6. You could have probably seen Sewell. Quamar Hicks said, I heard Devontae Smith's IQ is a game changer. I hope it shows early. Report saying he can recall every play. That is one of the biggest things. His route running, technical ability, his ability to beat the press, and his football IQ are all real high marks for him. And we do have on the painted lines, we've got a full scouting profile written up for Devonta Smith, along with a bunch of other guys. So you can go check that out. We've done some YouTube breakdowns as well. The return of the prodigal says, do the Birds get a lineman to fill the center position tomorrow? I don't know. There's some interior offensive line guys that I really like for day 2, like Creed Humphrey. He's one of my guys. Let's see. Let me pull up the interior O-line here. You got Landon Dickerson, Wyatt Davis, Creed Humphrey. Those are kind of all in that round 2 range. Josh Meyer is a round 3 range guy.
Quinn Miners is a guy. Quinn Miners is a guy who's been a second rounder lately.
Yeah, I think the thing you get into with that is you want guys that can come in and make an impact. And a center is not going to make an impact this year because you have Jason Kelsey. But you're planning a rebuild, and you know Jason Kelsey is going to leave before long, and you don't know if Isaac Seumalo is going to be able to slide into center when that happens. Maybe he can, maybe he can't. But Brandon Brooks is coming off of back-to-back Achilles injuries. And so if you get a guy that has center guard versatility, there's a better than not chance that he's going to play right guard at some point this season. And so I don't think it's a bad pick. I do think that cornerback and linebacker are much more pressing needs. And that's what I'd certainly expect to see tomorrow.
Yeah, it's definitely. Who knows though? They could view this as a rebuild, and they could just go best player available. And we don't know what their board is. We don't know who's going to fall. We don't know what the medicals are going to be. It's going to be interesting to see where guys like a Caleb Farley, like a Jalen Phillips, where those guys are going to end up because medicals are so unclear. We don't know how these teams are viewing them. So a Caleb Farley could fall to 37, and we could see us pass up on Farley to go get a different position, and that could feel – a couple weeks ago that would have felt crazy, but we really just don't. I think that especially like starting around 2021 overall, I think this draft could get really crazy.
Yeah. Bryant says Mac Jones falling right into the lap of the Patriots, and he definitely is. I think this year more than most years, and obviously we said this last year too because it was interrupted by COVID, but I think teams are going to view guys once you get to this point of the draft wildly differently. Just because no combine, lack of medical checks, things like that. Next year is a much more certain draft, and it's a much deeper draft because you have a lot of guys that went back that did not come out early this year because of the COVID stuff. And so next year is definitely a better year to have a lot of day 3 picks.
Absolutely. The pick is in for the New York Jets, and it is Elijah Vera Tucker. So my bet hits. I'm a happy man. This has been a great draft so far. Devonta Smith, I'm doing pretty well on my prop bets. Oh, man, what a draft.
I'm not going to spell his name right, so I'm just going to go copy and paste it.
I'm trying to look at my big board here and see where I would have him. I had Vera Tucker 4th overall, right behind Russo, Owusu-Koramoah, and Darisaw. And for the Jets, interior O-line was a bigger need than offensive tackle. So for them, I probably would have liked Vera Tucker more than Darisaw. And I think it's a bigger need than edge or linebacker. So I think this is the right pick for the Jets. I'm not sure what they gave up to move up. But I will also say that Elijah Vera Tucker's family or girlfriend are good to be on TV. I'm sure that the ESPN is happy about their appearance. But Elijah Vera Tucker is a solid pick for the Jets. They absolutely had a need on the O-line, especially on the interior O-line. It depends what they gave up, but assuming they didn't give up a first-round pick, it seems like a perfectly reasonable trade up.
I'm going to try to Google it real quick and see what they gave up.
Yeah, I feel like I have my Twitter. Okay, 14 and 143. It's funny. It came in right when I said that. 14 and 143 for 23, 66, and 86. So that is 2/3.
So wait, they moved up from 23 to 14, and they gave up 2/3.
And they got 143. What's 143? Like a fifth?
23, 66, and 86 to move up to 14. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they got 143 as well. I think that's a fifth.
I like that for them.
Yeah.
I mean, they have questions at all 3 interior offensive line spots, and they get the only interior offensive lineman that I've got a day 1 grade on. I think that's a smart move, especially to pair that up with Sam Darnold. Especially to pair that up with Zach Wilson, protect him up the middle. I think that was a good move for them.
Yeah.
So that's going to leave them now. Let me go look at their picks again. So they gave up 66 and 86. So they've still got the 2nd round pick, didn't give up the 2nd round pick, and then they've got 4, 5, 5, 6, 6. They've still got plenty of picks here that they can work with. I like that move for them quite a bit.
A-. I'll give him an A-. You still have that high 2nd. You still got a really, really solid player there. So Jets are building. Hopefully they don't hand Zach Wilson as depleted a supporting cast as they hand Sam Darnold. And Elijah Vera Tucker is a step in the right direction for that.
And that early seconds are going to be a great spot to grab a receiver or even to look at a guy like Travis Etienne just to get another weapon for that offense if that's the route they want to go. It is interesting that they hired a defensive coordinator as head coach and their first 2 picks have been offense.
The Pats
and they've spent 4 picks to make those 2 selections. They've invested 4 picks on offensive line right now.
Holy hell, Robert Kraft looks tan. They are in the Pats war room here. Robert Kraft's on the phone with someone looking like he spent about a 3-day weekend in a tanning bed. But
So-
the Patriots pick is in. They're announcing it right now. It is Mac Jones, quarterback out of Alabama. They got their guy, and they had to stick at 15. I thought their guy would be Fields. Maybe it was, but they land Mac Jones at 15. I'm not a big fan of that, to be quite honest. But, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It makes total sense.
Yeah. Kumar Hicks says, would Matt Jones beat out Cam? I wanted Cam to come to Philly.
Would have been better than Flacco.
So yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. You've got to assume that. I mean, I know Cam got the quote unquote big deal, but very little of it was guaranteed.
Yeah.
I'd imagine they're just going to see what happens in camp. The Patriots are well accustomed to letting quarterbacks sit and then come in later on. Drew Bledsoe was the starter. Brady came in when Bledsoe got hurt. Cam's an injury-prone guy. I mean, we'll see what happens there. But I think that's a pick that makes a lot of sense for them. They get a quarterback, an archetype of quarterback that Belichick's worked with well before. And I'm not super high on Mac Jones, but I think he could be an above-average starter in the league. He's really smart. He needs protection and playmakers for his style of play to work. And I think he's more athletic than people give him credit for. I mean, if you look at his raw athletic score was a 7.19. He ran a 4.8 40. And while that's not blazing by any stretch of the imagination, like he's got the footwork in the pocket. He can move around. I don't think he's just total statue like people kind of tend to pretend he is.
Yeah, I am not even as high on Jones as you are. I'm not saying you're crazy high on him or anything, but I do think that his footwork will be a problem personally. I don't think he's got fast enough feet. I think he was protected by an incredible O-line and had the best receiver core in the history of college football. But I think Mac Jones is if anyone's going to get the value out of them that it will be the New England Patriots. But that's not the pick I would have made. If I was the Patriots, I would have definitely moved up and gotten Justin Fields. Just something I thought was funny, just a little comedy about Mac Jones. Peter Schrager has kind of been carrying the water for Mac Jones. Peter Schrager, a guy I like a lot. And he's kind of been carrying the water for Mac Jones. And he used one of his defenses of Mac Jones. He's like, well, he's actually pretty athletic. He's from a longtime tennis family. I didn't know that there were tennis families out there. Imagine tennis being such a big deal in your life that your family is referred to as a tennis family. I thought that was crazy.
No offense to any tennis players in the chat out there, of course.
I just thought that was crazy. I was like, a tennis family? Like, what are we talking about here?
I mean, I think arm strength and footwork is a concern with him, but he does make quick decisions. He can read the whole field. So we'll see. I'm never going to doubt Belichick's choice at quarterback. But yeah, I would much rather have traded up for Fields than, especially if the cost was only a first-round pick next year. To go from 20 to get there from 15 should have been less than that. But so the Cardinals come on the clock now, and the Cardinals, Patrick Peterson's gone, so they get Malcolm Butler to be his replacement. Robert Alford, who is their projected CB2 right now, is 33 years old and hasn't played a snap since 2018. And so cornerback is a huge need here. This could be a potential landing spot for Caleb Farley or Greg Newsome. Linebacker could also be a spot. Jordan Hicks, which is a name that should sound familiar to Eagles fans, he's been trending down the last couple of years in Arizona, and he's in a contract year. They could not want to re-sign him. And they could also look to go wide receiver. This was my absolute floor for Devonta Smith. Cliff Kingsbury comes from Texas Tech. He is used to running a vertical offense where you just, you have 100 kids on the roster, so you recruit 10 receivers that are fast, and they just take turns running 40 yards downfield and wearing corners out. Well, you can't do that in the NFL, but they run a lot of 4 receiver sets. And, Larry Fitzgerald is gone. They could definitely use a wide receiver. I'm not sure if there's one that they would want to take here. And so I don't know what they do, but I don't know. They've got some needs and a lot of places they could look to fill holes here.
I feel like no matter what they do here, it's kind of a reach if they don't move back. It feels like who's the interior O lineman that you're going to take? It seems like that would be a reach. If you're going to take Caleb, if you're going to take, maybe Greg Newsome's not a reach. Maybe Caleb Farley's not a reach. We don't know how those guys are viewed. But yeah, Newsome, Farley, Asante, like Trevon Moehrig, maybe. Linebacker, like I would say linebacker makes a ton of sense. Oh, if it's Elijah Moore, that feels really high for Elijah Moore. But
yeah, that does to me too. Well, and you also got to remember, like the Cardinals are a team, I don't think they're contenders. They think they're contenders, and they convinced J.J. Watt that they're contenders. I think they're more likely to finish last in their division than make the playoffs. But I would be surprised if they take someone like Caleb Farley here who – maybe has some injury concerns, may not be ready to play this year when they kind of view this as an all-in year. So I don't know. I'm not sure what I would do here if I'm them. The board has not fallen great for them.
Yeah, I think it's fallen terribly. I want to say that I'd give him Owusu-Koramoah, but that's really similar to Isaiah Simmons from last year. I don't know if you want two of those types of hybrid players on your defense. Maybe you do. Maybe you're building a different kind of defense, but the pick is in, and what is the pick here? Zaven Collins. Zaven
Collins. I like it. I really like Zaven Collins. Let me update.
I'm not too high on Zaven Collins, but I completely understand the people who are. He's definitely an interesting player. Could be an edge rusher. A lot of people do project him to be an edge rusher at the next level. He could also play linebacker, and that kind of is what I imagine he'll do with J.J. Watt there now with Arizona. But that could also be a thing for the future, him playing edge for Arizona.
And I had money on Zaven Collins going before pick 24.5, so I will take that. I am up $2.57. Let's go.
Hell yeah! My only bet left now is Trevon Moehrig under 26.5. I think you have the opposite. You have under half a safety. So we'll be rooting against each other for that.
I've got a bunch here. I'll blow mine up here. So these are my bets. So I'm still sitting on Caleb Farley after 23.5, Jamin Davis after 26.5, Travis Etienne after 30.5. The Giants going defense with their first pick, under 4.5 corners in the first, and under 0.5 safeties in the first. Those are my bets that I'm sitting on right now. And I lost Slater being the first O-line, which I didn't think would happen, but I thought there was a shot, and it was plus 450, so I put some on it. And then I lost Parsons before J.C. Horn because I really thought Parsons was going to go 9 to Denver. And they took J.C. Horn anyway, so they really messed me up. The Panthers took J.C. Horn, my bad.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what happens here with the Raiders. I think Owusu-Koramoah is a guy that makes sense, but Zaven Collins is a guy that would have made sense for them.
I was about to say that. I was like, what do you think about JOK going to Las Vegas?
I think it makes a ton of sense. Mayock is a Notre Dame guy. You announced their games for a long time. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah seems like the exact kind of guy John Gruden would follow. He's a football player, man. Spider 2-wide banana. But he just feels like the exact type of guy, like a leader, someone who goes to the ball, and someone that John Gruden would love, and it would fit a need here for the Raiders. That seems like their two biggest needs, in my opinion, are interior D-line and linebacker. I do know they got rid of like their whole O-line, but their defense was such an atrocity last year, they have to address it.
Yeah, they moved on from Rodney Hudson, Gabe Jackson, and Trent Brown, so they desperately need offensive line help.
Mm-hmm.
D-line and linebacker also, I mean, they were 30th in sacks per game, 24th in rushing yards per game. And when you see safety and linebacker both on the board, you think of Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who's kind of that hybrid type of guy between the two. So I could see JOK being the pick, but I could also see Christian Darrisaw or Tevin Jenkins, this being a landing spot for them. If I'm them, I'm looking offensive tackle here. Let's talk a little bit about Zaven Collins now that he's off the board. He comes out of Tulsa. He's a physical freak. He's a guy I would have loved to seen the Eagles when the draft cycle started. I was mocking him to the Eagles in the second, and he started kind of rising up boards. But 6'4", 260 pounds. He can do it all. He defends the run. He can rush the passer, drop in coverage. He's a really good processor. He's a good zone dropper, and he can cover sideline to sideline. So kind of a fluid mover. Kind of the knock on him is his ability to get off of blocks in the running game. And obviously, playing at the ACC level is not the best level of competition, but I think that Zaven Collins is the best linebacker in the draft, including Micah Parsons in that. If you're looking purely at a coverage standpoint, I think he's a great pick for them.
Yeah, I'm not as high on Collins, but I like the take. I completely understand why, the reason for being high on Collins. But I feel the same way about Owusu Koromoa in terms of that. He's my favorite linebacker in the draft when most people had Parsons. But I completely understand Collins going there to 16. It felt like no matter what they did there, it would be a mixed bag of opinions on whether or not it was a reach. Zaven Collins feels like a fair pick in terms of where the range he was projected to go.
And let's be honest, the Raiders often take guys no one's even heard of with their first round pick. So
Zaven Collins was the guy I wanted the Eagles to trade up for in that late first round area. Mm-hmm. Just the perfect 4-3 linebacker for the Eagles. Just can blitz a quarterback, drop back in coverage, super athletic. That was a great pick. I'm kind of saddened that he went so high.
I'm just glad he went before 26.5.
Whoa, Raiders coming in with a reach.
And that's shocking.
Alex Leatherwood.
Yep, there we go. There we go.
Whoa, yowza. That is certainly a pick. Wow.
So, I mean, as much as Eagles fans like to talk about Howie Roseman, the truth of the matter is there is no more incompetent front office than in Vegas with the Raiders. They've done this time and time again. Alex Leatherwood is ranked 72 on the Draft Network's big board. A couple of years ago, they took Cleveland Farrell 4 overall when he was thought to be a second rounder. Like, they do this time and time again. If they wanted to take an offensive tackle, there were plenty of good offensive tackles on the board. And not to say that Leatherwood's not good, but he's a massive reach at 17 with guys like Christian Darrisaw, Tevin Jenkins, Liam Eichenberg, Samuel Cosme. Those 4 guys I would easily take before Alex Leatherwood.
Yeah, I think that's a crazy pick. I had him 48 overall, so that's by far the lowest player on my big board to go so far. That is certainly not a pick I like. So we move on to the 18th pick with Miami Dolphins, who are up for their second pick. I just wanted to flash up my big board real quick just to say what I would do here. Gregory Rousseau is the top player, edge out of Miami. He's a guy who's been talked about for the Dolphins a lot. I think Owusu Koromoa doesn't really make a lot of sense to Miami. Darrisaw makes a ton of sense. I got to take Vera Tucker off, but I think Rousseau or Darrisaw or Jalen Phillips would be my 3 top contenders for this pick personally.
Yeah, so they get their receiver earlier in Jalen Waddle. For me now, I'm looking at, again, offensive line. They traded Eric Flowers, who's not great, but he was their left guard. So you could look at offensive line. I think you could look at edge here. I think those are probably the 2 most likely places they're going to go. And the fact that no edge has gone yet, it seems like a great place for him to take one.
Yeah, I think, like I said, with the Jets and the Jags, they have a ton of opportunity to go take a high upside guy because of how many assets they have and how many picks they have. I think Miami's in the same boat. I think this is really the part where I'd start saying pull the trigger on Gregory Rousseau. I think he'd be a great fit for Miami. I think his upside is something that a team like Miami, who's already competing, but obviously is still building for the future with how young they are. I think Rousseau would be a perfect pick here at 18. And you know what? I think Phillips would be great too. So if they view Phillips as that top edge guy in this draft and someone who's got excellent top 5 at the position upside, maybe it will be Phillips. But my prediction is that it will be a Miami pass rusher staying in Miami at the same place where they went to college. But it absolutely could be Darrisaw as well. It should be on the offensive or defensive line here, in my opinion.
Right. And I mean, I think they could take a running back like Najee Harris. They could feel like Tua needs that strong running game, but I don't know that it says something good about your first round pick last year at quarterback if you feel like you've got to spend a first round pick on a running back to support him.
That's true. I would not even think about taking a running back at 18. That's crazy talk to me, especially when you have a pick again at 36 and 50 and you have a third round pick. I think there will be plenty of opportunities to go get a running back. Najee Harris is not a good enough prospect or Travis Etienne are not good enough prospects for me to take at 18. Like, I think that it has to be emphasized how high of a pick 18 is for a running back who I haven't really seen knocked above 22.
Quamar Hicks says true, and I don't know what it was in reference to, but I'm just going to flash that up. Every time I make a point, I'm going to flash that up again. So, and again, if you're out there in the chat still watching, looks like we've got quite a few of you still. Drop us a line in the chat. You ask us questions. Love to interact with you guys live. It's one of the things that we both love to do about this. So make sure you let us know what you're thinking here. Oh, yeah, he says he's talking about to the Raiders. Oh, yeah, to the Raiders front office being inept. Yeah.
Unreal. Jalen Phillips off the board. Jalen Phillips to the Dolphins.
Oh, okay. All right, Jalen Phillips it is. I'll put that in just a second.
Makes a ton of sense. I'll give it a B+.
I wrote in my mock draft, which if you did not check out, you should definitely go check out. I know everyone's tired of mock drafts. So I wrote one mocking every pick and selection, and this is what I wrote about the Raiders. After trading their entire offensive line for late picks, the Raiders spend their first-round pick on a replacement lineman. Raiders fans should be thrilled with this selection as it would be the first time in 3 years the Raiders have made a smart pick in the first round. In 2018, they took consensus day 2 prospect Colton Miller at 15 overall. In 2019, they took Clelin Ferrell, a player many scouts thought could slide into the second round at 4. And then last year, they took the consensus number 3 wide receiver off the board at 12 because of #speed. If Gruden's stretch of drafting has proven anything, it's that the Raiders are playing checkers while everyone else is playing 3D chess. They will probably take some projected day 2 guy again. From now on, when we want to talk about front offices screwing up the draft, let's just say they pulled the Raiders. So I think that all stands true even tonight.
I think this is like, I don't know how many years in a row. Well, I guess I had Ruggs last year, so that's a little different. But those guys you just mentioned, I remember I didn't mock Clelin Ferrell in the first round. I remember that year, that was like my hot take. I was like, I don't think he's a first round prospect, and I don't think he's going to go in the first round. I had him in like the 30s or the 40s. And he went 4, and I was like, either I'm an idiot or they're idiots. So
they're saying right now, according to the ESPN draft predictor, there is a 60% chance Alex Leatherwood would have been available at the Raiders' second-round pick.
Yeah.
So who did you say? Who did you say the pick was? It was Jalen Phillips.
Jalen Phillips out of Miami, staying in Miami, which was my prediction all along that they would take a Miami pass rusher. I thought it'd be Russo. Ended up being Phillips. It's funny how similar prospects they are. And this must mean that the Miami Dolphins are confident in Jalen Phillips and his medicals, because that was a big question coming into this draft and where he would fall, if he would rise, because he had a really wide range of where he could go. I think his over-under was about 27.5 or 26.5. So him going at 18 is a win for him here, and a win for like the Dolphins if his medicals are in check. This is a steal.
He's a guy that, I mean, he retired from football for concussions and then he came back. And I had heard that he started to rise as he kind of was able to alleviate concerns in meeting rooms that, you know, he was just kind of in it for the payday and, you know, convince people that, hey, he actually likes football and he's not just looking for the payday. And I mean, he is a high talent player. There's just a lot of medical questions there. Absolutely. Rufus is asking in the chat, is there a chance the Eagles can come back into the first? I certainly think it's possible. I think it's less likely now that they dealt that extra third round pick. But sitting at pick 37, you know, moving up 5 or 6 spots, I think it's certainly possible. What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, I'm gonna flash up my big board and kind of just say I'm taking the receivers out. Obviously, like I don't think Terrace Marshall or Kadarius Toney are guys we're gonna focus on at 37 or to move up into the first. But if you look at Russo, you look at Owusu-Koramoah, you look at Darisaw, you look at Morrig, Farley, all of those DNs and Ojulari, Owa, Basham Pay. Eichenberg, Barmore. I think all of those guys I have as first-round talents. If any of those guys are available around 27, 28, and it's kind of dwindling, I think that's absolutely something the Eagles will look into. But if there's a bunch of them hanging around, why not just wait until 37?
Yeah, I tell you what. So I just hopped back in because I saw you guys talking about this. I was just looking at who tweeted it. One of the Eagles beat writers just tweeted that the Eagles have yet to meet the media on Zoom, which normally they do pretty quickly after making a pick. And he said it could be not that they've made a move, but that they're monitoring in the hopes of possibly making a move if as you said, Mart, the right move presents itself. So they're not officially done yet, because typically the Eagles are the team that they make a pick and they get out and they talk to the media. They have not done that as of yet. And I mean, it's been 9 picks since they made Devontae Smith their first round pick.
It's very interesting. That's a good point.
According to the draft value chart, to go from 37 to 32 would take slightly more than their 4th round pick. So you're probably looking at somewhere around a 4th round pick if you want to move back up to 32. It's also worth noting that Zach Ertz has not been traded yet, and there was a lot of smoke around Zach Ertz being traded as a piece to move back into the first round, so that's still on the table. One other thing I want to point out real quickly that is interesting, or not interesting, just poetic. The Eagles last year, they take Jalen Hurts in the 2nd round, right? And so this time they trade up, and with Justin Fields on the board, they take Jalen Hurts' former teammate in Devonta Smith, and they use the 3rd round pick that they acquired from trading Carson Wentz to do it. So I just think it's a little poetic. Maybe they're more in on Hurts than we think. I guess we'll see. Marky Mark asks, can you talk about your top 2 picks you want the Eagles to get in the 2nd round? Rob, why don't you lead us off while you're on here? Who's a couple of guys you want the Eagles to look at in the 2nd round?
Yeah, I've really fallen in love with Jabril Cox from the linebacker position at some point. I very similar to the wide receiver position. I want a stud linebacker in the draft this year. I want a guy that can play. He can rush the passer, he can blitz, he can be in coverage. Jabril Cox has really continued to develop his game at LSU. I would love to see him. And from the cornerback standpoint, a kid from Syracuse, and I'm not even going to attempt to say his name because there's no way I'm going to pronounce it right.
Melifonwu.
Look, the big thing with Gannon is he likes those long corners. So, there's going to be a few of them in that 3rd round. I like him. You can look at Paulson Adebo from Stanford. I think there's options, but more so for me, it's let's the positions I want to see: linebacker, corner, in some way, shape, or form. I've also said safety. Look, if they're on the board of 37 and Javon Holland from Oregon is there, it's tough to pass that up. You have Rodney McLeod coming back off of a torn ACL, and then what? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're limited at that safety position.
The Washington football team selected Jamin Davis, linebacker out of Kentucky.
There goes my bet.
I think that's a crazy pick right there, personally.
Yeah, I do too.
That's too high. I think that's too high. I'm not too high on Jamin Davis, but I think that's a crazy pick. And I think that teams in our division are not making great decisions tonight, in my opinion. And here's another one with the New York Giants at pick 20. The New York Giants coming up on the board. But Marky Mark asked for our top 2 guys in the 2nd round. For me, this is just the board, and after filtering out receiver, I have a clear top 5. And for me, that's Gregory Rousseau, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Christian Darrisaw, Trevon Moehrig, and Caleb Farley. Those are the guys I would consider moving up for. Those are my 5. And if it starts getting down to the point where there's only 2 of them left, that's really when I would really start looking up and pulling the trigger, no matter the position. I just think those 5 prospects are my favorite 5 prospects, non-receiver-wise.
Yeah, and I said Javon Holland because I just assumed Trevon Moehrig was not going to be available for the Eagles. But if he starts slipping, he's a guy I absolutely wouldn't mind seeing the Eagles trade back up in to get.
Yeah.
Right. So for me, I mean, obviously, I can answer that question better when I know who's going to actually be there. But Greg Newsome, I think, will be gone. I'd take him if he's there. Caleb Farley, I think he'll be gone. I'd take him if I was there. I think more realistically, you're looking at Asante Samuel Jr. At corner. Trevon Morig, I think he could be there, but you might have to trade up in round 2 to get him. But those are kind of some of the names I'd be looking at the start of day 2. And I mean, if Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is there, I'm taking him and I'm going to play him at safety linebacker hybrid. He can be Malcolm Jenkins for me.
Absolutely. That's a guy, I mean, if they move up in this draft, it's a Thursday night, I got work tomorrow, I might start drinking. If they moved up and got Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah to add Devonta Smith, those are 2 top 10 guys in the draft for me. So I'd be absolutely ecstatic.
Now,
so real quick, let me run down Jamin Davis real quick since he's a division rival, and then real quick give a couple talking points about the Giants. So Jamin Davis, he's only got 11 career starts at Kentucky. And on the tape, I mean, his inexperience really shows. He diagnoses plays very slow, struggles to shed blockers, but he's really athletic and he's got good size. And so he doesn't necessarily do the best in zone drops, but he's super athletic. And so I think, what the football team's thinking there is they did need an off-ball linebacker. It was a pick they could go to. And actually, I made fun of them for spending all of their first-round picks on edge players, front 7 players. So, again, go check out that mock draft. I won't reread that one. But that's all they do is spend first-round picks on front 7 defensive players and quarterbacks that don't pan out. So, but it is what it is for them. I think Eagles fans should be happy about that pick because I think that's a pretty poor pick. So now we look at the Giants. They've got a lot of holes to fill. They've got a lot of needs. But they have done their best to address some of those in free agency. They have not addressed edge/linebacker yet. The only player they had with more than 4 sacks last year was Leonard Williams, and he lines up inside, so he's not an edge player. Micah Parsons and Jalen Phillips are the 2 prospects that Joe Judge went to see in person at Pro Days. They are both gone now. But I feel like Kwity Paye could be the pick here. He's a better run stopper than Jalen Phillips is to begin with. He's probably the best run-stopping edge left on the board. And we know that's what Gettleman likes. He plays football of the 80s where it's all about run and stopping the run. I mean, he spent pick 17 on a nose tackle a couple years ago with Dexter Lawrence. So that's my prediction. I'm predicting that it's going to be Kwity Paye here.
I mean, I think some of us might have thought that they almost were thinking about doing that at 10. So to trade back, get a first next year. And, look, I think this is a better area for Kwity Paye to go into. I feel like anybody that would have taken him earlier would have been reaching. But here's the Giants. They get a first round next year, and they could still get an edge guy that they may have had a super high grade on when they were looking at, that 11th pick. So, I tend to agree with you on this one.
And I think it's appropriate value for Paye. Like you said, I don't think it's a reach. I think it's good process by them if Paye is the pick here.
There's edge rushers I like more than Paye personally, but I think Kwity Paye is a Dave Gettleman classic. He always calls them the hog mollies, the guys on the offensive line and the defensive line. By the way, Davis showed Gettleman and Joe Judge in the war room 2 quick observations. 1, Gettleman looks like an absolute slob. He is sweating. Like he is sweating through. It looks like he's wearing 7 layers of the amount of flop sweat he's got going on. And then Joe Judge is a house. I didn't know how big Joe Judge was. Holy hell!
I remember making fun of last year Gettleman wearing a mask and gloves in his own house on the phone for the draft. I made a joke about somebody needs to tell Dave Gettleman that's not how you get a computer virus.
Yeah, Dave Gettleman, man, it's crazy he still has this job. Am I wrong?
No, you can say what you want about Saquon Barkley, but at the end of the day, taking a running back that high is just it's gross negligence with your resources. Taking Daniel Jones as high as he took him is ridiculous. Taking Dexter Lawrence, he's trying to play football the way it was played 20 years ago.
And what has it got them? Like Saquon Barkley's been great. I mean, obviously he was injured last year, and that's not on anybody's. That's nobody's fault. But they haven't won anything. They haven't won anything. And that's what people were saying when they picked Barkley. When they did, people said, "Look, no one's saying this guy's not going to be a great football player, but you're not winning. You don't have anything." And what did they do? Wait do you see what? Like, this is not the pick that I would have made if I was the Giants.
Giving running backs second contracts is generally a bad move, and drafting a player top 5 you can't give a second contract to is definitely a bad move.
Well,
the pick is on the board. The pick's on the board. Wide receiver Kadarius Toney out of Florida. That is certainly not where I thought they were going. And it's real quick. I just want to tell Eagles fans, you should be rooting for every receiver to go off the board right now. Root for every receiver: Terrace Marshall, Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, Rashad Bateman. Root for all of those guys to go off the board, because every receiver that goes off the board is another player that gets pushed down to 37 or pushed down for us to move up to, because we're not taking a second receiver at 37. So every receiver that goes is an absolute win here for the Philadelphia Eagles.
And this is what I mean. Like, Shane, you said it. The Giants used free agency to address a lot of needs, one of which they paid Kenny Golladay a lot of money at the wide receiver position. So why wouldn't you worry about that defensive line? And to be honest with you, I really think they should have been thinking offensive line a little bit.
Their offensive line's a mess.
Yeah, first-round pick. I think that for them, you had to go to the trenches. They were a perfect team that – needed to get the trenches back up. And look, Kadarius Toney's an explosive player, but what does it matter if your quarterback doesn't have time to throw the ball to him?
Right. He's also got a red flag a little bit. I know he had a traffic stop where he had a loaded gun in the vehicle. So I know he's got some little bit of baggage with off the field stuff there, but he's an explosive playmaker. He's going to be your slot guy. He's like a running back with the ball in his hand. But one of the negatives to him, and also he's got a real high football IQ. He used to play quarterback. He's that kind of player. He has a real limited route tree, and he doesn't have much experience at wide receiver. He does not have a very good release package against press coverage, which in the slot, you're trying to keep guys out of press coverage as much as possible. But I think this is the ultimate sink or swim year for Daniel Jones, and they're just throwing picks at receiver to eliminate excuses, to be honest.
Yeah, I like Kadarius Toney probably a little bit more than you guys do. I had him 19 overall, but I had about 5 players ranked above him, so it's not the pick I would have made. I would have also rather Terrace Marshall if they were going to go with a wide receiver. But Kadarius Toney does have really high upside. I get it. Like Shane said, he's a really high IQ guy. He's someone who can make a home run happen on a screen pass. Like Shane said, he looks like a running back with the ball in his hands. He's certainly an interesting guy. And he's a guy that Todd McShay said a lot of these teams in the high second round were trying to move up for him or Elijah Moore, who is kind of looked at as an X factor nowadays in the NFL. And it's funny because these types of guys 5 to 7 years ago wouldn't even have been considered until day 3, in my opinion, due to size and due to frame and such like that. So I do think Kadarius Toney could stop on a dime. He can cut on a dime. He's absolutely dynamic. I don't think he'll be able to show a lot of that in New York. But these highlights, by the way, I didn't realize how insane these highlights were for Kadarius Toney. He made some cutbacks on that.
Yeah, he's explosive.
Oh, absolutely.
I had him behind Marshall and Bateman, but I don't think he's way overdrafted here. But I definitely would have worried more about offensive line or edge if I was the Giants.
And then with the Colts, I think it's kind of the same thing. I think it's got to be O-line or D-line.
You could make a convincing argument for wide receiver. Their top wide receiver last year was T.Y. Hilton, who had 762 yards, and he's slowing down. His first 7 years in the league, he averaged 50 yards a game, and in the last 2 years, he's averaged like 30 yards a game. So, his production is dropping a lot. But
I saw
left tackle, they don't do what?
I saw this as a nice spot for Bateman, Rashad Bateman, possibly. But I also think, look, their Carson Wentz is their quarterback now. And you saw what happened when Carson didn't have time. And Darisaw, I believe, is still on the board. I think
Jenkins.
Getting that tackle to protect the blind side of Carson Wentz and to allow Carson to get back to being the player I believe he can be, I think is going to be Frank Reich's number one thing that he wants to do here. So I do think they end up going offensive line, but there is an argument to be made about the wide receiver position.
Yeah. And you could also make an argument at corner too. Their pass defense wasn't great last year, but yeah, if they don't have anything at left tackle. Braden Smith is good at right tackle, but nothing at left tackle. So that's what I would be looking at as well here.
Yeah, and I believe Darisaw is a left tackle. So I think Darisaw would be a perfect fit here for Indy's big fella. Indy loves big fellas on the offensive line. If you look at their past history with offensive linemen in the first round, they really prioritize length. And I've heard Darisaw as a name to Indy before, but I didn't think Darisaw would last this long. So I thought that they'd be looking more at the Tevin Jenkins, the Samuel Cosmes, the Liam Eichenbergs. But with the top tackle still on the board, I think it's a move that they would be really smart to make here with Darisaw. I also think they do need an edge rusher and an interior D lineman. If they want to go Barmore, if they want to go Gregory Rousseau or Kwity Paye, I think those picks make sense too. But with the investment you made in Carson Wentz, and you want to keep him healthy, you got to protect him and you got to give him weapons. So I completely understand the notion of this kind of has to be an offensive pick. But if they love a D lineman and you fall in love with one, then you got to make that pick.
Yeah, Darisaw was a 3-year starter at right tackle. Or
right
excuse
tackle.
me, at left tackle.
Okay, I thought so.
I misspoke. He's 3-year starter at left tackle. Tevin Jenkins. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish this point because I wanted to talk about one other thing.
Okay, I was going to say Tevin Jenkins played left tackle, right tackle, and right guard. And then Liam Eichenberg, I think he was all left tackle as well. So.
Yeah. He was.
All three of those guys have played left tackle. Darisaw has the most experience there. I kind of expected Darisaw to fall a little bit. I know there was a lot of talk about him kind of being a loafer, not having a mean streak that you like to see in offensive linemen. So that could play a little bit into this here too. But what were you going to say, Rob?
I was thinking back to the Giants pick, and they go Kadarius Toney. I think the Eagles knew. I don't think they thought. I think the Eagles knew the Giants were going to pick Devontae Smith.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
that's a good point.
And I wonder if when the Eagles moved back to 12 to begin with, right? Yeah, they had the corners, I'm sure, high. But I wonder if Devontae Smith was a name that they circled from the moment they moved back there and thought, okay, we got to see how this board plays out. But if it is looking like the Giants are going that route, we are getting up in front of them.
The New York Giants pick is in, and it is not on the offensive side of the ball.
Wait. The Giants?
My bad. The Colts. I meant to say the Colts.
Okay.
The Colts pick is in, and it is not on the offensive side of the ball. It is defensive end Kwity Paye out of Michigan. They did end up going with a D lineman. It was a need, but I am surprised to see them go away from the offensive side of the ball. It means that the rest of this draft, I really think that they have to take a hard glance at receiver and offensive line.
They did lose 40% of their sack production last year. So, I mean, it makes sense as a pick. And with seeing some of these offensive tackles fall, maybe you sit there and you think, hey, we pick at 54. We could probably get an offensive tackle there. So I want to address real quick. Marky Mark asked, what are the chances the Eagles keep Ertz? What do you guys think about that?
I don't think there's any chance. I don't know when it happens. I would, if you want to venture a guess, before the end of this weekend, would be my guess that some sort of move is made. But I just don't know how you do it now. I don't know how you keep him in. I mean, look, he's not happy here, not because of Philadelphia. He feels betrayed. He feels like he was lied to by the front office over the last couple of years. I've got that on pretty good authority. Howie would say one thing and do another in a sense. And I think he's over the way that the front office has treated him. And to me, I don't think he should want to be here. I don't blame him for it, but I don't think the Eagles should try and keep him here at this point because I don't see anything good coming from that.
Yeah,
I think he could be a piece that you use to move back up into the first. And it's not going to be give up 37 and Ertz to get to 32 or 31. I think he's good. I think he likely gets traded during the draft, and I think he likely goes for a lot less than people are going to expect. Like I'm talking like 5th, 6th round pick. Buffalo could be a spot they need a tight end. Maybe you give Ertz 37 and a 6th or 7th round pick to Buffalo for pick 30. I could see that sort of scenario playing out, but I don't think he'll be on the team next year. It's just a question of if they trade him now, all of his bonus accelerates onto this year. If they wait until June 1st to do it, it doesn't do that. And so you got to weigh what you're going to get for him in a trade versus that salary cap question of if you trade him on draft weekend or if you cut him after June 1st. So the Titans are on the clock here. The Titans have 2 glaring needs. Can anybody name one wide receiver that plays for the Tennessee Titans?
Just one, AJ Brown, obviously, but besides AJ Brown, that they're barren at it. But I think an even bigger need is secondary. Either way, they cut their entire secondary, whether it be a corner or safety. It feels like they have to take a D-back here.
Yeah,
and it triggers onto that wide receiver room being so bad that Jonnu Smith's gone at tight end too. So they literally have nothing on the offense in terms of playmakers, and their secondary allowed the 4th most passing yards per game last year, and they lost Adoree Jackson. And so this feels like Greg Newsome. I thought all along that 22 was Greg Newsome's floor because I thought Tennessee would take him if he was there. But I could also see them making a play for Terrence Marshall or Rashad Bateman.
Yeah, I think it'll be
Kumar Hicks asked, do we draft another QB in day 2 or 3? I really like the short tape I watched on Kellen Mond. So right now there's 2 quarterbacks on the roster. You're certainly going to take 4 to training camp, probably carry 3 on the roster. I could see a day 3 pick on a quarterback. I think a day 2 pick on a quarterback would be unforgivable though.
Yeah, no, I don't. You can't do one day 2. I could see a day 3. One of your multiple 6th rounders, one of your 2 7th rounders. One name you've seen mocked to them a couple times, and I don't. It's a crapshoot at that point, but is Sam Ehlinger in Texas? You've seen mocked to them. Outside of that, I'm not up on the quarterback room as much as you guys probably are. I liked Kellen Mond in college, but I'm not picking a quarterback high. I'm just not. I can't. They can't do that again.
Matt says there's no way Justin Fields isn't a Hall of Famer just because he was on the board when we picked, right? The counterpoint to that would be there's no possible way he pans out because he was picked by the Bears, and Mac Jones is going to be the Hall of Famer because the Bears passed on him. But yeah, you could spin that either way. So I just realized that the Giants went going offensive line. I lost that, or going offense. I lost that bet too. So I'm now down 43 cents on the night. So I really need Caleb Farley to make it 2 more picks, and I'll pick up $1, and then I'll be back in the positive. So this just needs to not be Caleb Farley, and then we're back on the good.
Yeah, I'm 4-3 so far on my bets, so I'm still in the positive. The Trevon Moehrig prop bet is my last of the night. It's going to determine if I have a winning or a losing night. Losing would be like what Shane just said. I'd probably break even almost. But Trevon Moehrig under 26.5 is my last pick of the night.
See, I went under 0.5 safeties in the first, so I'm saying Moehrig out of the first, and I went under 4.5 corners, and that's my big one. I win $3 on that one. If there's,
I gotta tell you,
pretty good.
If Moehrig slips out of the first, the Eagles have got to try and move up the 5 slots to go get him. If you come out of your first 2 rounds of this draft and you're telling me it's Devontae Smith and Trevon Moehrig, that's everything you could have wanted from a draft.
Absolutely. I like Owusu Kormoa even more. So if he starts falling, I feel the same way about him. I feel the same way about Darrisaw even. I know O-line's not as much of a need, but I think Darrisaul's got tremendous upside at the position. I even if we don't feel like it's as big of a need, it could be a great value at that spot.
Yeah. And again, if you're out there in the comments, drop a line. Love interacting with you guys. So I get tired of talking to Mark and Rob. I'd rather talk to you guys sometimes. So drop us a line. Let us know what you want to talk about. But Titans are really running this clock down. It shows a minute 45 on my screen. And I was like 2 minutes behind earlier. So is this pick not in?
The Titans pick is in now.
Okay. So I'm feeling Newsom. This has got to be Greg Newsom. This was my floor for him all along. Just please don't be Caleb Farley. I have $1 on it, which is like what I make in a day as a teacher. So
yeah, it's very true. Very true.
A lot of the edge rushers I really like are falling with Russo, Ojulari, Owa, Basham. I guess Basham's not. Basham and Owa probably aren't falling yet, but I do think there's a lot of edge rushers on the board, and there's a lot of teams who need edge rushers to finish out this first round. So I'll be interested to see how many of them go. I can't believe this pick isn't in for the Titans. Jesus.
So,
Man.
what the hell? Why is everybody dancing?
Oh, interesting pick by the Tennessee Titans.
I want to know why everybody's dancing.
Cornerback Caleb Farley. They're taking their chances. They took their chances. I like him too. We weren't sure where he was going to go. I think that's a great pick by Tennessee. The only thing I will say is it's a little risky. Do we know? Is he supposed to be able to play right away, Shane? Like, is he going to be hurt still?
So supposedly that cost me $2, by the way. So supposedly,
you got to go work another couple weeks.
Supposedly he doesn't have feeling in a couple of his toes still from the last back surgery, so he's not totally recovered. I think the expectation is he'll be fine for training camp preseason, but you do wonder, a back, you're not regrowing bones in your back, and so for a defensive player that's going to have to stick his head in and tackle people, you wonder about his longevity. But he was my injury flags aside, he was my number one corner in the draft based on talent alone. So if he's able to stay healthy, he's a fantastic value for the Titans at 22.
He's an absolute dog. He's someone who's right there with Surtain. I think he's, in terms of taking injuries out of it, I think he's far better than J.C. Horn as a cornerback. And J.C. Horn went 8, Caleb Farley went 22. Obviously, like we said, the medicals are a big part of that. But if that works out in terms of medically, that's a great pick.
I'll be back, guys. I want to go listen to Nick Sirianni tell me how excited he is about football.
That's probably
if he carries a banana up on stage, let me know.
All right, we'll do it.
I also want him to challenge Smith to rock paper scissors on stage.
Yeah.
So Marky Mark saying the Eagles are doing a press conference, so they're probably done for the night, and so we'll certainly see on that. Is Howie at the press conference, or is it just Sirianni?
I don't know. I'll try to take a look. I'm fine with being done for the night. It does seem like a good amount of players are going to last at least until day 2. So it's not even if they're going to last until 37. It's going to be if they last until 33. Because if we have a couple guys that we like still, it always seems like they're either the 33rd or 34th pick since they've moved to putting the second round on a second day after the first round. It really seems like those picks have been traded overnight or like in between drafts a lot. I do think that the phone calls will be rampant in between day 1 and day 2, trying to move up to get certain guys. So I think it makes a lot of sense for the Eagles to not trade up in the next 10 picks. And if they do want to trade up, make a small trade in the second round.
So my money maker now is that I need Greg Newsom to be the only quarterback that still goes, as long as Stokes or
Campbell.
Campbell or Samuel doesn't go. If I can stick at 4 cornerbacks in the first, that gets me $3 back, gets me in the positive.
Yeah, I think that's a solid play. I think that's solid.
If that one fails, I can't get positive, but ETN after 30.5 and no safeties would get me close.
Yeah. I'm just hoping for Morig. I do think Morig is in play with Minnesota, and I think Morig is in play with Jacksonville at 25, but I think it's really going to come down to if Jacksonville takes him at 25 or if Cleveland takes him at 26.
So that they
it'll
very
come down to
much
it.
need interior offensive line help, but I don't know that there's an interior offensive lineman that you would take here.
Yeah.
They could also use help on the edge. When Danielle Hunter went down last year, it really exposed how thin they are there. I suppose you could take Landon Dickerson here, interior offensive line. That's maybe a little high. If you look at the edge, you got Aziz Ojolari, your boy Gregory Rousseau. Neither one of those would be reaches at this point. So maybe you're looking at something like that. Or you could always go offensive tackle. I mean, Darisaw is still there, but you're almost getting to the point that teams are going to start thinking, well, yeah, but so is Cosme, so is Tevin Jenkins. So there's a lot of quality offensive tackles. Dylan Reduns, Liam Eichenbergs. There's a lot of offensive tackles left, but a key thing is that the Vikings do not have a second-round pick. And so if they don't go offensive line here, those guys will certainly be gone by the third.
And maybe that's why they wanted to move back to this spot.
Oh, yeah. What did they pick up? Because this graphic is not updated to reflect any draft day trades. Did they pick up a second?
Was that I believe they picked up 2/3. Yeah, 66 and 86.
Both this year?
I believe so, yeah. So that would mean they have 3/3.
That's true. They have 4 third-round picks.
Oh, 4/3. Yeah.
Yeah, because they already had 2.
Yeah.
So they received 23, 66, and 86.
Wow.
So, yeah, they've got 4 third-round picks, so they could look to move up too then. It'd certainly be within the realm of possibility for them. A friend of mine just texted me and said the draft's going better for Philly so far this year because he knew how upset I was with Jalen Hurts as the pick last year. Rufus says the smart move here is Landon Dickerson or Creed Humphrey, both going to be studs. I'm very, very high on Creed Humphrey. I've got a scouting profile up for him on the Painted Lines too. He's a guy that I mocked to the Eagles in the second round a few times, and I would not hate that pick at all.
Devonta Smith is selling a shirt that says "Phi Jam," like the NBA Jam thing, but it's got like Jalen Hurts and Devonta Smith as a cartoon, like the old NBA Jam logo. That's a fire shirt. And Devonta Smith already tweeted it out. He's already got like a shop going with Eagles gear. Devonta Smith is all in. I'm happy.
Was this on Twitter?
Yeah.
I'm going to go find it, and I'll throw it up on the screen here.
Whoa, this is crazy for Kwity Paye. A wild week for Kwity Paye, who had a very serious health scare when his heart was red flagged during a pre-draft physical. In the end, teams cleared Paye completely after his team arranged for endless tests. Paye's blood work also showed COVID-19 antibodies, so there's a thought that contributed to the situation, and the elevated troponin levels led to a lot of scrambling by teams and Paye's agent to get answers ahead of the draft. That's a crazy process. Can you imagine being his agent here and he's got heart issues and he's probably like screwed and you have to go prove it wrong? That's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. Okay, this is pretty legit.
Yeah, that's pretty fire, isn't it? That's pretty fire. Christian Darisaw is the pick for the Vikings, by the way, at 23. The
$30.
tackle. Yeah,
I
sure gotta do it.
I'm gonna be ordering that later. So Christian Darisaw.
That's a great pick right there for Minnesota to move back from 14 to 23 and still get a tackle that a lot of guys had it as the top 3 tackle in this draft.
Yeah, that's good value, good process by the Vikings. I mean, I would have rather seen Elijah Vera Tucker for them. I think interior O-line's a bigger need, but to add those 2 third-round picks when you're missing a second and to still get a premier talent in Christian Darisaw, I think that's a good move.
I agree completely. And if they viewed Vera Tucker and Darisaw at all as equal, then this is a great move for them. Because if you're saying that they're about equal prospects and we pick up 2/3, it's just you can't beat that. So the Vikings always seem to do a great job getting value in the draft, in my opinion, whether that be trading up or trading back or just
drafting right behind the Eagles.
Exactly. Not just Jefferson, though. It feels like for years they get steals upon steals on day 1 and day 2 of the draft. I think the Vikings are a great drafting organization. I think Rick Spielman been their GM for a really long time. So I think that they do a great job in the draft.
So Kumar Hicks asked, how do you like our defensive coordinator? I was a fan of Schwartz. I don't even know who took over. So our defensive coordinator is a guy named Jonathan Gannon. He was the secondary coach for the Colts. The Colts under Gannon never invested a first-round pick or significant free agent money into cornerbacks, and yet they always had around a middle-of-the-pack DVOA pass defense. He seems to get the best out of his corners. I think Schwartz's legacy will be a little complicated. I think his idea of rushing 4, sitting in coverage was a great first punch, but the problem was as soon as teams were like, okay, well, you can't spend enough to get to my quarterback in 1.3 seconds before we throw quick outs and slants against your off coverage, Schwartz just never adjusted. I think Schwartz, the defensive coordinator, was fine. Schwartz, the personnel evaluator, played a big part in why we have no linebackers and no corners. And so I think getting him out of that decision-making process is going to be helpful. We're going to be transitioning to a split field safety scheme, which if you don't know what I'm talking about there, it's having 2 safeties high instead of 1, which takes a number out of the box, but it protects your corners. So it's going to be easier to play corner for Jonathan Gannon than it would have been for Jim Schwartz. I have an article up on the Painted Lines from back in the hire, kind of breaking all of that down. You can check that out if you'd like to. I go a little more in depth, but I'm excited to see a new direction. And obviously he was a secondary coach, not a defensive coordinator there. So we don't know exactly what he's going to do, but we expect him to bring a lot of those same principles that the Colts used in their secondary.
So apparently people are saying that the Steelers. Okay, no, never mind. The Steelers take Najee Harris, running back, at number 24. There was a brief rumor that they were looking at quarterback, which I was like, what the hell? Were they going to take Trask or Mond or something? That would be crazy. So I don't love the pick.
Did they officially take Harris?
Yeah, they took Najee Harris. Yeah.
Okay. I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't love taking a running back here at all. I would have probably rather them go offensive line. My top offensive lineman on the board at this point is Liam Eichenberg, and that's a guy that I had mocked to Pittsburgh. And that would have been a pick that I liked more for the Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the Steelers, they have their offensive line. They want to talk about how they can't run the ball, but their offensive line has gotten worse and worse every year. And that's a bigger reason than anything. Plus, we kind of talked about it earlier, but when you've got Big Ben, he's about to ride off into the sunset. The degradation of the O-line is a big deal. Alejandro Villanueva is unsigned. Marquise Pouncey retired. They could have looked at cornerback. Greg Newsome, Mike Hilton, and Steven Nelson are gone. They don't have much depth behind Joe Hayden and Cameron Sutton. I would have liked offensive line or cornerback, either one, a lot better. It just feels like to me, if you think you can win this year with Big Ben, I mean, I think you're fooling yourself. But if you think you can do that, this pick makes sense. Otherwise, you're going to start to rebuild, and you don't want to start to rebuild with a running back on the second year of a deal. I would have liked to have seen him go offensive line, and that helps Big Ben this year, and it helps whoever the quarterback ends up being next year. Rufus says, I'm assuming I'm the only person in Philly who isn't happy with Smith. I think he's a great wide receiver, but we needed to improve the lines and defensive backfield more to become a good team again. I'm not thrilled with Smith. I'm fine with him. I think he's a good player. I've got some concerns about the height, weight. I think there's corners and safeties you can get on day 2. I would have preferred a defensive pick. On the lines, I mean, our offensive line is good. It was hurt by injuries last year, but you've got Dillard, you've got you have who's the offensive tackle we took last year from Driscoll, yeah, Jack Driscoll. He played some right tackle, some right guard last year. He showed some versatility. So I mean, I can see the concern about the offensive line long term, but I'm not too it's the one position the Eagles have proven they can develop. So I'm not terribly upset that we didn't go offensive line. I would have liked a corner, but I mean, the 2 corners were gone by then, so it kind of was what it was for me, at least.
I can't say enough how thrilled I am. We took Devonta Smith. There's not a single player on the board that I would have even thought about taking over Smith. So I'm so happy. I get it. There are other needs on the team. I think wide receiver was an even bigger need than those things. So, and I've said that ad nauseum, and I've said how much I love Smith as a prospect ad nauseum. So I think it filled the biggest need. I think we got the best player. I couldn't be more happy. And I'm excited to go into round 2 feeling like so just kind of like we did it. We fixed that wide receiver position. I don't even have to think about wide receiver, even though we've drafted one in the first 2 rounds for 3 years straight now. But
Yeah.
I don't think we have to take another second or a third or even look at it next year in the first, hopefully. So I feel like it feels great to go into that second round looking pretty much strictly at defense.
Taking Justin Fields was never realistic. I mean, it's what I wanted. It wasn't realistic. And if he had not been on the board, I would be totally fine with Smith. I mean, the guys that went after him, you've got Parsons, Slater, Vera Tucker. I mean, you could make an argument for Vera Tucker or Slater. I didn't want Parsons. So, I mean, I think that's about what you wanted there.
Agreed. I think
so the Jags are back on the board here. They've got their quarterback in Trevor Lawrence. They have picked 25. They have 33 and 45 too. So they've got 2 early second-round picks.
Wow.
So they were 25th in sacks allowed per game last year, so they could definitely look offensive line to help protect Lawrence. They also allowed the 6th most passing yards per game, but they did sign Shaquille Griffin. Meyer wants to get faster. He may want to get a weapon to pair with Lawrence. So I think you could see one of the 2 wide receivers, Bateman or Marshall. I think you could maybe see Trevon Moehrig. I hope not. You could see Greg Newsome, or you could look at a guy like Tevin Jenkins. Those are some names that you could watch for here.
I don't think it's going to be a wide receiver. That's my main take on this pick, just because Urban Meyer's talked really highly about the receivers they have in-house. I know they added Marvin Jones, and they added another guy whose name's escaping me right now, but Urban Meyer talked really highly on the additions that they made, as well as Chark, as well as Laviska Shenault. I don't expect this to be a receiver, and I don't think running back's a need. I personally wouldn't make this pick, but I think that they will take Travis Etienne. I could be wrong, but that would be my guess, just because of the Clemson connection with Etienne and Lawrence. I think it makes a ton of sense, but I think Robinson would be fine for them to stick with at running back, but I think it's much more likely they take running back than receiver. Also, an upset pick, sleeper pick. I also wouldn't be shocked if they took Jackson Carman, offensive tackle out of Clemson, whether that be at 25, 33, 45, or in the 3rd round. He has a wide range of where he could go. That would be a name to watch out for Jacksonville over the next day or 2.
Yeah,
this could be a potential. Oh, go ahead.
I like the Etienne, the Etienne pick here. I wouldn't be surprised at all. But safety is a need on this team.
Oof.
Is this where Trayvon Moore goes? Maybe.
I forgot I had him under 26.5, so I sure hope so.
Yeah,
you could also look at you could also look at Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah, who's kind of that safety linebacker hybrid.
Yeah,
he could help you out there, but. Yeah, if I'm them, I'm looking at we need a safety, and there's one clear top guy in the class, and it's Trevon Moehrig. And then I'm looking at we need an offensive tackle, and there's Tevin Jenkins, Dylan Redmond, Liam Eichenberg, Jalen Mayfield. There's a bunch of tackles left. And, hey, you know what? We pick again in about 8 picks, and I think I can get one of those guys. So if I'm them, I'm going to take I'm taking Trevon Moehrig here. That'd be my pick.
That'd be excellent, man. That'd be an excellent pick.
But as an Eagles fan, I'm really hoping that's not the pick, and I hope.
I'm hoping they go receiver.
Yeah, I hope everyone goes receiver. Let's get these receivers off the board. We've got Ravens. Ravens have 2 picks. They could use a receiver. Packers could use a receiver. Let's make it happen. Packers and Ravens.
Yeah,
Saints could do it too.
Listen, if Bateman and Marshall make it down there, I really believe the Ravens are going to take one, and I believe the Packers will take one as well. I don't think Bateman and Marshall get to the 2nd round. I think that they do go. I think that, those 2 teams specifically are wide receiver needy. And as Mark just said, do the Saints look to take somebody else to go along with Michael Thomas from the receiver game? Possibly.
Smith.
Yeah, they don't really have much. They don't really have much behind Michael Thomas in New Orleans, so that could also be a spot.
The pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and it is running back Travis Etienne out of Clemson. The band is back together in Jacksonville. I generally don't love running back picks in the first round, but it's hard to hate on this and trying to build Clemson South down in Jacksonville. It's certainly an interesting play.
So I'm going to need to stop gambling.
I almost said Morig didn't go there.
I had ETN after 30 and a half. So I'm now down $3.43. So if I can only get one more corner and no safeties in the first round, I'll come out positive by like $1.30. So let's go. Let's make it happen.
I'm trying to figure out how many picks I've predicted correctly. It's not that many. But that's one of them. Travis Etienne is one of them. So we're moving on to Cleveland at 26 here. This is a team I could see moving back. I could see this being a pick for sale right now.
I'd like to see Cleveland. I think Christian Barmore could maybe be a guy in play here.
Yeah.
They got Clowney at the opposite edge of Garrett, but they really don't have much on the interior D-line.
Wait a second. Timeout. Roger Goodell's announcing picks from the chair now. I'm done with this chair gimmick that Roger Goodell's trying to pull on the NFL community. I think it's unbelievable.
Why are they
the comfy
announcing
chair
picks
off
from the chair?
Yeah, he's got the big comfy chair. He's like relaxing while he's making this pick for Jacksonville. That's disrespectful to Travis Etienne. Get out of the chair, stand up at the podium, Roger.
Why are they announcing picks from a chair?
I don't know. He pulled a hammy. I don't know. He's just sitting in his chair on a stage in front of thousands of people.
So, and again, if you guys are still out there in the chat following along with us, we certainly appreciate the support, and feel free to drop something in the comments. We love interacting with you guys.
Absolutely.
This could be a Greg Newsome spot too. I mean, they've got two good corners, but can you have too many good corners? And they don't really have a slot.
That's every position with Cleveland. It's like every position's like, yeah, they could use a guy here, but it's not desperate. Like it's all kind of like receiver. They could use a receiver, but it's not desperate.
Well, when you have a top 5 pick 10 years in a row and you always trade out of them, you tend to have a lot of young, talented players.
Yeah, and you tend to be stock depth-wise. Like they have tremendous depth, so it's going to be interesting to see what they think is a need. That's why I thought trading out would be a legitimate option for Cleveland here, just because they don't have such a glaring need. But if I had to guess, I'd say they go pass rusher, whether that be Barmore on the interior, or whether that be Jason Owa. I did hear Owa as a guy that Cleveland could be looking at heavily, just because he's an analytic monster. Apparently the analytic community loves Jason Owa out of Penn State, and Cleveland is the Moneyball franchise. Cleveland is the most analytic NFL franchise, so they could view Owa just as a physical freak, and the measurables could be too much to pass on for them, even without sack production. I know that's kind of similar to Jadeveon Clowney, who they just signed, but
he's only on a 1-year deal, though, and it's hard to have much confidence in him.
Yeah, he's moving team to team every single year, so I think Owa could make a lot of sense here.
Philly RB says the Bucs should get Trey Sermon. I mean, maybe, but not in round one.
Round.
Sermon's
round 2.
Sermon's probably a late day 2 guy from what I've heard. He's a guy I'd love to see the Eagles take a swing on if he can make it to like the 4th type of thing, because I'd like to see us get an upgrade at, our backup running back spot too. All right, I'm going to step away for just a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'll throw on my stream real quick, or my big board. Travis Etienne is off the board, so let's take him off. And we are at we are at Cleveland. They did not announce the pick yet, but the pick is in. So let's pull up my big board and we can talk about who my best players available are. Gregory Rousseau and Jeremiah Usu-Cormoa in a tier of their own, still on the board. Moving on, Trevon Moehrig is a guy that I love. Terrace Marshall is another guy I love, but not for the Eagles at this point, with Devonta Smith on board. Azeez Ojulari, Jason Owa, Carlos Basham Jr., all guys that I'd be interested in for the Browns or for any of these teams at the back end of the first round. Liam Eichenberg is my top-ranked offensive tackle at this point. Christian Barmore is the only worthwhile day 1 or 2 interior D lineman, really. So that definitely makes him valuable. And then you got guys like Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, Rashad Bateman. I did not take Najee Harris off yet. He's off the board. But Cleveland, yeah, like I said, it's going to be hard to determine what Cleveland is going to do here because they don't have any glaring need. They have a lot of things that you can look at as something that, yeah, this is something they could shore up, but what do they view as their biggest need, and who on their team do they think is expendable? I think if they take a receiver, that could say a lot about Odell Beckham's future with Cleveland.
Yeah. Rufus says, if Newsome doesn't go here, does that almost guarantee either him or Asante Samuel Jr. will be available at 37? I don't see many other teams going for them. You look at, I think the Saints could be in play for a corner. I think the Packers could. The Buccaneers could do anything. I mean, they're BPA, but you also get to that point that like teams are scared sometimes to pull the trigger as the draft's going down. But when you get that pause to round 2, a lot of movement tends to happen at the top of the second round. So if Newsome or Asante Samuel or Trevon Moehrig, for that matter, are sitting there at the end of the night, there's a good chance you see teams trying to jump up to the top of the second round to take those, especially when you have a team like the Eagles who clearly need to go defensive back at 37.
Cleveland Browns are announcing the pick, and it is Greg Newsome, cornerback out of Northwestern. Greg Newsome is someone who we expected to go off the board sooner. I wonder if his medical red flags had something to play into that. But he is off the board here at 26 to the Cleveland Browns. Like we said, with all these things, I don't think it was a glaring need for Cleveland, but they probably viewed Newsome as the top guy on their board and went best player available. I wouldn't be shocked if we hear that they tried to move back and couldn't find anyone trying to move up. I don't know who that guy is right now that you want to move up for. So they stuck and took Greg Newsome. What do you think of the pick?
I mean, I like Greg Newsome. I did a mock where I traded down to 20 and took Greg Newsome. Obviously, there's some injury concerns there. He's had ankle and groin injuries, but I think he's versatile for about any scheme. He's really smart. He's got a high motor. He's got good length, which a lot of people like to see, and he's really willing in run support. So that's part of why I liked him as a fit with the Eagles. Moving to that cover 2, it's important to have corners that can be force players on the edge in the run game. So I like him. I think it's a good pick for the Browns.
The way that the girl announced it, they had some girl, I don't know who it was, announce the pick for the Browns, and she said Gregory Newsome. And the way she sounded, it sounded like Gregory Rousseau. So that threw me off a little bit there. But my guys are falling. It hurts my soul to see Gregory Rousseau, and especially my Notre Dame guy, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, fall here. If Notre Dame doesn't get a player in the first round to use that in recruiting going forward, I'm going to be upset. So I hope JOK or Liam Eichenberg go off the board here with these last 5 picks. Also, with 26 not taking Trevon Moehrig, that puts me at 4-4 on my draft props for the day. So I did end up down a unit, I believe, which is not great. I wish someone would have taken Trevon Moehrig. I think there will be teams kicking themselves down the line when he turns into a stud safety.
So now you can root for Moehrig to fall out of the first round with me.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if I have no defensive backs go, I'll end up positive. But
hell yeah.
So the Ravens are up now. The Ravens' offensive line's a concern, especially without Orlando Brown now. Tyree Phillips was a third-round pick last year, and he was one of the worst offensive linemen, according to PFF grades, in the entire league last year. So you don't feel comfortable rolling into the year with him as your second or as your right tackle. They also haven't had a 1,000-yard receiver since 2016, and part of that is by design of their offense. Part of it is that they just don't have great receiving talent. They've got pick 27 and pick 31. I've heard smoke that they wanted to trade out of one of those. If they stand and pick, I would highly expect them to take an offensive tackle and one of the wide receivers, though.
They need to take a receiver. I'm a Lamar Jackson stan. I love Lamar Jackson. Who's the best receiver Lamar Jackson's played with so far in his career?
I mean, it'd have to be Marquise Brown, and he hasn't been great.
I think I could probably make an argument that Willie Snead is a more productive receiver so far than Hollywood Brown in the last couple of years. Like, there's a chance Willie Snead is the most professional receiver Lamar Jackson has ever played with. And that
I remember
damning.
when we traded up for Andre Dillard, I was terrified that we were going to take Marquise Brown that draft. I'm an OU fan. I live in Oklahoma, and I loved him at OU. I just did not think he was going to translate to the NFL very well. And there was a ton of smoke around us taking him, and I was so nervous that draft night. And
I'm not a big Brown guy either.
Now I would have rather had him than Andre Dillard, but I wouldn't have picked either one of them. So
I think that Baltimore absolutely needs a receiver. Last year, watching their offense, I think a lot of things. Obviously Lamar has limitations, but I think a lot of that is due to how limited the talent he's thrown to is. I think it's pathetic what they've given him to throw to at receiver. So I just hope that they get a guy like Terrace Marshall, and I think he'd be the perfect fit with his size in the red zone for Lamar Jackson. I cannot say enough how much I would love Terrace Marshall to go here. If it's Rashad Bateman, I'm not as high on Bateman, but I know that people are, so I could completely get behind the Bateman pick. I could get behind Elijah Moore if they view him as an X factor. I know that it doesn't really make sense with Hollywood, but I really think Terrace Marshall, I know that they turn in the pick really quick. I really think Terrace Marshall should be the pick. I actually think it'll be Carlos Basham Jr., though. It's a guy who's been connected to the Ravens for a long time, and edge is a big need for them. I personally would go receiver, but I think that they will end up going edge with one of these two picks, and I think it could be the first one.
What if the Bengals take Terrence Marshall in the second round? Just get the whole LSU band back together.
That'd be crazy. And then trade up and get Jabril Cox.
Yeah, so I mean, you look at like the Brand. Let's hindsight now the Bengals' decision to take Chase over Sewell. And we look at the offensive tackles on the board again. Tevin Jenkins was expected to go in the first round. Liam Eichenberg was expected to go in the first round. And then you've got your higher second round guys on the board too. I mean, you can't call that they made the right decision on draft night, but you could certainly make a case that the board has fallen the way the Bengals anticipated when they took Jamar Chase.
No, absolutely. I think. I don't know. I guess would you rather end up with Chase and who's your I don't know, Tevin Jenkins, Samuel Cosme, or would you rather end up with Penei Sewell and Terrace Marshall or Elijah Moore? What do you think? It's close. It's tough.
I'm really high on Tevin Jenkins. If you could get Jenkins with your second round pick, I'd rather have Chase and Jenkins. I'd rather have Eichenberg and Chase. But if you have to get into that next group of tackles, I would probably rather have Sewell and then take, Moore or Terrence Marshall or one of those guys.
Yeah.
So it still depends on how it plays out. But
yeah, I guess I was so heavy. Like, I thought Penei Sewell was the right pick a couple days ago. Like, I thought it'd be crazy to go receiver. And as we got closer, I was kind of like, there probably will be a good offensive lineman there at 35. Like, I think I'm overreacting a little bit. So I kind of got open to the Jamar Chase pick. And now that we're here and like we just kind of did, we're looking at the guys that are still available. I think it might have been the right pick if he was there. I think it makes a ton of sense. I kind of wasn't a huge fan of it earlier on in the night, and I hated it earlier this week. But with how the draft has played out, I do think it's played out well for Cincinnati.
I really like Samuel Cosme. He's literally the most athletic offensive tackle that has ever made it to the NFL. Like,
you see the touchdown he had?
Yeah. And his RAS score was a 9.99. Like, it's literally the highest score that an offensive tackle's ever had. I like that guy a lot. I watched him play at Texas because I watched a lot of Big 12 football, and I really, really like. I mean, he's not as ready to plug and play as like a Liam Eichenberg, but his ceiling's so much higher if you can let him develop a little bit.
So the pick is in for Baltimore, and it is a wide receiver. It's not the one I would have went with, but it is Rashad Bateman at 27 to the Baltimore Ravens. I'm not even high on Bateman. I think he steps in right away as the best receiver Lamar Jackson's ever played with. I think it's a solid pick. It's not unspectacular. Obviously, I think Terrace Marshall has higher upside. But Rashad Bateman's a guy who I think could be ready to step in day one and play. I think he's a guy who could be very NFL ready, and that could be something Baltimore was looking heavily at as a team that wants to compete next year and a team that's going to need receiving help to do so. And they could have viewed Bateman as the most immediate fix to that problem.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he's not really a true burner necessarily. I know he quote unquote ran a 4.39 at his pro day because everybody ran a 4.39 at their pro days this year. But on the tape, he's not a true burner. He's a fine athlete. He wins with technique and his intelligence, not his athleticism. He's really good at selling his routes at the top of the route stems. He's fine after the catch. He's not, a great after the catch guy, but he does have really good ball skills, and he's kind of a technician. Can play in the slot or outside. He's a solid pick. He's not spectacular, but you're right. He's probably going to be the wide receiver 1 for the Ravens this year.
Yeah, he's someone who I think will be a fantasy darling going into the year next year. I think he's going to be someone who maybe is an 8th, 9th, 10th rounder in fantasy football, but someone who could really outperform that. Or he could be someone the fantasy community falls in love with and pushes to the 5th or 6th round, because I think that there will be plenty of opportunity there for him, even in the Lamar Jackson offense.
So the Saints are on the clock now. This is the perfect spot for Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Malcolm Jenkins is a huge part of this defense as their safety, box player, tight end eraser, slot guy. He does it all. He's losing his athleticism, and he has been for years. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah would be a fantastic fit here. He can come in and he can play linebacker for you this year. He can learn from Malcolm Jenkins, start to slowly take over those roles. And Jenkins is not long for the NFL. I think Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah would be a great pick here for them. What say you?
You don't have to sell me twice. I think Russo or Owusu-Koramoah would be fantastic picks here for New Orleans and would fill needs. Obviously, they're by far the best players on my board available at this point. Trevon Moehrig is another guy if they viewed him as someone they wanted to bring in and have Malcolm Jenkins teach him the way of safety. That'd be a fantastic pick too. There's a couple picks on the board here that could really help New Orleans going forward.
Yeah, Moehrig is more of your traditional safety. I just feel like I like JOK, but
I like him more.
I like him a lot, but considering what the Saints ask Malcolm Jenkins to do, it projects perfectly for Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I don't think there's a better fit here for me. This is the dream fit for him, in my opinion. And they could also look at wide receiver, like Emmanuel Sanders is gone. Michael Thomas needs help. He's pretty much what they have. And so you could look at not Rashad Bateman. He's gone. What's the other dude's name?
Terrace Marshall.
Terrace Marshall. It's been a long day.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose it.
They could look at cornerback. Kevin King was signed in free agency, but he's not an ideal cornerback too. Or excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong depth chart here. Janoris Jenkins is gone. They've got a hole at CB2. I just don't know if there's a CB that you want to take here, even though it's likely your biggest need. If we go look at the safeties that are on the board, or the corners that are on the board here, you get Eric Stokes, Asante Samuel, Ifitu Melifonwu, which it's definitely early for him. You could probably go with Samuel or Stokes.
I've heard Tyson Campbell. I'm not huge on him, but I've heard Tyson Campbell's someone who could go really high as well.
Yeah. So this is the part of the draft where you really get down to – it all comes down to team preference. The difference between a late first-round pick and a mid-second round pick is really just scheme fits. But I really love this fit for Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. And to be honest, now that I've talked about it a little bit, I'm going to be kind of disappointed if this isn't the pick.
Devonta Smith says he would love to wear number 6 with the Eagles. It's pretty cool. So I guess I'll flash on my best available since we're at commercial here, it looks like. But I've got Gregory Rousseau, number 1 overall, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, number 2 overall, Trevon Moehrig, number 3 overall, Terrace Marshall, number 4, Azeez Ojulari, 5, Jason Owa, 6, Carlos Basham, 7, Liam Eichenberg, 8, Christian Barmore, 9, and Elijah Moore would round out my top 10 best available on the board. So that means I have 10 players that I gave a first-round grade to who are still on the board with 5 picks left in the first round. So It should be interesting to see how many players that I view as a first round talent make it to day 2. So New Orleans. Obviously, we kind of discussed what they were going to do. Green Bay. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with all this Aaron Rodgers news out there. Do they take a receiver or an lineman to try to placate to Rodgers and try to get him to see that they're trying to help him out, or do they take a high upside, best player available kind of rebuild pick?
They better trade. They better trade Jordan Love is what they better do.
What a crazy situation.
So
I can't believe they did that.
If you're still following along with us, make sure you hit that subscribe button on YouTube or the follow button on Twitch. We really appreciate it. You can also follow us at our Twitter handles that are right down here. I always point to the wrong side. Right down here at the bottom. We're also at the Painted Lines. It tweets out all of our articles and stuff, but we really appreciate your guys' support and have had a great time tonight. We're going to be back on the mic tomorrow night talking through day 2 and probably talking a little more specifically Eagles stuff. We really wanted to give coverage to all the NFL stuff tonight. Tomorrow we'll probably have a little bit more Eagles focus and be a little more relaxed environment. So bring us your questions, your stuff, drop them in the chat now too, but we'll certainly be here ready to talk with you guys again tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I'll be a little more in and out tomorrow. It's my birthday weekend. So thankfully Howie Roseman did not ruin my birthday by doing something in the first round that I'd hate. But I do have to do some family stuff tomorrow, but I do think I'll be able to check in at least for up until 37 to see that first Eagles pick come off the board if they trade down. Is that Peyton Turner is off the board at 28 to New Orleans? Yowza, that's a reach. Out of Houston, edge rusher. He was someone who I had said before on a pod. I'd have to go back and find it. He's someone who the Draft Network had ranked really low, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there it is. Wait, where is that overall? Yeah. I remember I said when we were going through a mock at one point, maybe it was just me and Dodds, I was like, I'm pretty sure McShay has Peyton Turner as the first round pick. Because I think a couple mocks ago, he had him going like 32 or 31 or something. And I was like, Peyton Turner? Like, I hadn't even really done research on that name. I ended up throwing him somewhere in my top 70. But that seems crazy right there.
Yeah, that's not – I don't know really much about him. It's not a guy that I watched film on, so I can't really talk too much about him. But this is not the first time that the Saints have done that either. It was at Marcus Davenport a few years ago, the edge rusher that nobody thought was a first-round pick. So if you follow the draft long enough, you'll see some of these teams have their type. You know, the Raiders reach for offensive linemen. The Saints reach for edge rushers. And you start to see those trends. And as an Eagles fan, it's fun to notice those in other teams and kind of deflect to them. But
absolutely. It's the same thing as us, with not picking linebackers.
Rufus says, you guys made me watch this instead of Pat McAfee. Thanks for the good info. Thank you, man. We really appreciate that. I know there's a lot of different places you can get draft coverage. So those of you that are sitting here watching this with us, we really appreciate the support. And we pump out podcasts, live streams, watch parties in season. They cover the all Sixers, Phillies. I'm just Eagles and football, but the Painted Lines has you covered for all your Philly sports stuff. So definitely keep checking in with us, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, and I was going to say the same thing. I was going through the day today. I saw so many people tweeting out like, "Oh, here's our draft stream for tonight." Like whether that be Eagles podcasts or Eagles websites or Philly websites or national websites. I was like, man, the people who stuck around with us the whole time, I appreciate the hell out of it with how many options there were. Rufus Rogers has been a guy that's been commenting on our streams the last couple of weeks, and he's always left really insightful comments, especially about the draft. So thanks for hanging. He's been commenting since the beginning of the night. So we're going on 4 hours here. So thanks a million, man.
Yeah, I didn't know if anybody had even watched, but I'm always excited to just get on and talk Eagles and draft. And I started doing what I'm doing 5 years ago because I'm in Oklahoma as an Eagles fan, and there's no Eagles fans here, and talking about it is a big part of what I did. So I joined Eagles groups on Facebook and found out they were all trash. So I started my own and got rid of all the political talk and all that stuff. And then people on my site or on my group told me like, hey, your write-ups you posted in here, you should start a blog for that. So I did, and I did it for about 3 years. And then when lockdown came, I got serious about it and ended up at the Painted Lines, and it's been a great journey. I love getting my stuff in front of people and just getting to talk Eagles. So
yeah, for me, I really started I've been nerding out over the draft since probably 2006, when I was way too young to be nerding out over the draft, filling out. I got my notebook right here. I'm still living in the Stone Ages. I'm writing out my rankings and my notes. I have notebooks filled with just old rankings and stuff like that. But the draft is my favorite time of the year. Last year, I started my podcast on my own, the Tough Cover Podcast, which is really just a sports podcast. And the first 2 pods were a draft preview and a draft review. There were some good and bad takes on there. I was not a fan of Justin Herbert at the time, but so I definitely had my misses. But the draft was really what started my whole podcasting and stuff like that. And eventually, a couple months ago, I tweeted out that I wanted to start doing breakdowns for the NFL draft, and I wanted to start being able to do some podcasts about the NFL draft and see if anyone was interested in tagging along with me. And it led me here, the Painted Lines. Matt McGinty referred me to Dives, and I came on Party on Broad before I was a part of the Painted Lines. And ever since then, we've done a million mocks, and I have my own gambling podcast, a Tough Cover Podcast, which used to be a more sports podcast. Now it's strictly gambling. And when I get my football fix here on Party on Broad, and I get my basketball fix on the Daily Dose with Dylan. So Painted Lines has so many good shows on YouTube. So go check them out on the Painted Lines and follow at the Painted Lines on Twitter. And Eric Stokes is off the board to the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, no.
Corner.
There goes my bet.
Oh, man. You still have your safety bet, though.
I do, but I'll
picks.
negative no matter what.
Yeah.
Bryant Baker says, Mark and Shane, just a couple of goats talking about football, but he didn't do the capitalization with the periods for greatest of all time, so I'm a little confused and concerned now.
We're just goats. We're farm animals.
So, yeah, I mean, Stokes, he makes sense. They signed Kevin King in free agency, but he's not really an ideal CB2. He was free agent for a reason, so they take a swing on Eric Stokes and cost me a $3 payout. But
yeah, I probably would have rather seen them go Terrace Marshall there, especially if Aaron Rodgers is sticking around. That would have been a really interesting fit with Devontae Adams, I think, on the other side. You get a big guy like that for the red zone. I know that they probably are high on guys like MVS and Lazard, but I think Terrace Marshall would have been an excellent addition there. And it's almost a shame that we're out of the wide receiver discussion if Terrace Marshall is going to be there at 37, because I think that guy's got tremendous first-round upside.
And at this point, I don't think Asante Samuel makes it to 37 because he's clearly the best corner left. With Stokes and Samuel, I felt good about one of them making it. With Stokes going off right here, I don't think Asante Samuel is going to be there at 37. But so yeah, Stokes, I mean, he's been consistent on tape for the last couple seasons. Plays a lot of press man coverage, good at the catch point. He doesn't have like those wow moments on tape. He's not the most, physical guy at the line of scrimmage, and he tends to get a little grabby. He's not going to be tasked with being a CB1. I'm watching his highlights on the other screen over here while I'm talking, but he's not going to be the most, high upside guy, but he's not being asked to be CB1. He's going to be there with Jair Alexander. And so I think Bryant says, look at Oklahoma boy's beard, clearly referring to the farm animal. I would call it my quarantine beard, but it's been here for like 7 years. Because if I shave it, I would look 17 again, which is problematic when you're a teacher that looks younger than your students. So the Bills are up here. The Bills, I had CB as one of their top needs. They could also use defensive line. They were middle of the road pass rush last year. They lost Quentin Jefferson to free agency, and they lost their top pass rusher is Jerry Hughes, who turns 33 this year. But they also need a tight end. They used 4 tight ends last year, and the best one is a guy named Dawson Knox, who caught 24 passes for 288 yards. So if you want to keep up with the Chiefs, who are certainly going to be waiting for you in the playoffs again, likely, you got to keep up with the arms race. I don't know about a tight end here, though. This is where I thought maybe you could see a movement of Zach Ertz along with like a 4th round pick or a 5th round pick to get up there. 37, Zach Ertz and a 5th or something. I do like Pat Freiermuth, the tight end out of Penn State. Feels a little early for him to me.
I feel like it might not fit a need. I'm not sure where they're at on the interior D line, but Christian Barmore, this is based in nothing. Christian Barmore feels like a Buffalo Bill to me. I don't know what that is. He just seems like someone they would like.
I could see that. Rufus says, growing up, I always wanted to be on sports radio. You guys are living out my dream. So good on you. Hey, man, it's never too late. I never would have thought I would be sitting here talking about this. And, I just started a couple years ago. So if it's something you want to do, seriously, chase after it. There's anybody can hop on a Twitch now or on a YouTube. And so it's more accessible than ever. So, man, chase that. I'd love to help you out if you got any questions or anything. I certainly don't know it all, but I'm an open book with that kind of stuff. So
yeah, seriously, follow us on Twitter and shoot us a DM if you have any questions or if you want to do anything. Rufus Rogers knows his stuff, so I'm sure anything you would do, Rufus, I'm sure you would know your stuff, especially talking about the draft. So yeah, if you want to do some sports radio, go start doing your own thing. There's no downside to doing it. And even if nothing really comes of it, you're just sitting around talking sports. That's what me and Shane are doing right now. We're sitting around talking football. I'd be watching the draft on my own, texting my buddies in the group chat anyway, and I'm still doing that still. But it's kind of, this is just, I would be doing this casually, but it's nice to have a reason to do all this research for other than just my own personal insanity.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you ever decide to launch it out, hit us up with questions and tag me on your first article. I'll retweet it for you or something. What are you on about over there?
Gregory Rousseau off the board at 30.
Your boy.
My guy. I'm sad that he's not an option now at 37, but wow, do I love that pick for the Buffalo Bills. Oh my God, you add a guy with that high of upside into a defense that already is really solid. I don't think that he's going to be expected to be an A-plus player right away. I think they know he's going to be a project, and I think that's something that really ups the upside of the Buffalo Bills going forward. And if you're going to be competing with the Kansas City Chiefs, you need to get after Patrick Mahomes. And I think Gregory Rousseau is the best pass rusher in this class, in my opinion. I think he's a top 10 talent in the draft. Obviously, there are red flags about his technique, about him putting on weight in the offseason, about his performance at the pro day. But I think if you look at his tape, I think he's just so athletic and so dominant on certain possessions. I think he's got such high upside. You're looking at him right now in the draft room. He is so goddamn large. Like, he is just a ridiculously large human. Like, he does not look like he just can live normal life with how monstrous he is. Like, he is just an absolute beast and a physical freak. You can't teach 6'7" at the defensive end position. I think he's able to impact the game in so many different ways, with stopping the run, rushing the passer, forcing fumbles, and also deflecting passes, standing up at the line and batting down passes, which I think in the last couple of years I've really tried to use as a tool when I view these defensive ends. I think it's something that gets underlooked in draft processes, how important that can be and how much of a drive killer it can be. Just throw an arm up because you're 6'7" at the defensive end position to stop a pass before it can even get to where it's going. I think that's invaluable and something that will really help the Buffalo Bills with Gregory Rousseau.
Brian says, I want to see this dude on the basketball court. He'd be a good
I bet he's a
basketball
beast.
player. Yeah.
I bet he's a beast.
I'm quite a bit lower on Rousseau than you are, but there's definitely tremendous athletic upside there. He's got to refine himself technically at the position. He had 1 year with a crazy amount of sacks and tackles for loss, and it largely was generated by stunts and twists. This is a guy who, if he can develop as a straight pass rusher, he's very high potential. But I do think he's a bit of a project. But like you said, coming off of the edge there, especially if you get with a creative defensive line coach or defensive coordinator, he could make an early impact as well.
Yeah,
so
I can't say enough. I love that.
Yeah, so we're back to the Ravens here. The Ravens have already taken a wide receiver, so that's likely off of the board for them here. So we're looking at edge, offensive tackle, safety. if Trevon Moehrig doesn't go here, I'm going to win that bet because there's no way the Bucs are going to take him. I say, but I think offensive line, I'm still looking at offensive line as a big need here. They've got to upgrade Tyre Phillips, and they don't have another pick until the third round. They do not have a second. Now, there's been a lot of smoke that they wanted to trade back here, so this would be a trade-up spot for someone. If there's somebody in the early second round that wants to move up for a Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Terrence Marshall, Trevon Moehrig, Tevin Jenkins, who's a guy I really thought was going to go first round. This would be a potential trade-up spot for someone so they could get that second-round pick. But if they stand, for me, Tevin Jenkins would be the pick.
I said it last time. Just because he's been linked there, I still like Carlos Basham Jr. here to Baltimore to fill up that edge hole that they need. I do think offensive tackle will absolutely be on the table here, but ultimately I think it'll end up being an edge rusher, and my prediction would be Basham. It could be Owa, it could be Barmore. Who would have thought? You look at
Aziz is still on the board too.
Yeah, I didn't even think about Ojulari. You look at Christian Barmore and Trevon Moehrig, who were so very clearly the number one players at their position at interior D-line and at safety. And both of these guys look like they could go into day two as with positions that did not have anyone drafted on the first day. So me and Dibes a couple times speculated that Moehrig and Barmore were helped by how weak their draft classes were at their position, but it doesn't seem to have had that effect.
Yeah. I'm surprised Aziz is still on the board. I'm surprised JOK is still on. Who is the player you are most surprised is still on the board? Is it JOK?
I think it's Moehrig for me. I think I'm more surprised Moehrig is there just because JOK is such a weird player. He's a hybrid. And so I do think that there's a lot of teams that are like, I don't know what to even do with that kind of player. Like, just because he's that linebacker, safety, Jamal Adams type hybrid, if you feel like that's not going to fit your defense, I can understand being out on Owusu-Koramoah. But Trevon Moehrig is the type of player who could fit, I think, any scheme. So I'm surprised that there's a lot of teams that need safeties. Maybe they just think they can get one later. But I'm genuinely surprised that Trevon Moehrig did not get drafted in the first round, given I had under 26.5. So obviously I thought he was going to be taken in the first 26 picks. So I guess it's not crazy Vegas wise. I'm just surprised personally.
Yeah, I went under. I went with no safeties round one on my bet. I'm still a little surprised. I mean, I heard smoke that was the direction it was going, but there's such a big drop off from safety 1 to safety 2 in the class. But the guy I'm most surprised is still on the board is Tevin Jenkins. And I think the Alex Leatherwood pick is really why he's still here. I thought Jenkins would have been the pick for the Raiders. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's the pick here for the Ravens, but I'm really surprised that he is still on the board at 31.
Yeah, I thought JOK was the pick at 17 for the Raiders. I think JOK, I do think he's by far the best player on the board for me. I like I said before, I'm not shocked that he fell just because of the type of player he is, but I think whoever's getting him at this point should know that they are getting just an A-plus guy to bring onto a football team in terms of what he brings to the locker room, his leadership, and he's just a football player. He's just an absolute dog, and he's someone who any organization would be lucky to have, especially at this point. I feel bad for him that he's had to sit through this whole thing. I think he's a top 10 to top 15 talent in the draft, so I think it's nonsense that he isn't going to get a first-round contract, but you know, who cares, I guess, if he goes to the right spot. That's really all that matters. He's got to go to a spot that's going to use him in a unique way since he's such a unique player. So it's going to be interesting to see where Owusu-Koramoah ends up. I think at this point that would be one of the steals of the draft.
He's one of those guys that doesn't fit in a clearly defined box, and sometimes those guys fall because you know exactly what you want in a player. And so when you get a guy and it's not a bad thing, he's very versatile, but it's a little hard to know where am I going to put him? He's a linebacker, or is he a safety? Or, you know, what exactly is he going to do for me? How do I fit him in my defense? And a lot of teams don't want to mess with that. And so as much as we like to talk about versatility, sometimes that can hurt defensive players in the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Which is interesting because it's not
box.
like that. It's not like that for offensive players. If you get a wide receiver that can line up out wide in the slot and can even take snaps out of the backfield, he goes 8th overall, like Tavon Austin, who should have not been drafted that high at all. So, I mean, it only works against or on the defensive side of the ball, but it definitely versatility can sometimes come back to bite you as a defensive player.
Yeah, and this could also be if teams view JOK as more of a safety. This goes with Morig too. This could also just be the NFL saying we don't care about safeties, and that's a shame because I do think the safety is being undervalued in a lot of ways lately. Oh, my Xbox just turned off due to inactivity. That is hilarious. 4.5 hours later of streaming the draft, and my Xbox finally was like, "That's enough." So let's put it back on.
Did the Ravens pick? Brian said Penn State with a nice day one
Jason
showing.
Owa.
Did Owa or Fire? It wouldn't have been Freiermuth because they've already got Mark Andrews. So I'm going to guess
Jason Owa. Jason Owa. That's a solid pick. You walk out with Bateman and Owa. Those are two analytic darlings. I know. So that'll be interesting to see how that pans out for the Ravens. You walked out with a receiver and an edge, though. It's not the receiver or the edge that I would have personally taken, but I don't think either are crazy reaches whatsoever. So I think they're both interesting picks, and I actually like that they stuck at 27 and 31 and didn't move around. I like that this first round didn't have crazy trades, kind of. I like that people just kind of took how the board came to them, made the pick that they wanted. It made it, I guess, for a more smooth draft, at least doing this from a stream perspective, made it run more smoothly than I expected.
Rufus says this is where Howie needs to pull a Dibes mock draft. I'm assuming that's Dibes mock draft and trade up again from Moreg or JOK. Yeah. I mean, if you could get, like I said earlier, it would, according to the draft value chart, it would take slightly more than their 4th round pick
is in.
to move up.
Jeez. The pick's in already for Tampa. Bruce Arians wants to get to the bar. He's like, I'm done here, man. We waited all this time to get to 32. Let's make the pick right away.
All right, so just don't be Trevon Morig. Leave him there for me. Give me this $1.70, and I'll only be down $3.73 for the night.
I don't want it to be JOK. I love JOK, and I hate the Buccaneers. I do not want to have to root for JOK on the Buccaneers because they'll also end up turning him into like an A+ player. But
so I thought running back could be a pick here because Fournette's back, but he wasn't really good last year. And Brady's kind of at the point of his career where he needs a good running game. You're chasing titles, so a running back makes sense. But with ETN off the board, Javonte Williams, but it's a little early for him maybe.
Yeah.
And if there was a QB, Brady's 44, but I don't think there's a QB I'd take here either. You could look at a wide receiver. Bateman is still out there.
Barmore?
Or Marshall, excuse me. I keep getting them mixed up.
Barmore
would be
Barmore. Yeah.
Barmore would be really interesting to put next to Vita Vea and just like good luck running anywhere in the A or B gaps against the Buccaneers.
Is Sue still around this year?
They should take Asante Samuel Jr. just so Brady can say he played with both father and son.
That's funny.
That's good. What were you saying, Mark? What were you asking?
Do they still have Sue this year and Ndamukong Suh?
Let me pull up their depth chart. I don't think so.
I don't remember seeing where he ended up with the 32nd selection.
They have Vita Vea. They do have Ndamukong Suh. So they have Sue, Vita Vea, JPP, and Shaquille Barrett off the edge.
Joe Tryon of Washington.
Okay.
I like a lot. It's athletic freak. I had him 38 overall. He'd be my 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. I think 12th best player on the board. So not a crazy pick at all. Not who I would have best player available, which is really what Tampa was doing there. But he is an athletic freak at 6'5", 252. They're showing highlights of him, and I've seen his highlights before. They are certainly highlights that come off as very impressive. You don't know how much of that is due to weakened competition in the Pac-12. But Joe Tryon is definitely an interesting pick there for sure. Would have been a guy I would have been interested in 37.
I'm really surprised there was a run of edges at the end and Aziz didn't go off the board.
Yeah.
That kind of surprises me.
I think it's even more surprising that Barmore didn't go.
Yeah. So here's the first round. End really heavy on defense. 4 edges in the last 5 picks. All 5 of the end were defensive players. If we tab over to best players available, according to the Draft Network, guys that you're looking at tomorrow as the top available is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Baron Browning, Azeez Ojulari, Terrence Marshall, Trevon Moehrig, Tevin Jenkins, Landon Dickerson, and you keep going down. If we want to look at Mark's board here, here's your board, Mark. I'll let you talk about your guys real quick.
Yeah, I have, it's actually not that different from the Draft Network, just different places, kind of. But Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is clearly my number 1 overall at this point. Trevon Moehrig is clearly my number 2 overall at this point. And my opinion on the Eagles, there's going to be a lot of talk like, move up to 33 and get Owusu-Koramoah. But for me, I think I would just look at Owusu-Koramoah and Moehrig. And as soon as one of those guys goes off the board, I'd try to move up to get the other one and hope that you have either both of them at 37 or one of them at 37. So that would be my plan going into tomorrow. I wouldn't move up right away to 33 to get one of them. I'd try to wait to see which one goes first and then try to get the other. But I have Owusu-Koramoah 1, Moehrig 2, Terrace Marshall 3. Not a guy I'd be interested in for the Eagles, but still a really good prospect that's available. Azeez Ojulari 4, Carlos Basham Jr. 5, Liam Eichenberg 6, Barmore 7, Elijah Moore 8, Asante Samuel 9, and rounding out my top 10 before a run of offensive linemen would be Jabril Cox, linebacker out of LSU. I would be ecstatic with any of Owusu-Koramoah, Moehrig, Ojulari, Basham, Eichenberg, Barmore, or Asante, or Cox. I'd be ecstatic with the second rounder, especially with Devonta Smith locked up in the first round. I think that would be a perfect 1-2 punch to come out of here with 10 and 37 and get 2 first-round talents on my board.
So the Eagles pick at 37 tomorrow. So give me your top 5 guys. And so worst case scenario, guy number 5 would still be there. Who's your top 5 for the Eagles at 37?
Yeah, Owusu-Koramoah 1, Moehrig 2, Ojulari 3, Basham 4, and I'll say Eichenberg 5, even though I'm tempted to say Barmore, even though I have him 1 spot below. But I'll say Eichenberg 5 to stick true to my board.
I'd say Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is 1 for me. Trevon Moehrig 2, Asante Samuel Jr. 3, Tevin Jenkins 4, Liam Eichenberg would probably be my number 5. So that's probably what I'm looking at tomorrow. Yeah, it's a great top 7 for the Eagles to pick from. There's a lot of good play. We've talked all along about the strength of this draft being really in day 2, and it really falls off a cliff in day 3, in my opinion. So tomorrow we're shopping for value. Day 3, it's not real deep, but we'll be back here tomorrow to talk with you guys, talk draft. So come join back in the chat. The draft starts tomorrow night at 7 Eastern, so an hour earlier because we got to get 2 rounds in, and we'll fire off Eagles. I'm going to be on a pod tomorrow at I think it's noon. It might be 1. I can't remember now. I'll tweet it. But with Dibes and Mark Schofield breaking down the top targets for the Eagles at 37, and then be live when the draft rolls around. So join us in chat tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I'll be taking off the weekend with the Talk Cover podcast. My gambling picks are fully distracted right now. I haven't been gambling as much this week because distracted money is not making money. I'm focused on the draft. It's my number 1 focus. And really my number 1 focus is 37 and 70 for the Philadelphia Eagles. And I'm really excited to see what happens. I'll be back sparingly tomorrow, but I can't say enough how much I enjoyed this, how much I enjoyed going back with Shane, how much I enjoyed going back and forth with the comments when Dodge was in here, Rob was in here, everyone that was in here, I enjoyed going back and forth with during the draft. I had a great time tonight. Follow me at Mark Henry Jr. _. Follow Shane at his right there in his description. Yeah, I always do the same exact thing.
It's mirrored
right here. Yeah. I always forget, but
I'm not drunk. It was Gatorade. I promise. It's just mirrored. I'm still not used to this. So, but yeah, thank you guys for everybody that hung out with us tonight. Like I said, we'll bring you lots of content. I will have a full write-up up tomorrow about day 1 and top prospects for day 2. So check the Painted Lines. Be back here tomorrow on Twitch, on YouTube. Hang out with us. For me, for Mark, for Dibes, for all the crew at the Painted Lines. Thank you. You guys have a great night, and we'll see you soon.